Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Challenger Circuit North American Relegations. We're doing the run back of this one. It's going to be the Tubby Turkeys taking on the 40 IQ Overlords.
Yeah, and I'm D Sings. Joining me is JMac, and right off the bat, Osiris will not be joining us. The Turkeys, they are the incumbents. They are the team that were previously in the Challenger Circuit. They almost managed to sneak their way into SPL relegations, but unfortunately they have to be duking it out with the current challengers, 40 IQ Overlords, run by a very familiar name to the Smite scene, who's actually floated around Challenger Circuit a couple of times in the past as well. It's going to be Xing, and there's going to be no Robin available for this match as well. And I know for a fact that if Xing's coming back with this squad, he thinks that he can make it into CC, and he's really wants to have that shot to prove himself.
It's not just Xing who's a very recognizable name here. If you've been around the Smite scene long enough, you might recognize Left Syndrome, Paul, and even Risky Ace, all very notable names on the sides of the Overlords. We're over on the side of Tubby Turkeys. You may recognize him, Benny Q, going to be making his return to try and keep themselves in the CC and not get knocked down into the Combine. And with the third band coming through of the Habwa, we all know that that's going at a shot at Paul.
Yeah, Paul, also known as Paul from PC when he was back on the console scene. He's now back on the PC, just going to be Paul, and unfortunately no Hebo for him to use. No Cool Chulain as well, which I'm awful at pronouncing that god's name. Wukong is, however, going to be the first selection for the Turkeys. Well, 40 IQ Overlords are going to follow it up instantly with a Geb and Carnuno's pick. So their dual lane is going to be pretty set in stone. I mean, Deathwalker isn't on this team. Otherwise, I'd say maybe that's a flex pick. Geb almost undoubtedly going to be going into that support role.
And with the Soul lock-in, very likely towards the mid lane. We've seen Soul kind of flex in the past, but as of Season 4, she's really made her home in the mid lane as that hard burst mage. Ganesh going to be the support lock-in for the side of Tubby Turkeys, offering a lot of zone control with the Dharmic Pillars, as well as a lot of built-in power and protections with the Ohm. And last pick before the next round of bans is going to be Erlong Shen for the Overlords.
Ganesh could lose every game, and I would sit here and insist that he is a good character that's just not getting played right now. And I'm very excited to see the Turkeys pick him up. It also makes sense with their team comp because he adds like a safe aggression almost to the teams that he is picked up on. Going to be able to keep two very elusive gods in Soul and Sun Wukong alive for that much longer. Odin, in that last ban, he rose up to prominence, so no shocker that he gets banned away there. And Thoth has been one of the strongest mid lane picks since the beginning of this season. So with Soul already picked up, no surprise as well that the Turkeys are going to go ahead and take away mid laners from Paul's Godpool.
Yeah, no shock. Paul is just a monster on whatever mage you put his hands on, and that's a Camazot's ban. And surprisingly enough, this is actually another shot at Paul. Xing, I'm more than capable of believing that he can play this god, but I've seen Paul play this Camazot's in mid, and it's a pretty strikingly destructive god. And taking the Thoth away from him as well. Serket taken off the table allows for Nemesis to be picked up for the Overlords, and Scotty on the side of the Turkeys.
Oh, Scotty is going to be a little bit fun. We haven't seen this character in a while. And speaking of not seeing somebody in a while, it's not going to be Mando Warrior to do it, but instead it's going to be the side of the Turkeys.
It's going to be
We're finally going to be... Yeah, Tyr. I mean, it's just been a long time since we've seen him.
Aww.
And a bit longer since we've seen this lovely duality of faces. Hell, going to be the next selection for the 40 IQ Overlord. So, hey, Paul, he had, what, 3 bans taken at him? Not worried at all. He's going to find another god deep in his god pool.
This really isn't much of a deep one for his god pool. We all know his Habwa. We all know his Thoth. We know what he can do on these gods. Hell is just a destructive force you don't want to deal with. We're getting now into the game, the Tubby Turkeys and the 40 IQ Overlords. And yes, you are seeing this correctly. This is Paul on a mid lane Hell.
Yeah, Hell is indeed going to be the selection here. I mean, the only thing that will ever be slightly concerning about a pickup like that with the rest of the team comp is you look and you think, well, there's no other source of real magical damage. Yes, you do have the Geb, but Geb is not the same thing as having a jungle Ao Kuang or something along those lines. But You also have Nemesis, who can just strip protections away from somebody. So stacking up on that magical defense, not going to matter that much. But what the Turkeys do have to do, and in place of Freight Train, I'm going to go ahead and say it, anti-heal, anti-heal, anti-heal. I want to see everything that they can get away with picking up be picked up. Whether it's Toxic Blades, Pestilences, Divine Ruins, whatever, everybody has to be doing their part in anti-heal. Otherwise, Paul's just going to run rampant throughout the end stages of this game.
But you can see Akila's already taking quite a bit of poke as well. It's Glazy in the mid lane trying to get away. Akila's going to block the shot from Paul, allowing both of them to get out of danger for the time. But what I'm looking at is all of the interesting starts that have come out from both of these teams. We have a Vanguard start from Mango on this tier. We have a Boots 3 start from Paul.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first real competitive matches, at least as far as CC or SBL is concerned, that we're going to be seeing since the new patch. So we're gonna have to see how people do it. And Solo or Troll, he's decided to go ahead and pick up a horrific emblem. Mango, he's slowed, and Solo just has to wait for one more cooldown, the blink away, trying to get out of there. But Paul, he's here, he's got first blood. Mango's gonna fall.
Blink tier, throwback to season 1 strategies, but it's not going to get him out of danger. Perfect rotation from Xing and Paul. They already took the speed buff away, so they're already in the area to pick that one up for themselves. And looking over into the duo lane, Benny Q and Evolve taking a little bit of poke, not going to take too much for themselves, but wave clear advantage is somehow going in favor of Left Syndrome and Risky Ace, despite it being a Ganesh Scotty.
Yeah, well, Ganesh has an insane amount of lane pressure, as does Scotty, and Ganesh makes Scotty's lane pressure even better thanks to the extra power. And while Risky Ace has a lot on that Kranunos, Geb has none. Geb has always had none. Geb's always been pretty much a losing lane matchup. Glazy, he's losing his HP bar very, very quickly, but he will continue to live for now exceptionally low as he spent a good portion of this match. However, Mango, over in that solo lane, managing to catch up decently for himself, considering the fact that he walked back into lane at level 1 and Solo was already level, which, by the way, that's a terrible name. Solo or Troll, Solo, it's just annoying that his name is the exact same role that he is.
Left side, a lot of aggression onto Left Syndrome, but he'll be able to get out of danger, no problem. We saw that Paul already had to back to base because of the Boots 3 start. Doesn't have a starter item to help sustain that mana problem that Hell typically has in the all stages of the game. I was going to say just the early, but really at all stages, Hell has a little bit of trouble conserving her mana, but with a first blood to his name, he's not too concerned. Going to pick up the Soul Reliquary for his next item, look towards that Book of Thoth.
Yeah, those boots can be very, very greedy, but it ended up working out well for them given the fact that he was able to get that first blood. He was able to get the early lane push, which really did help allow for the first blood to happen. So Boots 3 not going to work out too poorly, not going to end up working out poorly for him at all. Unfortunately for the Turkeys, they were not able to properly punish it, make Paul burn through all of his resources, and now he can start working his way towards, I mean, he could technically build the Soul Reaver, but it's going to be Book of Thoth. Hell needs mana, Hell needs power, Book of Thoth gives him both. I mean, why would Paul really look to build anything else?
And Book of Thoth is going to give him everything you want for a Hell. It's going to give you mana, it's going to give you power. It's going to allow you to stay in lane a little longer and hit a little bit harder, finding you the 100 flat right off the top for power. And with the stacks, you get somewhere around 20, 22 power after it's all said and done, just from the item alone. I'm looking back into the solo lane, and Mango still has yet to hit the level 5. He's been struggling a little bit himself, but left-hand side, a lot of aggression onto Risky Ace, taking quite a bit of poke. One more shots is all that's needed to take him down, and Benny Q will find it, but Xing gonna get the slice and dice to return the kill back onto Benny Q.
Not a bad trade overall for either side, honestly. 1 for 1 ends up being pretty even. Benny gets the kill onto himself as well, and Xing gonna be able to find the return kill. Risky Ace falling there, both ADCs falling. I mean, it won't end up mattering that much. The only thing that's nice is that Evolve does get himself a little bit further ahead. More importantly, he's going to get himself 1 stack onto that Rangda's mask, which has been changed recently, so the stuff that it gives you is a little bit different, only needing 10 stacks now to be fully stacked instead of, what was it, 20, 25 beforehand? I mean, this item was, you pick it up when you're feeling real confident and you're feeling a little bit like trolling. Now, you can legitimately pick this item up, especially with, unfortunately, right now, Lano's not working quite the way it's intended to work. So people starting to favor this ranked mask, at least when you look at things like ranked.
I mean, it just comes down to the fact that Ganesh will always receive an assist unless somehow he gets a kill of his own. So just being within that range is going to give him the extra stack towards it. That's why the Lana's mask was so perfect for Ganesh, because he never actually got credit for any kills, whether it was player kills or minion kills. So it was very quick, very easy to stack that item up. But opting for the Rangda's mask in its place, left side. A little bit of battle between Benny and Risky Ace, but they'll be able to settle their differences. And Glazy's trying to fight out with Solo or Troll, but Solo Troll's not having any of it.
Yeah, Solo Troll, very, very big right now. Level 8. Tied for the highest in the game, but as a warrior, that is always not going to be a fun time. Blinking forward is going to be Lefty Syndrome and Evolve. Going to get piled onto the Soul to make good to keep him alive for a moment, but Paul going to be credited with the kill. Glazy just barely able to make it out of there alive. Both solo laners have joined the fight, but it looks as though there's just going to be a pick and run.
Is a perfect body block from Left Syndrome to make sure that Evolve could not charge out of danger. The downside of the Ganesh dash is you're stopped by really any player. Heads up play by Left Syndrome will make sure that they can secure the kill onto the Elephant, claiming their 3rd kill for the game as Solo Troll's fighting into 2 at the back camps. Not sure if he was able to secure all of that. I think he split those down the middle. He'll go back to his lane, and Mango just going to have to follow behind him.
Yeah, Mango really just going to be playing catch-up with Solo for the rest of this game. But that had to be what they expected picking tier. I'm guessing they hope they didn't get first blood. Benny Q hoping he doesn't fall either. Going to be able to get out of there with the help of the Scotty ult. But, I mean, talking to some of the players, most notably Mando Warrior, who is currently going to be playing for the NASPL relegations on the side of the Gatekeepers, he says you can't pick tier because you just fall behind and you just kind of get bullied on a little, like no matter who you're playing against. And that level 1 fight was pretty much the perfect demonstration of that. And now Mango, I mean, if Solo can keep up that constant steady stream of kills, keep them bullied out of lane constantly, which is admittedly difficult to do, much harder to do with the level 8 tier now, then he can expand upon his lead. But it doesn't matter that much because he's got Mango pinned in a corner. He's got him right where he wants him. And now all he has to do is just keep this even, and Mango's going to have a very, very tough time making any sort of impact in this mid stage.
The problem with tier early on is his clear isn't the worst, but it's not the best. You have to expend a lot of mana if you want a full clear early on. And he opted for the Mark of the Vanguard, lost out on all the potential DPS from a Bluestone Pendant, now opted into this Swiftwing that we've seen on the rise recently, whether it be the solo lane or the mid lane. A lot of European players have started to favor this starter item, granting you that extra movement speed when you leave your fountain. But left-hand side, team of 40 IQ Overlords going to get the Oracle Harpies for themselves. Very quick, very simple. Go back to farming.
Yeah, and also the dual lane that item's being favored now as well as Benny Q, who's picked himself up a Swiftwing. I mean, Swiftwing's good. 800 gold, you get some movement speed, you get some health, you get some, HP 5, but the passive is also very, very nice. But overall, it really is just pretty decent for the cost that it comes at. So, hey, why not pick it up when you have those opportunities to do it? It's going to let you get a little bit more farm over your opponent. Ideally, Shing is going to get stunned out in the jungle, but Lefty Syndrome turns it around. Glazy exploded. Evolve falls next, and Shing's got 2 when the fight was started on top of them.
Left Syndrome gonna jump in, but the blink from Mango gonna get himself out of danger. No problem for him as he gets away with just the barest amounts of HP. And it's now 4-man rotation over towards the Gold Fury. Risky Ace on his way will make a full team of 5 versus the lone 2 of Tubby Turkeys. Benny Q gonna try and find some way in, but Solo Troll playing zone duty, gonna knock him up, root him in place, force the ultimate out of Benny Q as well, and Aquila not going to be able to make the rotation in, not going to be able to get this Gold Fury away, as that's going to fall to the Overlords.
Aquila will be able to sneak 1 away. Paul's going to fall on the back end of it. Solo in a little bit of trouble, but should be able to get out of here. And at the end of the day, 1 for Gold Fury, excluding the team fight that happened before it, it's always going to be worthwhile. Paul trading his life for the greater good of things. Benny Q trading his life for the greater greed of things. Potentially Solo able to pin him out, and now it's just going to be 1 more shot. And Benny Q, 1 more wave, ends up costing him his life.
we've seen this a few times in the amateur scene where once a Gold Fury is taken, the solo laner doesn't just go back to his lane. He doesn't just go back to base, but hold that thought. Right-hand side, Xing out of mana, slowed down, forced to use the Aegis, shoved backwards. Beautiful Geb shield by Left Syndrome. The Cataclysm might keep him out of danger. Lawbringer not going to connect, but Aquila on the side with the Stellar Burst. Going to take out one. Solo Troll going to trade out and get Mango in return for Xing.
Yeah, Mango for Xing, worthwhile for the side of the Turkeys, honestly. Mango, level 9, previously 0-1. Xing, 3-0, nets themselves a nice little bounty, as well as just being level 12, being naturally further ahead than Mango, who is currently tied for the lowest level in the game. It has just not been Mango's day. I mean, this is a player we saw around on Astral Authority, actually along with Lefty Syndrome at one point in time, though he is, though it's been a while since the last support that was on the side of Astral ended up being, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Ratchet here. There we go. I just totally blanked on his name for some reason. But Lefty Syndrome and Mango both having success on that high-level Challenger Circuit team. Never quite made it out of that breach, so they all went their separate ways. Now Mango back to the solo lane, had a brief stint in a support role, and it's just, he's not looking great this match. He's having a lot of issues dealing with the side of 40 IQ.
We've seen a lot of, we can call it babysitting in the mid lane for Paul. Everybody knows just how immobile this hell is, and really there's nothing that the Turkeys have been able to do to get in and take down Paul. They got the kill at the Gold Fury, but that's just because Paul was extremely low and happened to walk right by a kill of the Hun. Paul has gone, for the most part, relatively unchecked this entire game. Has the Book of Thoth online, 33 stacks, going towards what I imagine is going to be the Spear of Desolation. The left-hand side, Glacy making the rotation in. It's going to Tiger Stun Risky, but Risky's just going to walk away.
Xing going to walk away as well with the help of those Purification Beads, as the ultimate was popped by BennyQ. Not going to be too much of a concern, though, just though they do get that relic cooldown, so that very long cooldown on those beads is going to be worthwhile for them to have. But it does look as though BennyQ burned his Sanctuary earlier on in that engagement. Glazy, he's got a mace right now, and that 100%, no questions asked, is going to have to be the Brawler's beat stick. Glazy going in, going to draw out the ultimate from Risky Ace as well. So just really trying to play keeper there. Let BennyQ get some free tower push and potentially kill it.
Right-hand side, the Pillar's forced out by Evolve, using the Ohm to keep himself alive just a little longer, but he's met by 3 members. Supernova over the wall will not connect. Paul picks up the Ganesh, but Glazy's made the rotation in. Cataclysm's going to stop the cudgel. Burst from Paul is good. Glazy not able to get up to the cloud, and it's going to claim a second kill for Paul.
Now Solo Troll still going to push forward in this fight. Mango running away from him. They're not going to be able to do anything else off of it, but they will still find a kill and be able to, or 2 kills total, and be able to dip out untouched at all. And one of those kills goes in favor of Paul, just getting closer and closer to those stacks.
Trying to get the red buff, but caught out by Risky and Left Syndrome. Pinged on the map for him. His greed ends up costing him his life and forced out the Purification Beads as well. Down for another 145 seconds.
That is rough, but that's kind of the tale of the game so far for BennyQ. Is a lot of his deaths could have been prevented if he just wasn't so greedy. But Benny constantly looking for the one-up over his opponents, constantly looking for that next angle. And Xing looking at the ultimate on top of Mango, and Evolve going to try and steal this away. Unable to do so. Solo Troll, he's going to be called go on this fight, but it looks as though everybody else is calling back off. The Turkeys going to lose the Portal Demon, but none of their lives, so at least, I mean, at least it's not going to snowball into a Fire Giant.
It's going to be the Spear of Desolation picked up by Paul. Give himself an extra 10% cooldown reduction. One of the somewhat more impressive of the stats on this item, on top of the 80 power and 20 pen that it provides. All he needs is, if he wishes, I've seen him go towards Chronos Pendant, usually as a 4th or 5th item. As you can see, he is building it into the Lost Artifact. Could be the Rod that we've seen picked up 4th item, or it could be that Chronos Pendant. If he goes do more, I'm actually going to slap Paul in the face.
Do more. Do it. That'd be, I mean, it would be the most, no, don't do it. It's a terrible idea at this stage of the game, especially playing a Hell. Probably more than likely going to be that Chronos Pendant you're going to see in this slot. If I had to, if I was a betting man, I would bet on the Chronos Pendant. And right now, Evolve going to have to be silenced out Solo and Shing, not wanting for them to be really pushed forward, even though they were at their tier 1 tower. Right now, Overlords are actually high enough over their opponents to kind of dive into that tier 1 tower. The healing from Hell just going to make it that much easier. Killa going to get knocked up and poked down. Solo unrelenting in his assault. Lazy, he picked the wrong fight. Paul blows him up instantly with no help from anyone else as the fight rages on in the corner. Benny will find Risky Ace on the backside.
But Evolve's now caught in the middle. Dash blocked out by Solo Troll. Forced to use the Ohm to make sure he can't further regress. Pin onto Aquila. This has been the guy he's targeted this entire fight. Shing finally joins the fray. Slice and dice. Takes down Aquila the Hun. Left Syndrome pushes Evolve away with the rollout. And Paul, unrelenting, gonna take down Benny Q under the tower. But the blink from Mango is gonna secure Paul.
And now still pushing forward, Evolve trying what he can to get Shing killed. Shing so low, but the Sanctuary plus the Gebel gonna keep him alive for just a moment longer, and that moment is all Shing needs as he is gonna be able to dip out of this engagement. After a crazy fight, 3 for 2 at the end of the day, still in favor of the Overlords.
But Solo Troll's the last one left in the backside. Left Syndrome making sure to stay just in case he needs to throw out that Geb shield. And at the end of the day, IQ Overlords, they come out on top. They lose Paul for it, but they trade out Benny, keeping that Scotty further and further behind, who's opted for a third starter item. The Swiftwing picked up earlier on into a fairly late Transcendence.
Yeah, but fortunately the stacks won't make that much of a difference on Transcendence. Scotty will be Scotty's a character that will function just fine without having that item fully stacked. Most characters will. The extra power is fairly nice. If you really need the mana, that's kind of the bigger issue in terms of that Transcendence, but as long as Benny Q manages appropriately, he will be okay. What I am going to bring up, though, because it's aggravating me, 5th item for a kill of the Hun. It's got a spell focus. It has to be Obsidian Shard. That's just the way that item tree works. Where's the Divine Ruin? I mean, Paul has been such a problem this whole game. Granted, a lot of damage, but speaking of a lot of damage, Benny Q erased completely off the map after that Nemesis ult. There's going to be no Scotty available for this fight.
It's just impossible for Scotty to run away from anybody on this team. The Overlord's going to secure themselves a Gold Fury. Shing, the front line for his team, dives in onto Glazy, forced into the Somersault Cloud. Risky Ace taking quite a bit of shots from the Supernova, but for now we'll get out until the shot over the top from Mango. Going to secure the kill onto Risky Ace. The rest of the Turkeys on retreat, but Evolve can't get away from Solo or Troll. Knocked up by the Ox form, forced to use the Ohm. Mango continuing the fight forward, but Left Syndrome will claim the elephant. Solo or Troll going to confirm Glazy's death, and Paul trying to get something, but 2 will retreat under the tower.
And thanks to the might of Hell, everybody going to be able to start working their way back up towards those full health bars. As soon as Paul gets on over there and starts healing up Shing, but nobody in any real danger right now to just keep pushing forward. Lefty Syndrome blinking in. Benny Q, he's the target being focused on here, but Aquila blown up by Paul in a moment's notice. Benny still running away, but Solo Troll doesn't let him get away with it. Benny Q gonna fall for the 6th time this match.
And Mango, now the one caught under the tower. Left Syndrome tanking it up for the team, but Mango just fine for the time being. Solo Troll instead gonna back under the tower until the proc is going to hit onto him. He's gonna root out both players in place, allow the rest of his team to retreat. They trade out Risky Ace's life for the Gold Fury, pick up 3 kills of their own, beyond worth for the Overlords. But the talking point for it was they invested a lot of ultimates just to take down Risky Ace.
Yeah, I mean, they had to, because Risky Ace kept living, because Paul just kept healing him. Risky Ace's health bar kept dropping down. They're just 1 hit away, and then Paul would bring him back up to a quarter. And then he got 1 hit away and then bring it back up to a quarter until finally Mango was able to put him in the ground with the Final Judgment, or not Final Judgment, with the Lawbringer. But, I mean, still, there needs to be anti-healing picked up. Finally, 2 Brawlers beat sticks going to be picked up, but those won't even stack in the engagements. And the other thing of note here, to me, is Benny Q is a player that I love talking about. I love watching one play. A lot of people do, because he's just weird. He's different. He plays weird stuff. You never know what's going to go what. In this game, it just feels like not weird enough, where he's playing Scotty, which is a weird pick right now because she's fallen out of favor in this meta, but she's unusual in the way of, oh, she's unusual because we know how to deal with her. And Benny's just kind of getting manhandled this game. 2 and 6. Everybody from the Overlords knows, I'll just dive on the Benny Q. He's a free kill.
Well, look at who's on the Overlords. Look what God's been picked up. All potentially chase gods, aside from maybe the Hell, but Hell does have the cleanse built into the kit to make sure that they continue the aggression forward. There's just nowhere for Benny Q to go. Portal Demon going to be started up. Blink from Mango into the back to pull him off. Supernova expended to try and get it, but the Overlords will secure the Portal Demon for themselves. Glazy rooted out. Blink Cataclysm from left. Syndrome evolving Mango so low, trying to get away. Girdle forced. Lawbringer forced over the top, and Evolve will be the first one to trade out in the fight.
And with the Portal Demon down as well, the Overlord's going to be able to back and teleport right back in if health bars were an issue, because they've got Paul, and Paul's got heals, and they're not worried at all. Benny Q going to split push his way to victory, ideally looking at potentially that Phoenix pick up on the left side. I think at this point he had to go for it. Decides not to, though, because he did get called out that Shing's backing. Aquila wanted to be a team player, and he might fall for it. Solo still not giving up this chase, but instead going to turn it around onto Mango. Lefty not able to knock him up before the field comes through, though, so Mango should be able to get out of there without too much of a problem. But a real big problem, as 5 members of the Overlords are rocking a brand new fiery belt around their waist.
Problem is, after the rotation onto Mango in the mid, there was really nothing for them to gain beyond that. They didn't opt for the tower. The Gold Fury was down. Oracles were down. So they traded out the Portal Demon. They took down Evolve, but they lost their tier 1 and tier 2 in the duo lane. That's going to leave that Phoenix wide open. Remember, with this new patch, those Phoenixes are much tankier. Now with 3,000 HP, it takes quite a lot longer to take them down.
Toxic Blade going to be the selection for Benny Q, so more reduced healing, actually potentially 100% healing reduction on Benny Q alone, making him that much more of a priority target because nobody else on the Turkeys has any anti-heal. I feel like Freight leaves and everybody's like, okay, we cannot build anti-heal anymore. That was all that Freight ever talked about. It was like anti-heal, anti-heal, anti-heal. Now he's gone to feel like, okay, we don't have to do it anymore. But tragically for the Turkeys, not building anti-heal is not really going so great for them, as they're just going to have to watch their towers fall, completely unable to defend them, even against Solo. Solo or Troll is by himself on this right side, and I think you probably have to invest 4 members at this point to be able to kill him or even chase him out.
Aquila can't even hold a candle to Paul's damage at the moment. 40% chunks from the decay thrown out from Paul. Aquila every single time forced, but Solo Troll caught in the middle of 5 players. They're going to expend 2-3 big ultimates to try and take down Solo Troll. They will get him, but they're going to lose the Gold Fury and the Oracle Harpies for it. And everybody knows in the back of your mind, when you're giving up your solo laner to secure that much gold and that much power, it's just beyond worth it.
So I said 4 members, and they invested 5. But they didn't get the kill. And, I mean, at this point for the Turkeys, you kind of got to take whatever. Yes, it still overall is technically worthwhile for the Overlords to pick up that Gold Fury in favor of Solo's life. But if you're the Turkeys, you just got to be like, at least we killed the Erlong. At least we got that 1 kill, because really, what else are they going to be able to get at this point in time? Mango might be able to sneak away this tier 1 tower on the right-hand side, but without any extra minion help, along with Lefty Syndrome and Shing both rotating towards it, Mango doesn't seem as though he realizes it. Lefty with the, that was not the best Gebel in the world.
No, it wasn't. Followed up with Shing using the Divine Judgment to try and get a little bit extra, so Mango only going to be forced to use his Heavenly Wings. It's going to be on a little bit longer of a cooldown, so the Overlords is just going to take their time, wait for the next big fight, wait to see what they want to take down, as their only targets left for the moment are the tier 2 towers in all 3 lanes. A lot of potential gold up on the map for them. As we take a look at the graphs, you can see it's just been a very slow climb downwards for the IQ Overlords, as they have their lead up towards 8,000 gold and nearly 9,000 experience.
Funnily enough, it's not been the best objective game for the Overlords overall. It's been a lot of fighting and a lot of kills. good amount of Gold Fury control, but other than that, the Overlords really haven't had a line to any objective to Solo. He's got a line right to the back of the enemy team, fighting it out against 5 members again, but hey, he's brought his own friends this time, and now the Turkey's unable to find the same level of success. Mango, though, gonna be able to push 2 into the pillars. Paul low, Shing low, healing, keeping them alive for just a moment longer. Lazy finally gonna shut down Paul in these team fights, and now the Overlords are the ones on full retreat.
Shing forced to use the double dash to get away from the Tubby Turkeys. All 5 members trying to chase down Shing, trying to find some kind of line towards him, but Shing just a little too fast and a little too far for the team. Now the Tubby Turkeys looking for something to gain off the fight. Risky Ace dashes into the middle of them, throws the root out onto Glazy B, but it's not going to connect. Blink Cataclysm from Left Syndrome's going to hit 3 members. Glazy B super low, trying to get away, but Risky Ace going to fall to the carpet from Benny Q. Solo or Troll claims the life of Glazy B. Benny rooted in place, being chased down. Ohm from Evolve will hold him for the time, but the horrific emblem is going to be enough to slow him down for Left Syndrome to claim the kill.
And now still chasing down Aquila is going to be Solo. He wants this kill so badly. Lefty might be the one to finish it off. Aquila into that immune stage, but Lefty, he's not amused at all. Just going to go ahead and drop the shockwave. Aquila going to fall as well. Solo still pushing forward, still wants more. Blood Evolve trying to run away and will be able to get out of there, as Solo might just turn around and go right for Mango. Dharma Killer is also getting dropped, trying to keep his team alive, and will finally be able to do so. So despite the early pick on Paul, ultimately 3 kills go in favor of the Overlords, while only 2 fall for the Turkey.
And look where Paul rotated as soon as he spawned. The Portal Demon, with too many members of the Turkeys down, they're going to secure themselves another 500 gold and the portal for themselves one more time. Member's going to go back to base, pick up some more items. 1 item left for the side of Solo or Troll, looking towards maybe a Bulwark of Hope, possibly a Pestilence, depending on which route he wishes to go. I wouldn't even be surprised to see a Heartward Amulet. This is kind of an uncommon practice we've seen from some solo laners. You allow your support to get one of the auras, you get the opposite one. But looking around at it, Book of the Dead, not going to be the Chronos Pendant either. Brought it to Hootie for Paul. Picked up a vast amount of power. If you look just on him, he's sitting at over 800 magical power when in Dark Stance.
I mean, we saw Paul in his ones just take somebody off the board. I brought up that usually when you pick a character like Hell, you're kind of giving up that mid lane damage. Paul's like, nah, I got this. Who needs utility right now? So he's really just gone for a full damage build. Apart from the cooldown boots, those are really the odd ones out. And even at that, losing 10 pen is a pretty big deal, but still, it's not as big of a deal as going for straight up power everywhere else. Glazy, he completely out of line. Risky Ace makes him pay. Mango running away. Benny Q able to find Shing, and Mango will be able to get away for the time being, but Fire Giant still supported by 4 members of the Overlords.
Mango just running circles around the speed buff, will find the blink to get away for the time. Left Syndrome rolling out back towards the tower as 2 members of the Turkeys retreated towards the Gold Fury, while the rest of the team, Solo, Troll, and Risky, gonna push forward to the mid lane tower. Still the Hun throws up the Stellar Burst, but not really gonna do too much. Mango rooted in place, forced to switch into the defensive stance, zoning ult from Risky Ace to make Mango decide which way do you want to die, and it's gonna be to the in-hand. Tier 2 tower gonna fall, another 1,500 gold for the Overlords.
So now they're looking right at, oh man, that was unfortunate for Lefty Syndrome there. Paul gonna get beat down by the dog, trying to run away, but he's actually split off from the rest of his team. This could be really bad news for Paul. This Sanctuary gonna keep him alive for a little bit longer, gonna be able to heal up, but Aquila turned on and erased off the map. See you later, Paul. Still standing, and he's gonna keep on living through as well. Now the healing's gonna come into play as well. Glazy, he might be the first to fall.
Pillars dropped on the corner of the wall, but Glazy still being chased down by Solo or Troll, who will not be able to pick it up thanks to the Ox form. Phoenix being tanked up by Left Syndrome, maybe not the best call for him. They don't have quite enough damage yet, but he's going to trade the tank over towards Solo or Troll. Blink, or Lawbringer over the top from Mango. He's going to force the rest of the Overlords to retreat. Shing dashing in front of the 4 members of Tubby Turkeys, but with Paul's healing, they're able just to get back straight into the fight. Shing knocked up after the Divine Judgment. Gonna be thrown against the wall by Mango. Ultimate from Benny Q just to zone the rest of the team away. But they're still standing strong. Paul's just gonna heal him back up. And the Phoenix going to fall.
And thanks to the... I mean, that was just a fight where the Turkeys got really low, had to run away. And the Overlords got low, but they could just keep on healing up. Paul showing how much the damage on Hell really does matter at this stage of the game. Destroying Aquila when Aquila tried to pick the wrong fight there. And despite all of that anti-healing being invested now onto the one character of Benny Q, it just doesn't end up mattering most of the time. Solo is probably going to die here because he was trolling a little bit, actually. And yeah, Solo and Troll, in that case, he was backing right in front of two members at the back camps. And he dies for it. Because that's what happens at this stage of the game. You're going to die for that.
There was no or about it, but he was making sure to distract the side of the Turkeys so his team could pick up the Gold Fury, extending their lead to nearly 15,000 gold for the Overlords, getting kind of to the point of no return at this point. Normally 30 to 35 minutes is where we kind of stop talking about gold, but no full builds really aside from Benny Q on the side of the Tubby Turkeys, so a lot of items to still be picked up, and that gold is really going to start showing the difference in these fights. His final item picked up for Paul is going to be the Obsidian Shard. I just have to take a look at his damage one more time. He's got over 1,000 damage.
Yeah, and he's got a good amount of penetration as well, so the tankiness is going to matter even less. A pretty tanky lineup being picked by the Turkeys right now. Benny Q and Evolve might have picked the wrong time to go for a tier 1 sneak, trying to chase them down, but the movement speed combined with the slow from Dark Pillars might be enough to get Benny Q away for right now. Beads forced to get popped though, as after Nemesis ult is going to get dropped on top of him right now. And I mean, there's just so much control right now for the Overlords. They're going to be able to go right for the Portal Demon. And a good way to think about the lead for the Overlords right now is the fact that, again, you mentioned it already, is that Benny Q, the only one at full build. Gold going to be relevant. Experience still relevant. 3 levels down in 2 positions, or sorry, 2 levels down in support role, 3 in the jungle. Experience lead is still going to matter a decent amount in those roles. So Overlords, their lead is still very, very palpable, and the Turkeys got to hold on for maybe another 10 minutes if they want to normalize this difference.
The big thing is Left Syndrome is just about to hit level 20. He's about halfway there, and that's when the Cataclysm is going to hit its critical mass. 35% of the target's HP when he lands onto it. Compared to 30, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you hit 3-4 members for 30% of their HP, makes it a little bit easier to start chunking them down. Glazy B going to take a little bit of damage from Xing. Team is just zoning. His Fire Giant's about to respawn. Solar Troll used the turtle form aggressively into Glazy B, dealing quite a bit of damage, but Tiger Stun not going to do too much against Solar Troll, and Mango trying to do what he can as well, but the Fire Giant's already down to a quarter HP, and the Overlord's going to claim it one more time.
Yeah, Overlord's going to be able to find it thanks to that noise cue. The Turkeys are going to realize it and just get out of dodge. Glazy, he's getting stun locked down, and Glazy, he's down. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Benny Q trying to run away. They just pop sprinting out of there, but he'll be able to hold on to his life for right now. The tier 2 tower can't say quite the same thing about that, as it will fall, as only 2 Phoenixes now stand between the Overlords in a completely open base. Left side Phoenix should be respawning pretty shortly here. Mango,
oh no,
Blink Fearless, just not going to find anything.
Needs a way out. He's going to switch into the defensive stance, but he's going to be knocked up, forced to swap over to offensive to try and burst Solar Troll down. The Phoenix taking a lot of damage. Benny Q taken down by Paul. One shot from the Decay in the back will take him down. Aquila the Hun forced into the Saprite, forced into the Aegis, and Risky Ace will claim the life of Evolve. Second Phoenix down. Titan exposed with the Fire Wave inside. The Overlords gonna push the aggression forward, take down the Titan, and claim game number 1.
The incumbents finding themselves at a disadvantage as the Overlords making impressive work of the Turkeys. I mean, the Turkeys just got stopped in that game. There is few other ways to put it. In the early game, it was Mango who was just completely unable to find any footing in that solo lane. And because of that, it kind of put everybody else at ease. And then towards the mid stage of the game, it was Benny Q, where they made sure that Benny Q realized, hey, the movement speed is cute, but you really still have no true escape ability. And now at the end of the day, Paul, I got to go over to player healing stat very quickly.
26,000.
26,000 player healing. And you look at the side of the Turkeys and 28,000 for a kill of the Hunt, 29,000 for Benny Q. Only 2 players that really properly negated that.
Benny Q tried what he could. He had the Toxic Blade. He had the Brawler's Beat Stick. But that just made Benny the most optimal target for them to prioritize in every single fight. You notice they forced him either far, far back, away from the rest of his team, or just outright killed him, assuring that the anti-heal wasn't enough. No Pestilence on their side. Only a couple of Brawlers Beat Sticks, one from Mango, one from Glazy, but Mango was too far behind for his Brawlers to really even be relevant. And Glazy, it was just kind of the same instance. They were just getting blown up from their lack of defenses. And with that, the IQ Overlords, they're going to claim game number 1. We're going to cut to a very short break, and then we'll be back with our second game of the day. Welcome back to the North American Challenger Circuit relegations. Last game, the Overlords were able to come out on top with Paul's Hell being one of the big leading factors for their side. Now getting into game 2, Tubby Turkeys, they're going to focus out Paul one more time, starting off with a Hobwa first ban.
Hell ban. They're going to ban Hell. I think the Overlords know it as well. They're going to ban away Osiris. They do not want to leave that available for the Turkeys. I mean, Hell was a problem last game, that's for sure. I definitely think that they could have played around it more. But that being said, when Hell is just one-shotting your mid laner, your enemy, your own mid laner, when you're the one diving onto the Hell, you have a problem. The Hell has become a problem apart from the healing. So with Osiris and Raven both taken off the board, it's going to be dominance in the jungle and the solo lane. Honestly, both of them can be flexed around. Wukong going to get picked up again. So Turkeys thinking that really maybe it was in their gameplay, but maybe it was just the hell. They so far are doing a pretty... So far, one ban and one pick, the same thing out of the 3 possible things that could have been different. And Carnunos, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Risky Ace, despite getting focused out pretty heavily throughout the course of that game, still had a huge impact on that god. Geb as well. Again, another huge impact god for Lefty Syndrome. We'll ignore those few times that he Geb ulted the air.
Nah, he Geb ulted the ground. Come on, remember?
That's true.
He's the god of the earth. He doesn't hit the air. He hits the ground. Thoth going to be locked in for the side of the Turkeys with the Zuberto available. They're going to lock it in for themselves. But going back to the Hell, yes, Hell was the problem, but look at what bans were taken out. Osiris was the first one knocked off the table. They said, we don't want Osiris. And what did the Overlords do? They waited on the Hell pick until they took out Odin and Serket. They made sure all 300% anti-healers were taken off the table before opting for this pick. Back over for the Turkeys, they're going to lock in Ho Yi, and making his debut here in the CC relegations, Kukulin going to be locked in for the IQ Overlords.
And Odin going to get taken away as well. I like the Odin ban. Odin had a lot of power. He had a lot of prominence in that in the land. I was trying to remember what it was called. For some reason, couldn't think of it. So, hey, why not take him away? And Odin's been a character that just kind of fluctuates in terms of his personal strength. Soul going to get taken away as well by the Turkeys. And Terra going to be the next selection. Wouldn't be surprised if this is another mid lane ban coming out of the Turkeys. I mean, they have their own mid laner in Thoth, who is, again, a very strong character. One of my personal favorite characters as well. Raw, going to get taken off the board. So they do not want that sustain to be available for the Overlords. The Overlords can still offer sustain, though. There is 2 characters that could absolutely... Yeah, two team healers. Listen, no, going to be none of them. Kronos, he rewinds, and he can heal, actually. Kronos can heal himself.
I would have loved to have seen the Camazots on either Paul or Xing this game, just because I know how well both these guys can play it. But it's going to be the Kronos pickup for the Overlords, and there's a little bit of flexibility with this option, especially with the new passive that Kronos has received. Will now gain more power as the game goes on, and well, the last game was 34 minutes long. It's going to give him 50-something power. When that's going to scale with Arata Tahuti going towards the late stages, it's going to start hitting pretty hard. The Tubby Turkeys, they're going to lock in Serket and Kepri to round out their draft. A lot of defensive and as well as a lot of aggressive options. I love when players pick up the Serket, but Serket into Geb is not the best of matchups.
And a lot of bugs.
A lot of bugs.
Serket and Capri. A lot of bugs. Well, I mean, the big thing, though, is that Glazy can go on to that Geb, able to go ahead and bring it down, as our production is gratefully reminding me that Scorpions aren't bugs. Everybody thinks of Scorpions as a bug. I'm going to call it a bug. I'm aware they're not technically a bug. Thank you very much, NA Production. Am I right? And we're going to go ahead and go into the game now as we're looking over everything. It actually is going to be a Risky Ace piloting that Kronos. So it's going to be the mid lane Carnunos for the side of the Overlords. And I mean, in all honesty, I think both of these scouts can go to either role and be completely fine. I think that Carnunos functions very well in that mid lane. And I think that the Kronos functions very well in the dual lane, about as well as he would in the mid lane. So no real issues there. Solo or Troll setting up for potentially the awesome gank on that mid lane, but instead just going to go ahead and run back on over to the solo lane and elect away from that right now. Seems as though everybody just kind of wants a bit of a standard start, except for Glazy, who could look for a little bit of spice on the Kukulin in that solo lane. Nope, just gonna farm it out. Everything gonna be kept at the bog standard.
One thing to talk about with the Kukulin pickup, since nobody's really seen this god yet, is he doesn't need the blue buff. In fact, his passive does not require any mana. Instead, he builds up rage. Once he hits that threshold of, I believe it's 85%, he'll transform into his berserk form. Builds up that rage by hitting abilities that build the rage based off how many targets that you hit with it. So, Solo Troll, not going to be too concerned if he loses his blue buff. Yes, it's the experience, but he's not going to be too hurt from it.
And he can bat stuff and get it. Every auto attack will also gain him a little bit of rage. Granted, it's 1 per auto attack, and he has no cleave autos, so not the most practical way to do it, but it is something. And the blue buff honestly just means HP 5 for this Cuchulainn. And HP 5 is pretty nice, but early on, I don't think it's going to be a big enough impact in that solo lane. Mango and Glazy going to invade onto the blue buff. And I think that the Overlords are going to be fine with this trade out so long as they can find other stuff on the other end. But it doesn't appear as though that's going to be the call. Shane securing his own speed buff instead. It's kind of a waste of an opportunity there for the Overlords to invade on a different side of the map.
Mango rooted out by the ground pound from Solo Troll, but he'll be able to get out of danger. Did juke out the Cobra's Kiss from Glazy. Great heads-up play by him, as in that Berserk form, you can see he is a much bigger target than in his human form. Makes abilities a little bit easier to hit. Glazy once again trying to get something through, but not going to connect that Cobra's Kiss. Beautiful jump from Solo Troll will get him out of danger for the time being.
Right now, everybody, purple buff was finally invaded on the right side. They were the side of Risky Ace and Lefty Syndrome. We're able to go ahead and secure. It's Left Syndrome. It's not Lefty Syndrome. I just realized that. Whoopsie daisy. But they were able to get the purple buff one way or the other. So it's going to be good news for them. Benny Q going to be forced to play on the back foot for right now, which is not something you normally expect going up against a Chronos Geb lane. But it's just him, since Evolve did elect to assist Attila in that mid lane. So kind of give their god that's very, very strong in the end game, but very weak in the early game, a little bit of an extra boost, as Paul doing what he can to try and take down Aquila in this early stages. Wants to poke him down, wants to force him back before he's got enough money to buy that Book of Thoth, since he is elected for the Man Ray build.
There's been a lot of prioritization in the solo lane. Glazy has been consistently peeking his head over into this lane, trying keeping Solo or Troll irrelevant compared to last game. He got that early first, well, not the first blood, but the assist towards the first kill of the game for the team. They're going to make sure to shut down this Cuchulainn, who we haven't really seen a whole lot of, because this is our first time seeing him available. But he's shown to be quite the impressive god. A lot of players really starting to favor this god. As you can see, he was banned out last game and picked up fairly early on this game.
Yeah, and right now he's going to get jumped on top of and get blown up. The Surcat Poison going to be good enough. Mango going to get credited with the kill. Glazy finally going to connect on that Cobra's Kiss. And Solo, he is going to feel it. Drop down for first blood of this matchup. Mango, for the first time since he's, well, for the first time today, granted it's the second game, but for the first time today, Mango will have a lead over his opposition. Going to be put up in a good position. Speaking of, Aquila going to go back and pick up that Book of Thoth. So he is going to have a lot of damage coming his way. Potentially, he just needs a little bit of stacks on it to really start making this item worthwhile. And that's the big thing about the Man Ray build, is that early levels before you can back and get it finished. Yes, it's a lot of power, but you run out of mana so quickly, it's very dangerous. Now he's going to have the power, he's going to have the mana, and he's going to be all right as long as he can start getting it stacked up. I mean, Thoth in the end game, we all know he's an absolute monster. And most importantly, looking at the matchup of the Overlord, he's a very, very safe monster in terms of the damage output at his range in the later stage.
Well, and that's why we saw Evolve sitting around the mid lane so much with him. Hold that. Mango top side, forced into the cloud, will just barely get out of danger. But there's 4 members of the Overlords waiting for his landing. Solo Troll gonna root both of them out, use the ult to slow down Mango, but the push is gonna miss, and that's gonna allow Mango to get out of danger for the time. 3 rotate back to the solo lane to farm up, but Risky Ace picks up a solo kill onto Benny Q.
Risky gonna make it. I mean, that rewind is the most effective 1v1 tool, one of the most effective 1v1 tools in all of Smite. And we didn't watch the fight because there was a bigger fight going on the right side, but my guess is just that Risky Ace got off the perfect rewind and made Benny pay. Benny is an exceptionally aggressive player pretty much all the time, and it looks as though Risky Ace has figured out how to punish it fairly appropriately. Glazy trying to get there in time to punish Risky Ace, and will be able to. Risky, you got nowhere to go. See you later. Glazy able to find his first kill of the game, but a part of the second for the Turkeys.
Feeds down from the previous fight with Benny. Rewind down from the previous fight. No escape tools for Risky Ace. He only has the stun coming out of the time stop, but Unless he can connect on the Glazy, he's just a sitting duck. And Glazy does have beads, so even if he did connect, Glazy pops the beads, continues to chase down. Easy free kill for the Circuit. Back into the solo lane, Mango, 2 levels up on solo troll. 1 just from the farming, and then from the kill that applied earlier. Will now hit level 7 as solo troll, go back to base and get his boots 3 for himself.
Yeah, boots 3 now picked up. So he'll be in a bit of a better situation in terms of clear Mango as well. Just now taking in a level 9, so it is pretty much a true lead there. Risky caught out again. Glazy going to be able to punish him away from that one. No dice right now for the Kronos. Found that solo kill and finds 2 very immediate deaths afterwards. And recognizing their man advantage 5-3, the Turkey is going to dive right on forward. Paul eating a lot of poke over that wall from a kill of a Hun. Again, safe distance, good amount of damage. But all they're going to be able to get out of it is that red buff.
30 stacks on the Book of Thoth for Thoth himself. The one thing to note is he's essentially double stacking with this item. He's getting the stacks for his passes, providing him the penetration, and then the stacks from the Book of Thoth, providing him that little bit of extra power towards himself. Risky Ace going to lose his purple buff to Benny Q, and Risky Ace, aside from the solo kill you mentioned, not having the best of times. Is every single time he's kind of shown his face, Glazy B's just made the rotation over and picked him off.
And I think we'll see a lot more safety coming out of Risky Ace. Not going to elect to take that fight with Benny Q. Not only is he now sitting 2 levels behind Benny Q, but he's also sitting at a point where he has to play around his wards, because Glazy has already shown proclivity towards going towards that left side of the map. So, hey, why not just back up, play safe, not do anything too foolish. Risky Ace going to be left alone. All right, Mango, he's going right after Shing, going to get stunned out, pops the beads entirely out of fear. Shing just did not need to do that. Mango running away now from 2 people, but with the cloud still available, he's not worried about it at all.
That's all Mango wanted. He wanted to see the reaction from Shing. What are you going to do if I Tiger Stun you halfway into your tower? You pop beads? I'm just going to walk away. I've got Glazy on my backside to make sure that he can use the Cobra's Kiss in the worst case scenario for themselves. They're both going to get out. Mango stole away the blue buff with the Cudgel over the top. It's going to put him at a 2-level lead over Solo Troll yet again. Not having quite the game this time on this Kukulin.
Yeah, as of right now, Solo, I mean, he's had no luck going his way. Had a lot of success with that Erlong, but prioritizing the Kukulin, not going over so well for him, as you mentioned. 2 levels back. I mean, it's the first game we've seen him, but I am wondering about how this character functions versus other people. Shing could potentially be in a lot of trouble. Aquila not going to connect on that ultimate. Thought Shing would go left. Shing goes right. It happens. The ultimate from Thoth is going to miss. Shing going to be able to hold on to his life for now.
Kill of the Hun. Going to dash away from the Bramble Blast from Paul. But poor little Benny Q forced to use the beads. Rewind from Risky Ace. Gonna juke out the time stop. Evolves on the way. Ready to help out his team as Benny Q jumps in aggressively. The Rising Dawn thrown onto Risky and left Syndrome. And that's going to allow Benny Q to get out of danger, but hold the thought. Lazy B trying to see if he can get something to happen, but I don't think he realized that Shing is staring straight at him.
Yeah, Glazy doesn't see Shing, so Glazy is just like, I'm going to get him. Shing's like, no, you're not. Shing ready to go in if the need should arise. Benny's still sitting at very low health, but knows he's got 2 members lurking around in the jungle, still willing to take this fight aggressively. Glazy also standing directly on top of a ward, so at the bare minimum, they know that he's there, and looks as though that's enough for Risky and Left to say, nope, we're not going to try our luck right now. No reason to take a fight that we will, at the end of the day, probably both lose our lives for.
It's just been all in favor of Tubby Turkeys. They've been the pacemakers for this game, where last time it was the Overlords setting the pace for how they want this match to go. They want to take this somewhat slow, allow Paul to get online, but this game, they've just been on the back burner. They've been unable to really make anything for themselves. Sure, Risky Ace got the solo kill for his team, but outside of that, they haven't been able to turn anything in their favor.
As of right now, 2,000 gold, about 3,000 experience. The Turkeys, it's not the biggest lead. It's not like it's unfightable for the Overlords, but it is all going in their favor. Fortunately for the Overlords, they do currently have the Kronos, so they can count on that towards the later stages, as well as Carnunos and the Nemesis, but unfortunately, looking at the other side, it's not like their late game composition is bad. It's just that, I mean, Thoth is really where you're looking at towards the later stages. Serket's fine. Hui will also be very strong, as most hunters are, but it's going to be primarily about that Thoth. And if he can erase one priority target in a team fight before it even gets going, it's over. I mean, the game might be over. And Risky Ace, I think he recognizes that. Going to go for an item we don't see a whole lot anymore. Warlock Sash, going to get picked up. Going to try and boost up his health bar a little bit just to make sure that Thoth can't one-shot him quite so easily.
I'm looking at this Warlock as the anti-Serket item. Her ultimate only deals true damage, making sure that he won't die from the poison. But at the same time, it's a double-edged sword because Glazy's passive deals with percent of their HP. The more HP you build, sure, you don't die to the last breath, but you might die to the in-hand ensuing after. It's going to be a very difficult match for Risky Ace. He's 2 levels down. He'll be able to stack up somewhat, but it's going to take a long time for those stacks to come online, for those stacks to really be relevant. All the while, Lazy B just going to get stronger as time goes on. Solo Troll taking quite a bit of poke from Mango. Forced to run back to his tower, but at the left side, Gold Fury getting very low. Lazy forced to jump over the top. Akila's gonna fire out the final judgment. Gonna claim the Gold Fury for the Tubby Turkeys and the full retreat as well.
Yeah, everybody gonna be able to get out of there because Risky Ace elects to evolve instead of continuing to block the path. Mango solos out Solo Troll. That Wukong very, very far ahead. Turnipro is gonna get popped by the Overlords because right now it's a huge advantage for the Turkeys. Going back towards Risky Ace, in that team fight, he could have at least gotten 1 kill for his team if he just stuck around, but instead elects to retreat away from it, popping that rewind. And unfortunately for him, it's gonna, I mean, that's really the problem with Warlock Sash. That's why we haven't seen the item get picked up very much. It takes a very long time to stack it, and it's really, unlike, you know, talking about Book of Thoth is going to be useful for stacks when you, because, I mean, Aquila needed the mana, but usually you won't need it that much. Transcendence, you don't need stacks that much. Do more. You need very few stacks to make it cost effective. Warlock Sash, if you don't have it fully stacked, you're in for a very, very bad time. It just isn't worth it until so late in the life cycle of this item that it's very, very tough to kind of pick up just every single game. Risky Ace having enough confidence, but it might be unwarranted as the Portal Demon gonna get dropped in favor of the Turkeys. As now that 2K gold lead has become 4,500 and 4,500 experience also to be in favor of the Turkeys.
I was hoping that that was going to be a third item kin size coming out from Benny Q, but instead will be the Executioner. And instead of the Iqbal going against the standard Hunter, he's opted for the Silver Branch Bow, which is just the magical equivalent of it. You strip their magic power and gain a little bit of physical power yourself. Gonna make boxing that much more effective for himself, as he does have quite a bit of penetration built up with his item progression. He's gonna hit hard, doesn't need to hit super fast, but it's going to be very difficult for Risky Ace to deal with it, especially in these early boxing matches. If he misses his abilities, there's no way that he's going to be able to fight against Benny Q.
Risky Ace can't fight against Benny Q. At this point, he really just outright cannot do it unless everything goes in his favor in the team fight. And even at that, Benny Q just needs one good bounce. It's tough, and it's, I think, too big of a risk for him to really warrant taking at this stage of the game. No reason to, especially because Turkey's already got their lead. Do not let them fall even, or do not let them get even further ahead. 38 stacks right now for the Warlock Sash. That's something we're going to have to watch pretty much this entire game. Tier 1 tower in the Soul Slide is something that the Turkeys are watching. They might be able to get it. Solo is going to charge forward, looking for the aggression, but Mango, he's just going to hop up into the cloud and make everything Solo did completely pointless.
Got out both ultimates from both forms. Unable to continue the aggression to Solo or Troll. Just going to be forced to stick around the wave. Mango's going to go back to base. Took a little more poke than he wanted to, but over on the speed buff side, beautiful blink from Left Syndrome. Going to get him away from the damage of Lazy and Evolve. Save him for the time being, but that's 40 IQ Overlord's big initiation taken off the table.
Their only initiation, really. I mean, Solo's too far behind at this point to properly initiate any fight. Even though he is still sitting a level up on Glazy, he's going to get blown up instantly if he tries anything in these team fights right now. So you're looking entirely on Left Syndrome, and without the Blake, it's going to be very, very tough for him. But on the bright side, I at least don't think the Overlords are looking to start any fights. They're just looking to pick off anybody that steps out of line. And the Turkeys this game have been doing a very good job of making sure that they don't do that.
See, the Rangda's Mask picked up one more time by Evolve, but this game has kind of been a little bit of a snooze fest for these players. You can see 0-0-0 on this Khepri, 0-0-0 on the Thaw. No kills really happening around either of these two players. They're making that Rangda's Mask just an MP5 mask for all intents and purposes. Not going to do too much for him now, but as the fights start building up, he'll be able to get himself a few stacks towards his name. Group up in the mid lane from both teams. Mango on the backside, trying to deter damage away from his team, but they're going to meet up near the speed buff and see if they can find some kind of pick.
Now, right now, Aquila just going to throw some shots over the wall, do a little bit of poke damage because why not? Just for fun, pop an open player damage. Aquila currently sitting around that middle of the pack. Not really too shocking that Mango is sitting above and beyond, given the fact that he is in a head solo laner, and we all know what a head solo laners like to do. They like to farm damage because that's the way that things goes. Benny Q, he is going to be in some trouble here. Xing has made the rotation, but unable to so far claim the life. Risky is too far away to properly assist, and Benny Q is going to get out of trouble. Does have to burn his bees, does have to burn his ultimate, but at the end of the day, he's still alive, and that's what matters more than anything else.
Can't say the same for Xing or Risky. Three members meet through. Tiger stun onto Risky. Force out the beat. Final judgment just a little too short. Left Syndrome blink over the wall. Cataclysm onto Evolve. But both the members are going to be able to get out of danger. Mango makes it to the cloud. Stunned out by the evade and punish. Kill the Hun going to make sure to get his support out of danger. But they're also low standing behind the wall. Aquila going to force all the members of the Overlords to go back to base.
Ooh, Aquila almost able to connect on that stun. The leap comes up just in time. And actually, Final Judgment hit Xing. Xing popped his shield. And kind of came out at net even. Lefty Syndrome, though, can't say the same thing about his shield. He's brought down low. He's brought down to 0. Mango able to finish him off. Risky Ace running away. Turkeys going to find themselves the Gold Fury as they're going to be up 5-1 over the Overlords. It is so far very, very different game from game number 1. The Turkeys, again, this was a team that just barely missed out on NASBL relegations, almost able to unseat a mighty Storm. But for right now, it does look as though the Turkeys are having some more issues here. So, they're proving themselves right now that, hey, look, game number 1, it was a misstep from us. We played around it poorly. Game number 2, this is why we almost made it. We almost had a shot at making the SBL, and they want to have that chance again next split very, very badly. And I would not be shocked, honestly, if this is a team that can find themselves in that top 2 contention.
It's just been the pace of the game. It's all been in favor of Tubby Turkey. They got the first kill over in the solo lane. They made sure to shut down Solo or Troll, who was the leading factor for them in the early stages of the game. They've just been prioritizing him every single time. Glazy stuck around the solo lane all early game until they both hit level 5. Then he was able to just walk away, do what he wanted. Didn't have to worry about it. Solo Troll has been an essential non-factor for his team, and that's what the help has been. Benny Q gonna get blinked on by Left Syndrome, but gonna use the beats against the Cataclysm. Aegis on the Bramble Blast, and Aquila the Huns made the rotation, charge out the Final Judgment, but not gonna like to fire it off for the time being. They're gonna get both relics from Benny Q, but he's gonna get away with his life.
And that's kind of what matters. So it does put a target on Benny Q's back. It's also gonna put in on Chile, on Ansile. I don't remember what this item's actually supposed to be called because it's been ever since I've seen it. Gonna get picked up, and this is gonna benefit him because it will let him silence if he gets hit by magical damage. So if Risky Ace takes a boxing match up close, he's gonna be able to negate it. But oh no, it's a Blink Cataclysm. That's why it is there. Aquila the Hun, he's in the mid lane, and he is almost going to fall here, but Glazy has made the rotation inwards, and now Aquila going to be able to get out thanks to the support play from his jungler.
Glazy has been on point, getting his team out of danger this game. You saw it there. Aquila the Hun, super low, missed the Final Judgment, but the jump over the wall from Glazy and the blink was enough to make sure to get his mid laner out of danger. And that's why there's 5 kills on their side and only 1 on the side of the Overlords, just because of the beautiful support play coming out from all members of the team. This Tubby Turkey squad, they've been around for a little while. and they've well adapted to each other's playstyles and the trust that they've built up. You noticed in most of these fights, Evolve, I don't even think I've seen Evolve throw out the Scarab's Blessing once this game.
Yeah, Evolve, he hasn't had to. He almost had to on the left side, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's just been easy sailing for the Turkeys up to this point in time. And in terms of, I want to go back to the I think it's on Chile is what it's supposed to be. I don't know if you remember, but
yeah, it's on Chile.
This is just an item that we so rarely see, but it's a good pickup going up against the Overlords because thinking about it, the Geb is really going to be the one that ends up getting hurt by this Blink Cataclysm. And I don't know if the CC immunity will last long enough to kind of counteract the silence. I don't know why I just completely blinked on what that was called, but I don't know if that'll last long enough to do that. But hey, it might be worthwhile if it ends up doing it. It might just get the shockwave. Either way, Benny Q could get some value out of this one. And if there's one thing that we know about Benny, Solo going to fall for the third time in the right hand side doing gank. He's not afraid to be different. And right now, the Chile is very, very different.
Left Syndrome going to get stunned out by the ricochet from Benny. But I love the option that Left Syndrome has taken. He's picked up this Emperor's Armor. They're on the back foot. It's a very cost-efficient item for what it provides. This is a very tower dive heavy team, so he's going to make sure that his towers can deal out damage faster. Lazy and Mango both knocked up by the Shockwave, trying to get away from Xing, who's being so aggressive. Wild Hunt onto Just Evolve. Benny Q's going to pick up Risky Ace with the help of a Kill of the Hun. The damage dealer is finally going to make their face known to the front. A Kill of the Hun shot over the wall, not going to connect onto anybody. Xing and Paul both forced to run away. Tier 2 tower too low, and it will fall. 1,500 more gold to the Tubby Turkeys, and the retreat from them pick up the blue buff as well.
It was finally going to happen. The Overlords almost had a kill, and then Scarab's Blessing. Nothing is going the way of the Overlords this game. Tier 2 tower falls. Only one ends up falling there. It is Risky Ace, who should know, have that Warlock stash fully stacked, but still, I mean, at this point, it's just not making enough of a difference. He is currently sitting at the highest level on his team, despite being tied for the most deaths. In fact, almost the only deaths on the team. Left Syndrome has fallen once as well. It is just not, I mean, I don't know any other way to put it. The Overlords, they just haven't been able to get the ball rolling this game to nearly the same extent. Paul, again, been left entirely alone throughout the course of the match, but he's so far behind at this point in time. When you look at player damage, 12,000 being dealt out currently by a Kill of the Hun. Paul not having nearly the same level of success, sitting at 7,000. He just hasn't been able to get a good team fight off. And that is the problem with these mid lane hunters, is that when you look at mid lane mages, you can get those big burst damage ultimates, you can get those big burst damage abilities. Mid lane hunters kind of need a more sustained team fight, and the Turkeys are making sure that team fights that last longer end up going more in their favor with things like the Capriole and the Wukong ult.
I love both items the item picked up twice on the side of the Tubby Turkeys, the Wing Blade. Item you don't see a whole lot of, but when you're playing against the Nemesis, whether you have escapes or not, nobody wants to deal with the immense amount of slows that come out from this goddess. Both support and jungle pick this one up. You're going to get the extra movement speed. Also, very important, the crowd control reduction and build up 20%. With the Portal Demon taken down by the Turkeys, the Fire Giant short to follow after no one on the side of the Overlords even remotely close to the area to sniff that one out. But with the sound cue, they'll know that it's been dropped, and Xing needs to go back because he's the only one on this side of the map.
And right now, they're going to look to siege down this mid lane tier 2 tower. The Turkeys, I don't see anything standing in their way. Benny-Q going to be able to find it, and now marching towards, they're going to go right for that mid lane Phoenix. Potentially, they could go for the left side tier 2, play it a little bit safer, but hey, as of right now, they have no reason to play safe. Mango going to dive right on top of Solo. Going to get pushed away as well, rooted in place, but it doesn't matter that much. Mango is eating more damage than he's dishing out, but the rest of his team is securing a tier 2 tower all the while.
This is what you want from your solo laner. He's so far ahead. He's so tanky at this stage. He can just sit here and tank the damage from 2, even 3 members, as you see Paul making the rotation and allowing his team to pick up the objectives on the opposite side of the map. Ricochet from Benny Q not going to connect. Mango sitting about half HP after all said and done, but is going to be able to heal up just a little bit for himself. Put out a little bit of poke. Now the middle Phoenix is going to be the target of aggression, getting chunked down very quickly with this Fire Giant buff. Blink Cataclysm from Lefty Syndrome, knocked up by Solo or Troll. Killer charging that. Oh, gonna connect onto Xing, but not take down any members. All 5 sitting fairly low for the IQ, aside from Risky, but the Suns have been dropped. Glazy jumps in. Glazy grabs Risky, throws him into the back. Phoenix finally gonna fall, and Risky ace with the ricochet. Gonna be able to be taken down by Benny Q.
And 2 members have fallen. The Turkeys going to continue forward on their rampage. Right side Phoenix going to get taken out as well. Titan exposed on 2 fronts. Could make it 3. They still got 30 seconds before either member is available for the Overlords. So, hey, let's just go right for it. The decoy gets popped to tank up the Phoenix, as well as do some damage on that back end of the fight. Xing being brought down very, very low, but just going to have to run away. 3 Phoenixes now have fallen in favor of the Turkeys. The double bounce and the good night for Solo or Troll.
Killer the Hun gonna claim his life. Titan half HP. Nothing for the members of the Overlords to do. Left Syndrome has spawned, but it's not gonna be enough. Xing taken down. Evolve with the Scarab's Blessing to live just a little longer, but you can't say the same for the Titan. In a very low kill game, only 11-2, the Titan will fall to the Tubby Turkeys.
More methodically paced ends up being much more in favor of the Turkeys. I brought up last time that it looked like the Overlords were having some issues with their objective play. They just weren't able to find that same level of objective play where they had all these skills, but at the end of the day, they didn't really secure that much apart from a couple Gold Furies. This game around entirely objective based, the Turkeys able to kind of put on a masterclass for the Overlords, as I mean, just from the very get-go, Mango and Glazy had Solo's number, and then from then on out, it was just the slow unravel of the Overlords team comp.
It's just been the pace. That's all that these games have been today, is who sets the pace for the matchup. We do have the standings, however, for our first round of games. You saw that the 40 IQ Overlords split down the middle with the Tubby Turkeys. But on the top side of the bracket at the moment is Monkey Business. They 2-0 trust, gaining themselves 3 points moving into the next set of games. And speaking of the next set, we're going to cut to a quick break, get our matches lined up, get everybody ready to go, and we'll be back with our second round of the day.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome to the second set of the day. We've kicked out J-Mac, and we brought in this weird British person. I am Verbalosting, going to be taking his spot for the rest of the day. Alongside me will still be D-Syncs.
Yep, I'm the last NA standing, temporarily anyways. Paul, not going to have access to his Hebo yet again, going to be banned out. There seems to be a lot of focus on Paul's Hebo at this point in time, just not letting him have that comfort pick as we are following the Overlords for the rest of today. Pretty much, and now over to them. Cirquet was a huge part of their last set that they played against the monkey, against not the boys of monkey business, against the side of the turkeys, the other animals, and they're going to go ahead and take it away. Monkey business as well, going to ban out the hell. So they've been doing their research on Paul, making sure that they know what characters he has a proclivity towards, and they're going to take them out of there. And Thoth as well. Honestly, if you showed me these bans, I would think that this was game number 3 of the Overlords taking on the turkeys, but instead game number 1 of this this match against a new batch of animals, monkey business, another incumbent team, and they're going to favor the Kukolian again.
Yeah, the Kukulin going to be quite nice. You know, he has a lot of potential if played right, but he can often have that weird pacing issue, right? Where you go in, all right, I'm ready to go. My rage isn't above 75. No. And then you don't get the rage when you want it, and then things go out of control. A lot of the key elements to playing Kukulin properly, apart from your standard solo lane mechanics, is managing your rage effectively to get above that 85 threshold. So we'll see how well that actually is used here. I imagine that's going on bruh, because Ravan and Osiris are going to be squaring off against them. As we have seen recently in other scenes, double warrior right now is extremely effective.
Yeah, I mean, every meta becomes a tank meta if you wait long enough. Smite. Every meta has eventually become a tank meta. This meta is no different. Robin, the first of the warriors to find his way into the jungle. Soul, and another warrior that's found a lot of favor in that jungle position recently. Sun Wukong going to be the next 2 selections for Monkey Business. Now back over to the Overlords. And I was going to say they're probably going to go for the mid lane pickup. We saw Risky Ace play it last game. It will be the Chrono selection coming in here. Completely a flex pick. I honestly would not be surprised if this ended up in the mid lane for Paul in the slightest. I think that is a very realistic possibility.
Yeah, if Paul nabs that, that's going to be super handy, especially right now, the 3-man synergy between jungle, solo, and mid, if all those 3 gods for Overlords right now are going in those areas, that gives them so much survivability because, of course, Osiris, Ravan, super tanky, Kronos can just rewind out of any situation he bloody well pleases. So keeping that in mind, Monkey Business will have to draft smartly with a good amount of lockdown and possibly a silence or 2 to burn beads off of Paul quickly. We are going to be seeing, though, Terra ban first from Monkey Business. They're going to decide their second. It's going to be the Ganesh ban, actually. That, you would think, would be a pretty good god for dealing with a Kronos, Osiris, and Ravan.
I would think that it's just a good god to pick up in general, but I'm guessing they've got a different plan left. He doesn't care, though. He's going to play the Ged that he's been playing all day long. Back over to Monkey Business. They still need their support, and they need... it's going to be the Athena Viper. Going back into that support role, should note that as well. He kind of bounces between support and mid lane, but has been finding much more success on a personal level in that support role. So he's going to pick up the Athena here, kind of a classic god, one of the gods that he's always performed well on. And Hui going to be the next selection for Monkey Business. So they're going to go for the god of bouncing to deal with either Paul or Risky Ace on that Chronos. It's going to depend. Could be picking his lane matchup here. Instead, we get rid of J-Mac. It's going to be the thing that he's been asking for. The mid lane Camazotz. Going to get picked up for Paul. He's been playing it in Smite Central. So, hey, I mean, why not pick it up here? He's got practice on it.
Wait, you said Paul, right? I didn't mishear that.
Yeah. Not Paul.
So, mid Camazotz?
Yeah. Midazotz or whatever. I don't know. There's probably no catchy way to really say that one, but it
Midazotz. I actually like that. Midazotz. Let's go with that. That's really nice.
We'll stick with the Midazotz, as it will indeed be Paul playing the bat here. And not super surprising. I mean, we already knew the jungle. We already knew the solo lane. So it's going to have to be that mid lane Camazotz. That's what J-Mac was asking for. And in all honesty, I like the idea behind it, because when you think about it, Camazotz is a mage. He does a lot of ability damage.
Sort of.
He has very low mobility, really, apart from the ultimate's a pretty decent mobility. He's got very low otherwise. And he really is just only brings damage. Yes, he also has sustain, but it's all self-sustain, and sometimes it can be tough to manage that. So Camazotz is basically a mage. The only thing that he's missing is kind of that big AoE, which is the exact same thing that the Overlords were missing in their last set in that second game. And I think that lack of AoE really ended up hurting them.
Solo, bruh, has to be under the effects of the shell immediately to try and keep himself alive, but that doesn't have block stacks, it's only a shield. And because of that, he's already taken an astounding amount of damage, having to try and heal himself back up, and immediately set upon by the 1-2 punch of IQ Overlords. Left and Solo and Troll so close to killing him. But as the counter-attack, bruh is so close to already going berserk this early on. If IQ Overlords mess this up, that could have backfired, but they play it smart and move away.
And speed buff invade as they have pressure in that mid lane as well. They're going to be able to pick it up. Paul going to be the recipient of that one. So they're going to go ahead and give it to the bat, even though he is actually not playing the jungle right now. Viper also meeting a lot of damage. Viper could fall here very, very early on. Paul diving right in, not going to be able to find it. The Bracer just barely going to keep him alive. Shing, he might not be quite so fortunate. Alpha left completely alone. The tower does most of the work, but Alpha gets all the glory. First blood for the Monkey Boys.
And first blood going onto this particular soul is especially crucial because the build is going to be very important going off that tiny trinket. Is he going to try and build the trinket first or something? Oh, maybe we'll see him go help out Fishy Flakes, who's under a decent bit of attack himself. Trying to win away here down to just under a quarter HP. He needs to get out here as fast as he can. His dash is so close to actually being able to use. He needs to level up first. He doesn't actually have access to it quite yet. Fishy Flakes is still juking. Uses the slow. There's a really good attempt by Bro to actually body block, and it might actually end up being successful, but Fishy Flakes won't immediately retreat. Instead, gonna help out Bro, taking the fire elementals, but more importantly, how is he even still alive right now?
I mean, at the end of the day, the Spirit Flail missed, and he gets to walk away. In these early game brawls, especially between tankier characters, or naturally tankier characters, as Bud Pop bounces.
Chronos getting soloed early on is not a great situation for him, because Risk, of course, Chronos relies on the late game aggression, and he needs to get there as fast as he can. You get delayed in that pretty heavily if you get soloed.
Yeah, I mean, again, second game in a row, Risky Ace going for this Chronos, and not having the best of times in these early game stages. The Overlords right now sitting down 2-0, and honestly think that this is a team that needs a team comp that needs to get ahead early on because of that mid lane Kamazots. Again, no AoE, but Kamazots will always just kill people as long as he's at that right stage, as long as he's ahead, as long as that is an option for him. Kamazots is relevant, but once he starts to fall behind, characters that only bring damage are a tough sell in Smite just in general, because of the fact when they're behind, they are the most useless characters. Smite, I mean, if you only have damage, you don't have any. He has a slow. That's it. So, I mean, where's Paul going to go from here? He's going to have to hope that the rest of his team can kind of start picking it up. Fortunately, he personally is not very far behind at all right now.
Yeah, and to add on to that there, Sings, one of the big advantages with the Kamazots is he can sustain for days and spike his power if he plays somewhat conservatively. Between the pools that can be littered around the map, being able to hit the jungle buffs with your vampires to spike your damage up a little bit, he can keep himself in shape for a long duration without having to go back to base. So he can try and help out a bit more frequently due to his increased uptime. And now we did see a little bit of a mini skirmish around the right side of the map here at the Fire Giant, or specifically the Fire Elementals, but in the end, 40 IQ Overlord's going to get the better end of both the mid-Harpies and the Fire Elementals themselves.
Yeah, they're going to be able to go ahead, pick that up, get themselves a... I mean, they've been able to farm pretty well, actually, taking a look at the grass. They are sitting down 1,000 gold along with 2,000 experience, which... not super shocking, giving the kills going in favor of them right now, especially since Solo Troll actually just now taking into level 5. All this fighting, I mean, they've been able to control neutral objectives, but in the ways it's not gone over so well. Blink in from Left Syndrome. Big fight going on right now. 3 caught in 3 different ultimates. Fishy Flakes forced up into the sky. Bruh forced down low. Alpha has made the rotation, though. He's making all the world a difference. Not enough, though. Paul finds Bruh.
And meanwhile, Solo Troll is going to get taken out by Fishy Flakes. 1-for-1 trade so far in the fight, but Elpido is going to get put down like a dog to the 3-man firepower of 40 IQ Overlords. Make that a 2-for-1, and now that's especially important because 40 IQ Overlords can grab their own jungle camps in peace and maybe do a little bit of damage to the tier 1 in solo.
And the blue buff going to get dropped down. in their own blue buff anyways. It's going to get dropped down in favor, but all the while, actually, Fishy Flakes and Bud Pop doing the correct thing, I think, going right for the Oracles. They're going to be able to get it, so hey, at least they found something off the back of it. At the end of the day, 2-for-1 trade, kill-wise in favor of the Overlords, and in terms of overall net gain, still in favor of them as well. But again, Monkey Business having the right idea, going directly for those neutral objectives.
Yeah, grab those where you can. Don't try and fight where you don't necessarily need to, and especially don't fight when two of your guys are half wounded to basically half health. Even with Bracer, that can be a bit of a risky proposition. And to be fair, Challenger, as a scene in general, from what I understand these days, is a place where the riskier plays are done more frequently, if I'm not mistaken, right, Sinks?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of, you have some of these players that have bigger chips on their shoulders. I mean, you look at a name like Viper, you look at a name like Elpa, Left, Paul, or Shing. These are players that have been kind of floating around the scene for a long time, but they have not made it. Bruh, he's not going to make it out either. Solo or Troll going to be able to find the solo kill. Bruh, going to get dropped down, and now this Osiris is starting to get the ball rolling.
But you were talking about the whole idea about egos. Do you think maybe this many... Oh, actually, scratch that mid lane here. We're going to see even more fighting. Elpadog dropped down to critical HP. Going to use the Sunstrike as a primarily zoning measure. Just get off of me, panic button. More than an accurate marksman strike. Fishy Flake's going to be the only real tanky member up and available to duel in the mid lane here for Monkey Business. So Monkey Business will have to back off, and that gives 40 IQ Overlords a little bit of room to maybe punish Bud Pop for getting very aggressive here, far up in the duo lane.
Yeah, Bud Pop, I mean, fortunately, it's just a Geb. It's just a Geb and just a Kronos. It's not going to matter that much. They're just going to go ahead and clear it out. But what I was saying is that basically there's just a bigger chip on their shoulders. It's not necessarily an ego thing. It's more just that they feel as though they have more to prove. Solo, he's got a whole lot to prove right now that he can make it out of there right now. Will be able to just barely duck out unless Bruh can catch up. No, the slow should be good enough to make sure that Solo is going to live. Bruh, just going to go ahead and proxy farm this next wave.
Those slows are the most agonizing. I mean, anyone who's played Smite for a good while can vouch for this. You're chasing someone. You're so close. You can taste it. Why does it feel like I'm moving through custard? What is this? No, he's running away. Please come back. And especially with what? Yeah, custard's a non-Newtonian fluid. It makes you move slower.
I mean...
Solo, Osiris in general is one of the worst suspects when it comes to slows, because not only can he slow you, he can speed himself up and aggravate the slow with the Spirit Flail.
I mean, is custard like the British equivalent to molasses then? Because then, you know...
What's molasses?
Out here, it's like this really... I'm not actually entirely sure as to what exactly it is, but it's a... Yeah, it's as production, as the EU production is jumping in, actually, so it's not a British thing. You guys do have molasses. Yeah. It's just like a black sugary liquid. And it's very thick, and we always say slow as molasses out here in North America, because molasses runs pretty slow. This game not running very slow right now. Lefty Syndrome definitely not being slowed down at all. He might be dropped right into the grave at this point in time, able to juke out the ricochet, but he's in a bad way, and he will fall. Fishy Flakes credited with his second kill.
But meanwhile, Bat out of hell can pull strike gold. Yes, he will. He's going to kill off Elpadog, get himself a bit of HP, but immediately is taken out by the Sun Guardian himself. Bud Pop comes the first kill there for Monkey Business, or second kill of the fight, I should say. But Monkey Business going to try and get Viper out safely. Fishy Flakes again on Guardian duty for the Guardian. But Fishy Flakes brought down critically low due to the 1-2 punch. Almost ends up dying. Monkey Business, though, have an equally tankier composition than 40 IQ Overlords, so both teams are getting out of situations they probably have no business actually leaving alive.
I mean, right now, Monkey Business more so than 40 IQ, though, because 40 IQ just hasn't been able to finish off so many kills in this game. That's the 6th time already we've seen somebody leave with, you know, one ability away from death, just unable to connect on those very few abilities in these team fights. Really, mechanics currently hurting Overlords more than anything else right now, where they just can't finish anything off at this point in time. All in the mid lane, gonna be poking it out a little bit, actually poking out a lot. I mean, the Vampire Badge just hurt so bad, even on Viper, who, granted, not the tankiest that he will be right now, but still, just in general, those bats are going to swing throughout as long as Paul can keep even, with right now sitting at level 10. He's in a 4-way tie for second highest level in the game, but Bud Pop is the one who's currently really running away with it at level 12.
Yeah, Bug Pop being level 12 does confer a couple of key advantages. Primarily, if he can keep soloing Risky Ace, that's going to mean that duo lane is going to be a big priority for 40 IQ Overlords to actually try and defend, because that's going to get pushed down quickly by just Bug Pop alone. And on top of that, once he starts swinging around to help in fights, that's going to be fantastic for Monkey Business. Speaking of fantastic things for them, though, here, D-Syncs, Portal Demon under threat.
Yeah, Portal Demon under threat, and it's going to go down. There's no hope for them to stop it. And meanwhile, the Gold Fury is getting done, which will be a bigger win for the Overlords if they can find it. But guess who's here? It's the big man himself, Bud Pop, able to go ahead and not find the Gold Fury, but a kill will almost undoubtedly fall in their favor. Risky Ace going to try and run away, but sorry, buddy, you're just not fast enough. Barely. Ooh, man, I thought that bounce was going to hit. I really thought that bounce was going to hit, but instead he'll be able to walk away with his life. So, yeah, right now,
look
underneath. Wow, this is a big fight going on right now between Bruh and Solo or Troll. And Bruh, he picked the wrong man to mess with. Barely going to be able to jump away from that one, but he's not going to get out of here. It's just,
yeah, Bruh's going to be hit with the tethers. Maybe.
There
we go. Yeah, Osiris is... Shout out to the spam taunt. Osiris is one of those gods where if you get stuck with him in a 1-versus-1 situation and you do not have the authoritative advantage, you are guaranteed dead. Speaking of guaranteed dead, that will be Viper if he's not careful. Risky does, of course, have the rewind, as we're seeing. Gonna buy him a little bit of room to escape, get his HP back, and now go on the offensive. Left, mate.
Oh, man.
How many times has he whiffed Gebolts now?
That's
considering
3.
last set as well? That's 3. All right. 3 on the counter. I have a feeling... Left Syndrome not having the hot day on support today.
Oh, man. Yep, that was...
what can be said? Wow, we have it on film.
We have it on film 3 times. It's not as bad. It's not as bad. It is progression kind of pointing out. NAL.
Left side, Risky Ace. Oh, dear. That's actually... I gotta say, D-Syncs. What happens now if Risky Ace is falling this far behind? A Kronos in general needs to get ahead. He is 3 levels under the carry, and he's only just got a Book of Thoth.
I mean, it's... So at least Book of Thoth is going to give him a little bit. Alpha Dog maybe won't be able to say quite the same thing. The shell, the health being provided, is going to keep him alive just barely, and he's going to be able to run away. Shing, all of a sudden, he's the one that finds himself in trouble. Geb Shield is going to keep him alive for just a little bit longer there as well. And meanwhile, the speed buff being fought over, and Bruh going to be the one to claim the speed buff. Solo still trying to fight it out, but maybe, just maybe, going too far. Does still have Lord of the Afterlife, but might not even be able to get it off. Going to finally pop it, but it's not over a wall. In danger? No. Left Syndrome and Paul Beam, there's enough of this way. In terms of Book of Thoth, the stacks don't matter that much on the item. You don't get that much power. It's not make or break for them. The really unfortunate thing is just the total number of items. The fact that there's a full item between Bud Pop and Risky Ace, as well as one of those items being the Devourer's Gauntlet. He's going to be able to sack that up because Bud Pop has been completely unchallenged throughout the course of this game. Risky Ace, I hate to say it because I like the character, stop picking Kronos because it's just not working out for you. It has yet to work out for him, and really, it so far seems to be a bigger bane for his team than anything.
I really like seeing Cronoses that are played well, but you can only play him so well. It requires building a team around him in a specific way, that of course being a lot of peel, because a Kronos of course has the rewind, has the accelerate, but those aren't, say, a jump that's up frequently. You're going to need things like a Geb, which is a good start, but then the front line needs to be able to actually get ahead and be dominant. And so far, 40 IQ Overlords' front line between Shing, Solo, or Troll and Left Syndrome has been okay, but they haven't been dominant. Monkey Business right now has been able to assert their pressure a little bit more, and Paul getting a little bit in too deep. Does have Left Syndrome available to protect him with a Geb Shield, should it be required, but nope. Bat Out of Hell going to be used instead.
Yeah, Bat Out of Hell has to get burned there, and I mean, I just think that right now the Overlord's drafts are lacking a little bit. I don't think this is good. I think that there's too little AoE damage. Especially looking at the size of the Overlords, how tanky they are, and how much just kind of innate sustain. That Geb is going to connect, looking right at Alpha Dog. Going to try and bring him down, but Paul wasn't close enough to follow it up. Instead, Left Syndrome is the one getting burned down. Solo or Troll trying to get him out. Fishy Flakes, though, going to find one. Shing will be able to kill Alpha in the meantime. Solo still very, very low, but it's going to be Fishy Flakes able to bring him down. Bracefer was doing, keeping him alive for just a moment, but Paul will be able to find it. Bruh doesn't want to give it up. Bud Pop not going to give up the 1v1 in the left side. He will find that kill. Paul also going to fall Shing, the last man standing, and he will be the only one left alive after a bloodbath. 6 dead total, 4 on the Overlords, 2 on Monkey Business. Monkey Business win the fight. They win the tier 1.
Monkey Business also played that fight. Oh, actually, Shing. Is he going to get out of here? You already burned the overhead kick. He's gone. That's an unofficial deicide. But that fight specifically there, Sinks, I really appreciate the way Monkey Business handled that. They kept their cool, more specifically. 40 IQ Lords went for the counterattack. They dove in, used a couple of their ultimates, including both Lord of the Afterlife and the Mystic Rush, right? But Monkey Business, specifically Viper and Bruh, just moved back a little bit. They did abilities here and there, but they didn't immediately engage under the tower. Yeah, they lost 2 people in that fight, but because they had the extra CC and the damage of Kukulkan available, they could move right back in and then clean up and get the tower as well, just from being a little bit patient.
Here's the #1 thing. The only person that the Overlords can feasibly kill right now is Elpa. Is this mid lane Soul. Elpa is going to be the target because Elpa is the one that's not insanely far ahead like Bud Pop and not just super duper tanky like everybody else is. So they invest everything into Elpa. The problem is that all of their abilities, again, almost entirely single target. Almost entirely single target based. The Overlords keep drafting a lot of single target damage, and it's just not paying off for them. Yes, Elpa has 3 deaths, but how many deaths does Bud Pop, Fishy Flakes have? They have 1 between the 2 of them. They've got 8 kills. Those should be your priority targets in theory, but you kind of have to pick one person who just commit to them all out. And now, hitting that level 12 mark, Elpa will have both relics available. It's going to be that much harder to bring him down. And if Elpa is able to live through any of these team fights, then the Overlords are in for a very bad time. Holy Demon going to get dropped. Viper going in, going to be able to find Thon on the Shing, and the fight is being looked for, but it seems though no luck starting it on the side of Monkey Business.
I feel like Bruh's name is also the appropriate reaction to when you look at his player damage. We're talking about Elpa Dog quite a fair bit, but the Kukulkan right now, 12,000 damage, and has had very, very good levels of control in these fights. Kukulkan is a scary monster, both literally and metaphorically, if you can get in and do work. And because Monkey Business has had a very fortunate early game, now that we're moving towards the late game, you know, we're 17 minutes and a half in, he is able to just start running riot all over 40 IQ, and 40 IQ then has to start responding in ways that they may not necessarily feel comfortable doing to deal with him.
It's just been a tremendous damage output going on right now for the side of Monkey Business, and they're going right in for Elpa, gonna pop into his invulnerable state. Solo moving forward, Paul moving forward as well, gonna try and dive on the Elpa in the backline, but the Sanctuary gets popped. Paul now might have just put himself in a bad situation. Gonna be okay for right now. Solo gonna get dropped. Elpa running away. Lefty can't get away, and that's gonna be 3 dead in favor of Monkey Business. They're gonna take down 3 members. They're gonna take down the tier 2, and just like that, the game now, I mean, it already was, but even more so, Monkey Business have broken this exceptionally wide open, and I don't know how the Overlords are gonna be able to hold against this push.
Overlords are going to have a bit of a hard time holding here. They've only got 2 guys up, and both of them are very squishy gods. Although, Revive... Oh, no! The rewind was almost getting him out, but IQ Overlords are going to concede that, you know. How could they have really gotten through? They were about to lose their main carry. So with that, Monkey Business take the first game.
All right, as we're going to be jumping into the post game here, Monkey Business were able to take a decisive game #1 over the Overlords. Again, a significantly better draft and excellent play coming out from 2 members, specifically Fishy Flakes and Bud Pop, both seemingly unkillable. And right now, looking at it, Elpa does end up finishing almost top damage, but Bruh, again, despite getting focused out so early on in the game, still sitting 14,000 damage. Recovered very well. Solar Troll, despite being behind, was able to fight into him, but it doesn't end up mattering.
So, Sinks, with that, we should probably take a small break, get the next game set up as soon as possible. We're back, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Well, the music has changed a lot, you know. These artists nowadays, they ain't got no unity. you know, we had more love amongst each other when we were doing our stuff. You know, nowadays it's like, they always say, where there's plenty money, there's muck, you know. And there's a lot of money in the business nowadays, and the artists them is fighting against each other. There's absolutely no unity, and that's not a good thing.
Welcome back, everyone. Time for the second game of the set. Monkey Business currently presiding 1-0 up over 40 IQ Overlords.
Yeah, Overlords just, again, drafting issues coming into play in that last matchup. Monkey Business will be sitting with a 1-0 advantage. The incumbents trying to really shut down Overlords. If they can find a 2-0 here, it will be a big deal, putting them at 6 points. I think that actually guarantees them a spot into the next round, or into the next split in general. So this might be curtains for the Overlords, or not curtains, but damn near it, depending on how well the side of the Turkeys can do. Osiris and Hebo, though, not going to be available this game around again. People are just sticking to their guns. Ban away Hebo from Paul. I mean, so far it's worked out okay. And Osiris, Robin, both of them going to be taken off the board by the team that actually picked both of them in the last match.
Yeah, being able to try and lock those respective gods out if you can is going to be super handy, because those two gods specifically have such great synergy when it comes to diving and peeling because of their respective abilities and the way they actually fuse together. You know, damage reduction, shielding, rooting, slowing. It is just next level obnoxious. So I completely empathize with why 40 IQ Overlords opts to get both of those gods out of here immediately.
Yeah, nobody wants to play against either one of them. But the Wukong, he was a big problem last time around. He will be picked up here. Monkey Business going to take to Kukulian themselves. Again, bruh, he was an absolute terror on this god last time. Kukulin, I cannot say this god's name, and I fully
that name is the
that.
worst. Most of the Celtic gods have names that are just the actual
Kukulin.
worst. I've got to empathize with you here, D-Syncs. But
Kukulin.
Soul will be good pumped through, though.
Soul, she's going to make it through. I have no issues pronouncing that name, so that's always a good thing. As she's going to get picked up here. Again, Elpa had a good game for himself last time around, was the only one that the Overlords could kill. So, hey, they killed Elpa a whole bunch. No real shocker there. And the Overlords, I want to see them pick a mage. I want to see them pick a mage that can hit more than one person at a time. I think that that is what the Overlords need to do. Thoth, he can hit a whole lot of people, and he can do a whole lot of damage. He's going to be the selection here for the Overlords. No real shocker there. Thoth, I think that if you're going to go away from that strategy, Thoth is the way to go. Carnunos also going to get selected here for Risky Ace, finally going away from that Kronos as well. This draft already looking much better for the Overlord.
The Kurnos plus Toth going to bring a lot of long-range firepower, but with the Odin lock-in, Toth and Kurnos just got a little bit concerned. They are going to have to be very reliant now upon Ghost Walk. Whatever form that may come in, and whatever item or relic, they just need the Ghost Walk idea on them at some point. Because if they can't get out of that cage, 40 IQ Overlord is going to have a very, very painful mid-game.
Yeah, and I mean, Odin, first time we've seen him picked up before the second round of banning Hunbat, Surket, both of them taken up. Huyi is going to be banned away as well. Don't want to go ahead and give that one back to Bud Pop. Bud Pop looked very, very good. Terra also going to get banned away here. We haven't really seen a whole lot of Terra, but she has been getting banned a decent amount because, hey, nobody wants to deal with that ultimate at the end of the day. Still a very prominent character, does a pretty good amount of damage as well. Fafnir, well, if you're looking for damage, the little dragon dwarf has got it in spades. He's going to be the next selection for Monkey Business.
Yeah, grabbing the Fafnir. Now, is this going to be a regular Fafnir, or is this going to be the face punch Fafnir we saw in Southeast Asia a couple days ago? I don't know. I hope it's the face punch. That one's fun. But yeah, the regular is going to be significantly more effective, especially going up against a Ganesh and a Fenrir, two characters who can spike their own and their team's damage up by a huge amount.
Yeah, and those two characters are going to be, Fenrir, he's going to play fetch. It'd be simple enough. That's always the role of Fenrir. He plays fetch, he picks up somebody, brings them towards your mage shoots them in the face. Cupid, he's going to make this team comp actually very difficult, more so than the Odin. That Fields of Love is going to wreak havoc upon the Overlord. Thoth, Carnunos, Fenrir, it's going to be a terror.
I thought this Cupid was actually going to be, I thought Soul was going to be going on to Elpadog, but as we load in here, looks like it is going to be actually on Bud Pop. So Elpadog going to be rocking the Cupid mid, and Bud Pop going to be taking Soul into the solo. Are we doing last season now? Is this what we're doing?
Nah, it's Q-mid. Q-mid. You know? Guess Cupid mid. I'm better at that than I am at pronouncing the Soul and Celtic gods names. So we're just going to go ahead. Elpa piloting, I actually kind of like this. It's going to put Cupid into the fray a little bit here. It's going to let him be more direct. I mean, Fenrir just can't go on him, basically. As long as he feels a lever up, Fenrir cannot go on top of Elpa. That being said, I don't know how this will do in terms of wave push, because I think that with the Ganesh there, especially Paul, might actually have the advantage here in terms of early game lane clear, and that might be a really bad look for them, because that's kind of the only level. Never mind, Paul just didn't move up and try and shoot the minion wave when he had the extra damage from Lefty Syndrome's one. So never mind, everything I was about to say was irrelevant. Hey, early game push goes in favor of the Monkey Boys.
Side note, I'm not sure if that was caught on the camera, but shout out to Xing for the hot double stun onto Bro and Fishy, causing him to actually back off of Solo or Tro and give him a little bit of space. Sometimes those hard CCs can cause you to flinch a little bit and go, oh, okay, I'm sorry about that, I'm gonna leave. That kind of mind game and the threat of taking a heavy amount of damage is sometimes enough to cause people to rout anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, no matter what, it's the threat. It's always going to be that constant threat. And Fenrir in these early stages of the game, that Brutalize is going to completely shred through almost every single health bar on the board. And I mean, nobody wants to fight against Shane right now. And nobody wants to lose the Oracles this early on either, but that is going to have to be the case for the Overlords, as Monkey Business are going to find that one in the soul lane. Bruh, he's going to feel the wrath of that Fenrir Brutalize, and he just can't get away from it. Shane able to claim the first blood of the game. No shocker there that the dog is going to help out the monkey, and the animals will run lead.
But keeping that in mind, yes, Bro gets taken out, but a Kukulkan is one of the gods in the game that can still make a good comeback if he gets a good engage with Rage available. But Paul now is going to be one who might actually be heading to Hades himself, going to use the Aegis, but the bird bomb over the wall results in the death of the mid laner.
I mean, Paul's actually going to Osiris because Thoth is an Egyptian god. Osiris is the god.
Oh my god, you utter nerd!
No. Okay, I'm getting corrected right now by our production, and I'm just gonna go ahead and throw out there that Anubis is, yes, technically, but the god that oversees the afterlife is the combination actually of Osiris and Thoth. Those are the two that rule over that domain. Anubis is technically a death god, but it's Osiris is the one that runs over it.
I appreciate lore time here, those things, but looks like Fishy Flakes is going to be caught inside of the jaws of Fenrir. Needs to be a little bit wary. Xing needs to go for some kind of engagement himself because he's down a half, so instead he's not going to take that option and he's going to move outwards.
I need to refocus on this game because right now I just want to get in an argument with the people that chat can't hear. Nobody else can hear but us. We can't do that right now, but what can happen, Xing takes a trip back over to the soul lane, but it looks like this one's just for farming. I thought that was actually going to be another potential kill onto Bruh, but instead, Xing just not going to be able to do it, though Xing might end up being the one in some trouble. 3 members rotating towards that side of the map for Monkey Business, but they're going to decide against it. Instead, go back towards that mid lane and just keep farming up. It's Fishy Flakes. He's hit level 5, and currently Lefty Syndrome, level 3. He's sitting at the lowest in the game. I don't know how he got so far behind.
Yeah, it can often end up happening if you have that bad of a start. But, you know, things are starting to look decently up for him. You know, things are quieting down now in terms of action. People are going back to farming. It was a very intense start, but things are going to look up and up the further we get in because both teams have decent early game potential. A lot more for Monkey than 40 IQ, but 40 IQ isn't necessarily out of it either. If Paul can hit a couple of clutch stuns here or there, sinks, if Xing is able to get a really good fetch via the Ragnarok, I wouldn't say either team is necessarily going to be fully put down until, like, mid-late.
No, absolutely not, especially when you have a character like Thoth who can, you were bringing up the stuns. I mean, if Thoth just one-shots you, then what's it going to matter at the end of the day? And with the Fenrir there, it's not that hard of an ability to set up for themselves. But again, the big issue is going to be on that Cupid. Alpha, with that huge AoE cripple, is going to shut down so much of what this Overlord's team comp is all about. Ragnarok, fortunately, will not be shut down by it, but you typically look to set up the Ragnarok with a jump stun. So it's going to be a little bit difficult, and I'm interested to kind of see how the Overlords are going to play around this Cupid. I think the obvious answer is to try and shut down Elpa like they were attempting to do last game, but they didn't really shut him down as much as they just kind of got off some kills as we're going into a quick pause here. And, I mean, I really do think that at the end of the day, Elpa is going to be kind of the crux of this game.
The crux, though, with a caveat, Sinks. because Elpadog's going to be massively helpful in team fights, but specific matchup-wise, Cupid can be followed up by a Fenrir. But speaking of Fenrir, over on the right-hand side here, Bruh going to get brought under tower, has to try and move away, pops the ultimate to give himself a bit of room, Pop has the rage available, but Shing gonna douse any hopes of escape by jumping right on top of him. Second kill for 40 IQ.
Who needs to play fetch when you can just jump on top of them? Shing showing that he can get it done without that much assistance there. Solo is doing a good job at kind of poking him down, but we've seen Bruh in this exact same situation before. He's sitting down one level, was down, or no, actually, sorry, it was reversed last game, but Bruh had such a huge impact on the team fights where even though he was dying a whole lot in those 1v1 engagements, in those 2v1 engagements, mid lane right now, Solo actually making the rotation, and it looks as though the call is indeed to go on to Alpha, popping up into that cloud form though, doesn't need to worry about a cripple. Solo or Troll going to be able to find that one instantly. Lefty Syndrome looking at Fishy Flakes as well, and Fishy is going to be able to jump out of there. Bruh has made the rotation as well, going to get knocked up though, unable to have any further impact on this fight.
And with that, IQ able to get a kill and back off. They're playing it smart. We were talking last game about the idea of teams maybe getting a little sloppy, you know, the ego that, you know, this, that, and a third. But teams are legitimately getting a lot better these days at just reining it in. Sometimes a lot of pride can end up happening in these fights. You want to beat the other guy and then meme about it on Twitter or in chat or whatever. But if you can just then move it back, play safe, and then take the W in the game, that's all that matters. And we're seeing it here. IQ takes a kill, move back. They've got a couple of veterans on the team, so you fully expect it, but that can still be a thing. But on the right side, though, Shing, speak of the veteran himself, drops the Bruh in Berserk form. Bruh, though, under threat of actually being eliminated by Solo or Troll here if he's not careful.
Yeah, he is probably going to die. Probably. Ooh, the minions the damage actually doing so much good. The minions. It doesn't matter, though. Boss there. Paul. There you go. He had to hit one shot. He hit one shot. Paul, he did not miss his chance to flow. Bruh, gonna go to the respawn timer. After a nice little 2v1 play there. Solo Troll, though, he got a little too greedy, and Fishy Flake's gonna make sure that he pays for his crimes. As, I mean, one more wave. We've seen it kill people all day today, and it's gonna claim Solo or Troll as well. Unable to resist that temptation of that next wave. Also, not a whole lot of board coverage there right now. Fishy Flakes, he's brought down low. Shing, unable to fully finish him off, though, as Fishy Flakes will just be able to walk away.
Neat little interaction there to note. We saw that Shing was actually able to go through the cage while brutalizing. That's something that he can absolutely take advantage of if Fishy Flakes doesn't jump out of the cage, if he, say, just walked in to initiate it first. And that could potentially really harm Monkey when they actually go into later game team fights, purely because that doesn't mean Shing has to burn the first jump to get out of there. He can keep it and use it for the stun if he wants to. Like we'll see here, he'll jump in on top of Viper, but that will force Draconic Corruption from Viper. But can he get anything off of this, though, is the question.
Lefty, though, he might actually end up being the one who's in trouble. No, it's Viper. Doggy plays fetch, and Viper goes down. Paul, the benefactor of the aggression coming out from Shing there. Nice turnaround play from both teams. Honestly, Monkey Business was the one on the back foot. Then they turned on the aggression, but unfortunately, they forgot about the big dog coming out from Shing. So they were unable to get away from there. Speaking of getting away, Alpha, he's not getting out of there either. Solar Troll makes the rotation, and Alpha just has no mana to dash away.
Yeah, that lack of mana can sometimes be a very bad issue. Cupid is a very heavily ability-based, so of course he's going to burn through a good bit of mana. Even with the ability to regenerate his mana via his teammates picking up hearts, you often can end up going out of mana at moments where you don't necessarily expect it. Out of mana state sneaks up on you. It's kind of insidious in that way if you're not careful.
Well, that's why the Transcendence is going to matter. Playing that mage style of Cupid, which I expect Alpha to do, not build... I don't expect Elba to build like a traditional hunter here. I'm fully expecting kind of the mage Cupid of a lot of power, a lot of pen. Playing that style, though, you need the Transcendence because otherwise you are going to burn through your mana a lot quicker than if you were in that dual lane, kind of able to just duke it out with the auto attacks. In that mid lane, the abilities are going to matter much more. And unfortunately for Alpha, it is that kind of cost him his life there. But he'll have that Transcendence done relatively soon, taking a look over at gold in hand. He is actually only at 500, so it's going to be a little bit a ways from him still, but hopefully not too much longer for Alpha, because otherwise he might run into that same issue again.
Yeah, the mana is going to be quite handy for him, but the mana's not going to help him if the fights end up lasting so short that the extra mana doesn't really help out. Of course, the power definitely going to be welcome, but 40 IQ is more having to worry about keeping their guys safe from dives. Monkey Business have a great squad for diving between the Odin, the Kukulkan, and the Dragon form Fafnir. I doubt Fafnir really wants to go in dwarf form unless he wants to try and go for the Draconic Corruption in the middle of the enemy, of course.
Yeah.
But 40 IQ might have to worry more about trying to keep Paul and Risky Ace safe from dives than their actual damage outputs necessarily.
Yeah, but I mean, over on the side of the Overlords, it's not too shabby of a dive comp themselves. They've got the Wukong and they've got the Fenrir, and Fenrir can dive in and pull somebody away from the rest of his team. And that has come in handy a couple of times now for Xing. Xing really getting the mileage out of this character that he hasn't gotten in the past 2 games. He definitely got it in game number 1 on that Nemesis, but in the past 2 games, he just hasn't looked as strong. The Fenrir, though, back to basics, the main idea of Fenrir will never be that complicated. We've seen subs come in and play this god like Wolfie 2032 in the Challenger circuit to a relatively high level of a relatively good level of just, hey, I did my job. And right now, bruh might be the one who gets hurt by that job. Solo fighting it out with him, but Xing missing the jump. That was unfortunate.
Yeah, whiffing that jump, that's one of the biggest and best things you need to consistently hit with the Fenrir is the Unchained. If you've got the runes, it stuns, and that stun could be super potent when you've also then got a Sun Wukong who can follow with a knock-up or a stun, probably a knock-up because of the lack of diminishing returns. And missing that can completely shut down an engagement, especially on a god who has Salmon Leap available to dash away, or to jump away rather, with relative ease.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, I guess that Xing was expecting to jump in just because of where he ended up missing that, but either way, it's going to be no dice for Xing, and over on the left side, it's going to be no dice for Monkey Business as the Overlords do end up securing the Oracle Harpies entirely for their own. We're going to go ahead and just farm down this creep wave, and right now, I mean, Risky Ace has actually been fighting against Bud Pop a fair amount and really been able to put Bud Pop kind of on that back foot. This just looks like a much more comfortable. This just looks so much better for Risky Ace than the Kronos has been, where it's just allowing him to play very aggressive and not get completely and entirely demolished for his decisions.
Yeah, having that freedom to get more aggressive is definitely welcome, especially when you're going to be running a god like Odin. That specific style of god benefits and being able to go gung-ho as many times as he wants without being too frequently punished. So, bearing that in mind, let's see how much that's affected the relics. We're seeing, of course, the obligatory Phantom Veil from the support, specifically Left Syndrome. We're not seeing anything else extra, even though the majority of 40 IQ can't safely get out of that cage. Risky Ace and Paul would both need a Phantom Veil. Solo Ultra will have to burn his ultimate to get out, and Xing, of course, does have the jump available alongside Left Syndrome. Speaking of the dash, I'm going to use the dash to try and pick up Viper, and now it's going to be actually Fishy Flakes who gets picked up, back into the tower, pops the cage to keep majority of 40 IQ pinned in, but the Phantom Veil going to keep them relatively safe. Viper somehow getting out with an inch of health alive. Elpadog still got an inch himself until Risky Ace coming around for the gank attempt.
Risky Ace not going to connect, though, onto that Bramble. Will connect onto the Wild Hunt, and Elpa gonna fall, bruh. Moving forward now, looking to try and do whatever he can, but he's kind of picked the wrong fight entirely here. Bruh, still going to keep pushing onwards, going to try and find 1 kill out of it. Risky Ace forced to pop his beads, but bruh, forced to pop the rest of his health bar. Solo looking for it and should be able to find it. No, he's going to dive right onto the very, very back. Viper will be the next one to fall, bruh. Could still get dropped here. No, bruh, just barely gonna make it out alive, but they do still find, at the end of the day, 2 kills in that engagement, as Solo is going to finally fall.
There wasn't too many directions that Solo Ultra could have gone in because he hesitated for a bit too long there. A couple of times he was going left, right, left, right, left, right, trying to figure out what to do. We'll see, actually. There were moments where he was going left and left, right by the tower, behind it, I should say. He could have gone right and maybe joined it with the team. It would have been risky, but he could have done it. But instead he goes left, and there were so many less options for him to actually path through. He would have gone way around Monkey's actual fight line, their battle line next to the tower. He would have gone all the way around left, past the red buff camp, they could have just walked up to him then and there, versus going to the right. He maybe would have been able to actually group up with his team because the exit to the lane's right there, but Bruh is going to have to find an exit here so he doesn't get taken out here by Xing. Xing, this is pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, bro was dead there. No hope for him to get out, being left at just 2 auto attacks. But on the left side, might have about enough time for the Gold Fury. It's still sitting pretty healthy. 2 members hovering around here, but Paul does have that final judgment available to him. Viper gonna get stunned out as well. Looks as though that the call is not going to be to dive onto the Gold Fury, but with the Fields of Love being dropped down, the call is to dive on the lefty. Syndrome left. He's not sitting in a good way. Fishy Flake's going to be able to find that kill, but the cage just barely off the mark. Solo or Troll, he cannot get out of there in time. He's going to fall now, and one by one, they go marching in, and Risky Ace could be the next to fall because of just this single death march that right now the Overlords are having, but it seems that the call is to back away and try for this Gold Fury.
Gold Fury is going to be extremely preferential for Monkey Business if they get it, because of course they are behind on Golden XP, not by a massive amount, but still they are behind, and they don't want to let 40 IQ grab it for themselves and get even further ahead, or at least extend the lead to a point where they would need to be concerned. You know, with 15 minutes in, 1,000 XP, 700 gold, basically nothing at this point.
No,
but grabbing the Gold Fury is definitely going to make things worse. Oh, Elper Dog! So close to dying. Paul, with a red buff no less, unable to kill him. He is furious right now.
Oh man, that was a moment longer. All he has to do is to charge it for a moment longer, but Fishy Flakes gets silenced and dashed away.
Syndrome.
Left Syndrome. I don't care who gets the kill. I'm happy it's not Ganesh because I like seeing Ganesh with him.
That was a fantastic use of
play.
remove obstacles. Popping him right into the air just as Paul wanted to dash away. I love that stuff.
That was a perfect play coming out from Left Syndrome, showing up, hitting the silence, and then going ahead and hitting the hook and toss. It just, at the end of the day, it was just perfect support play coming out from Left Syndrome. A veteran support player, we would expect something of similar sorts. Gold Fury being looked at right now. Viper, the only one really close enough by to properly contest it, but it looks as though the call is for fight more than Gold Fury. And Viper, well, he might be the one who realizes how bad of a call that might be for him. No, gonna make it out for just now, but Bud Pop, all of a sudden the attention shifts to him. Xing not willing to let his boy go, and Bud Pop gonna get dropped solo. We're gonna be able to find Elpa on the back end of things, as Elpa was trying to get out safely behind his tier 2 tower, but he wasn't safe enough.
40 IQ having good success all around the map now. 40 IQ going to be looking for a Gold Fury to increase their success. Wild Time going to be used to keep Bruh back from diving into the wounded support and carry for 40 IQ. Viper, meanwhile, now he's the wounded support for Monkey, being chased around by Xing. There's fighting at 3 separate areas around his jungle. Bruh, 2 versus 1ing. Xing going to try and kill off Viper with the help of his teammates, but Solar War Troll, meanwhile, back at here, is going to eliminate Bruh. Monkey Business is just completely collapsing right now.
Yeah, they have no answer in these team fights. They're just splitting up the team fights, but it's ending up favoring the Overlords more so than them, as they just can't beat. Oh no, Fishy Flakes just jumped in, trying to steal away the Gold Fury, and we salute you. Paul finds himself on a killing spree, 3-1 right now, having much more success on the Thoth this game than he did in previous matches. So for the mid lane, actually, Paul's looked pretty good throughout most of today. Honestly, if I'm being entirely fair to him, I wouldn't say the losses were kind of entirely on him. Again, I would blame drafting more than anything else. But overall, Paul proving that his trip to the console scene has not worn away his ability to play this game in the slightest, finding all the success that he needs to find right now, helping his team out, and swapping on over to player damage, sitting at second, only just barely behind the solo laner. But we know there's fake damage in there, so effectively, Thoth #1.
Fake damage is really deceptive. I absolutely hate it, things. You know, you think, oh, okay, the solo laner's done quite well. Then you got to mentally deduct a bit of the fake damage. And it more comes down to then, how effective can the solo laner be in being a giant, obnoxious entity?
I mean, Bro's got 5 deaths, is kind of the #1 thing, though, is that solo or troll. Yes, I'm saying fake damage more as a joke, because I like playing Thoth and I like playing mid lane a lot. But Bro's got 5 deaths. A lot of the damage that Solar Troll has been doing, honestly, has been very, very effective. 5, 3, and 4 being a part of 9 of the 16 kills. Solar Troll, though, just as I was praising him, Caster's Curse, he is caught out in a very bad situation here, but still alive because he's just so tanky. The thorns are also being popped, and the fight turns around instantaneously. Wild Hunt gets dropped down, one gets turned into a 4. The shot does not connect onto an important enough target, but Fishy Flake, doesn't matter, he's going to get dropped down anyway. Shing finally going to get shut down, Alpha going to get erased, and now, just like that, 4v3, and currently vastly in favor of the Overlord.
Overlords now in a great position to try and clean up. Monkey Business, for the meantime, have to retreat back to base. They are simply too wounded to really do anything. Although Teleport is going to be used to get Bro back in the fight, or at least to be a presence to keep 40 IQ from just rolling around or rolling over the tier 1 in the mid.
Yeah, there's not really anything the Overlords can get off the back of that. Again, I will bring up objective play. Seems to be a little lacking from this team. They're able to win the fights, but really beyond that, they haven't been able to get much more. Looking at the graphs, 5,000 gold, almost 8,000 experience at this point. So they are still getting a lot, but they've been winning all these fights so handily. I honestly would maybe expect something a little bit more. There's 1 tower down across the entirety of the map. Monkey Business have only lost 1 tower up to this point. It's definitely, there's so much gold available to the Overlords. They just have to find a way to break it open and start getting that in favor of themselves.
But that tower advantage can very quickly erode if you're not careful. You know, we're 20 minutes in. Tower deaths, there is only 1 in the match. Most of the damage has been mostly on the players right now, and occasionally the objectives. But even the objective play has been fairly quiet. Only 1 Gold Fury has been taken this entire game.
And right now it is going to be just kind of skirmishing. Solar Troll, he's lurking around on the side here, looking to try and set something up. Fishy Flakes, though, he's the one that makes the decision that it's go time. And now Solo jumping on top of Alpha, doing a lot of damage to the Phantom. Going to be able to get both players that were second the cage out of there. And it seems, though, so far, it's just a lot of fighting with really nothing gained. Oh! Alpha is gone off the map. Paul raises him. Bruh might be the next one taken away. Paul's got 2 to his name, and now everybody has to run away, but the Overlords are stomping in this engagement. All of a sudden, 1 big shot from Paul changes the landscape of everything.
And with Monkey Business, 3 men down, 40 IQ is just rolling through them. Fishy Flakes has to retreat, but Paul immediately dashes through and cleans it up nice and quickly. Monkey Business now, they might be a risk at losing a Phoenix if 40 IQ is able to run straight through Tier 1 and Tier 2 in a quick enough fashion, but they're somewhat wounded, so they may not be able to do that. They may instead, they'd like to clear out the jungle.
I mean, Deicide, that was an official Deicide that they just got. The Fire Giant is wide open, and hey, if you're having trouble taking towers, why not just pick something up that'll make it that much easier? Fire Giant getting started up, and it will get burned down very, very quickly. Alpha, the only one currently near enough to even have a thought about it, but still not nearly close enough. Fire Giant going in favor of them, and now that gold lead is jumped up to 7,500, 13k experience, and with no level 20s on the board, it's all a true lead for the 40 IQ Overlords. And right now they're showing a never say die attitude. They do not want to go down to Monkey Business. They do not want to lose out on their hope of getting into the NACC in the fall split.
Yeah, 40 IQ, of course, are going up against Monkey Business, who are the incumbents right now. And of course, this is the run back. For those of you wondering, why is NA relegations on again? I thought we had that a few weeks ago. This is for access to the next split of Challenger Cup. So 40 IQ right now really need to get this quick win so they can try and build up to where they can. But as the Gold Fury is going to be taken here, 40 IQ laying the groundwork to take that win nice and quickly. I mean, to be fair, they are 23-7. Let's not beat around the bush here, D6. But still, taking the little bits here and there to keep it even stronger flooring to go for the win.
I mean, they needed towers at this point. Every other objective, I think, doesn't matter. I mean, it matters for them because it'll get them further ahead. But those are the areas that they've been fighting over decently well. They haven't been necessarily getting the objectives after the fact, but they have been fighting over the area as well. The towers are what they need right now, and that's what they got in favor of them. Phantom going to get popped in response to that Odin cage. And now Paul charging up the ultimate, maybe potentially just going to go right for it on that side. No, instead going to let them away from it. Viper going to go ahead and have the Sona Gaia pop. So he's got that CC immunity. One auto attack doing so much damage to Alpha right now, who's forced on that back end. Can't really get anything going. Bruh going to get tossed up, and he is low as well. Bruh, he's going to get dropped by Shing. Solo going to find Bud Pop, and right now Paul, he's actually the one diving in on the back end, and he's going to fall to Viper, but Solo finds two with Elpa getting dropped.
With Elpa not there to provide the ultimate, that's going to be a straight win, I believe, here for 40IQ. The surrender vote goes up from Monkey Business. There's not much they can really do here. Fishy Flakes, only man left standing. He's not going to be able to really do much here. Elpa Dog did provide the ultimate earlier on, but that is decently quick cooldown time. And he's not going to be up for a relevant amount of time to help out with protecting these towers. 40IQ is in a prime position to just mow through every single structure here. Monkey Business can simply sit back and watch and think, how do we take advantage of 40IQ's mistakes? Or they just pray that 40IQ throws. There's not too many options left for them to actually fight back here. They're too far behind.
It's going to take a couple throws. And I just want to shout out, because he got none of the credit in that fight. Risky Ace did about 6,000 damage in that last team fight, just constantly chunking away at absolutely everybody. And Solar Trill did the last hit, 3 people, but Risky Ace on this is what I want to see from this guy. Risky Ace is putting on a clinic right now with this Carnunos, and he looks so much better than he did with the Chronos, and he's just chunking through everybody right now. Sitting at this point, he's got 5 items done, has that short sword going towards potentially a Deathbringer, might even go for the Rage Blade here at this stage of the game, but just nobody is safe from this Carnunos. He is in the end game, and if you thought you had to worry a whole lot about Paul, Risky Ace is just going to sit there and just chunk, 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 chunk. Monkey Business are looking pretty grim, looking like they might have to hope for their next set to really just go in their favor. I mean, if Monkey Business wins out, even if they lose this game, Monkey Business wins their next set, they're in. It's going to be very, very simple for them, but this would just guarantee them the spot in there right now, and that's what they want. But unfortunately, with no towers to their names and only 2 Phoenixes standing between 40IQ and the Titan, it's looking pretty grim.
40IQ are the Reapers of Death here. They just need to put Monkey Business out of their misery at this point. Monkey Business have no real way of coming back unless there is aforementioned throw performed. 40IQ, though, taking a bit of a slow attack. They're going to go back again, not wanting to fight Monkey Business at full strength. They're going to maybe try and bait them into the jungle, perhaps, and go for something. Or they're just going to clean up everything, then maybe pick off 1 or 2 members of Monkey Business that get a little bit too out of position.
Yeah, and right now, mid lane Phoenix seems to be like it might be the next target here. Risky Ace positioning forward very aggressively, no fear in the world at this point, and kind of rightfully so, especially knowing that some people were in the left lane figuring it out. But it looks as though that 40IQ does not want to push too far right now. They want to wait for that Fire Giant and take that one for themselves. Or hey, I'm sure they're all right if the side of Monkey Business wants to go ahead and fight it out beforehand. I mean, I'm sure that they will have no problem with fighting in the neutral territory of the Fire Giant pit and not having to worry about that kind of quote-unquote 6th member of the
40IQ going to be in finally a good position to properly attack. They are going to be grabbing the Fire Giant quickly with no resistance from Monkey Business. Monkey Business, what can they do here? Every single time, there has to be something here to do, but again, all their options are rapidly closing. 40IQ going to be charging through. Solo or Troll actually going to be leading the engagement. Emperor's Arm on the Phoenix going to speed up its rate of fire, but that might actually be enough to actually put back 40IQ away from really wanting to go in, because the sustained damage scales up time after time after time, shot after shot after shot as the shot goes through from Toff. Gonna take a decent bit of help off a Viper of all things. Solo or Tro, meanwhile, down a half. He does have Fire Giant buff, and he still is in possession of the Somersault Cloud. He's probably actually gonna need it right now to get himself out of danger. Intoxicate, actually, there can be the Wild Hunt gonna be used there by Risky. He's gonna kill off Viper. Paul, meanwhile, can sit in the back and just fire away, completely risk-free using the Glyph of Pain. I feel like this might end up being GG finally
Bud Pop gonna be the one running away though for right now. Hope is not lost, but it sure is close to it. Bud Pop doing what he can to fight it out against Solar Troll. The age is gonna buy him a little bit of time, but hey, guess who else is here? It's Paul, and from again that safe distance, he's gonna find himself 2 more kills to his name. The mid lane Phoenix gonna get dropped here. The left side Phoenix could be next, or they could just simply go right to the killing blow, and they will indeed be going for the jugular as the Overlords. All right. That was just that was a little bit of style from Paul. That was all. That was a little bit of style.
That was the final shine on the art piece. That 40 IQ. Did we say anything apart from the numbers? 32 to 8 in kills, 24,000 experience, 20,000 gold with no reduction down below the red part of the graph. Monkey Business had a good game 1, but a horrendous game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that is just 40 IQ. So more than anything else, they got to play their style. They finally got to play their style of that bloodbath, all-out brawl. They picked the gods for it as well, with the Fenrir, with the Kernunos, with the Wukong. Everything favored them in terms of these balls, in terms of these brawls, but Monkey Business just unable to get really anything going. As we jump into the round 2 standings, it does appear as though that the Turkeys were able to successfully 2-0 Trust. So Trust going to get dropped down. They currently have 0 points. The Turkeys with 4, Monkey Business with 4. Those are going to be the next 2 that fight it out in the Overlords. Yeah, Trust, they're out at this point. Trust is eliminated from contention of getting into the CC, which is really unfortunate for them. They could still play spoiler to the 40 IQ Overlords, but they right now, if 40 IQ can 2-0 and the split comes out between Monkey Business and the Turkeys, that would be a 3-way tie. But if 40 IQ splits, then Monkey Business and Turkeys get in. But if Monkey Business or Turkeys win 2-0 and 40 IQ wins 2-0, they can get in. There's a whole bunch of scenarios, but we're going to cut to a brief break. And when we come back, we'll be right back into the mix of things with the third set of the day.
Babe, it's time to get up.
Can't be that time already.
Come on, you know you're going to have a busy day today.
No, I know. I'm gonna get up. But you know, I think it's gonna be a real good morning, y'all. I feel it. Yeah, alarm buzzing, I think it's time that I wake up. Singing in the shower while my girl does her makeup. Kiss on the cheek while I wish her a good day. She handed me my iPod and said, damn, I love you, babe. Popped in my headphones and started my walk. I would've went for a drive, but my whip's in the shop. Look at the clock, 7:45. Looks like I'm running late again. Always trying my luck, but you gotta play to win. I really need one, fighting these demons. Be prepared, life changes like the seasons. I adapt to rap schemes and flash things that I got from music, plus all the problems that cash brings. That's expected when you trying to be great. Just know I give it my all, I know that y'all can relate. I feel the weight, but I just keep pushing. Music is here to help me like a good woman. See, I could never do none of this on my own. Glad that I found a place that I could call home. A comfy bed that I could fall on. Keep dreaming until the day that they come true. Live and learn, enjoy the life that you go through. Never worry, cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up, cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward, cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love, cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, never worry, cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up, cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward, cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love, cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, you know what they say, good things take time. Seems we always in a rush, but never opened our eyes to see things grow. Take things slow, young boy exploring the world and be home before them street lights show. Been on the road since them old days. Kenji serving up rhymes like a buffet. Staying humble because that's how I was raised. Finding ways that was different. That ain't the hard part, it's staying consistent, but damn. Life seems to catch me in a bad place, but I'll wait till my spirit starts to levitate. We reach for the peak, trying to find something new. Finally off of work, time to do what I do. Locked in the stew, relieving all my stress in the booth. Shit never gets old, I just love coming home to you. This love in my heart is something I wanna pass to you. The flame lives on, I'll be here when all else is gone. Yeah, cause fam is real, the bond is still. You know my team keep it vintage like a Coupe de Ville. Feels great that I finally found a place of my own. Kick my feet up, can't do no wrong. As long as I'm home, never worry cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love, cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on, never worry, cause you know that I'm blessed. Keep my head up, cause you know that I'm blessed. Moving forward, cause you know that I'm blessed. Spreading love, cause you know that I'm blessed. No matter the test, you know that I'ma give it my best. Come on.
Everybody, and welcome back to the NACC Relegations. My name is J Mac Tucker, back on the mic. This time with me is Verbalocity, who was with you guys last game. These things taking a step down. We're going to go over the standings for you guys real quick, so that way you can see just how everything has lined up. Trust has forfeit. They're set against the IQ Overlords, which means that they will receive the 2-0, putting them at 5 points. Meaning that if Monkey Business and Tubby Turkey split, then it will be a 3-way tie. But if either Monkey or Tubby Turkeys can get the 2-0 victory, it will be the 40 IQ Overlords and the winning team moving forward. But we are about to get ready into the picks and bans here. Monkey Business and Tubby Turkeys.
With Trust bowing out due to the mathematical impossibility of them coming back in, now my attention here, J-Mac, turns directly to Monkey Business, because they could play play gatekeeper to Tubby Turkeys while also keeping themselves in good standing to try and overtake 40 IQ Lords in this match. Now, Monkey Business is going to start things off with a Soul ban. They do not want Akilla the Hun getting his hands on Soul. He is an extremely competent mid laner. Tubby Turkeys, however, going to go with the Osiris ban. So far, things looking decent for the time being.
It's going to be Terra, the next ban from the side of Monkey Business. Like you said, Soul not wanting to give it over to Akilla, who's been playing it for the most part just about all day and playing it very well. Kukulin taken off the table one more time. He's been a very high priority pick and ban for all of these teams today.
Yeah. It's one of those gods who, if you don't play him well, he is going to drag your team down like he's a black hole. But if he is played extremely well, you've seen the evidence today. We have seen multiple people just go off with Kukulin, especially Bruh. Shoutouts to him. He has been able to do magical things with him because of the sheer amount of damage and presence that he can have in a fight, as long as you can manage the rage correctly. And people are starting to get a lot better at managing that rage. I'm going to see the first set of picks coming through here. J-Mac, Thoth Ravan. It's standard, it's fine. I want to see some spice, though, although I can understand why they want to go for the strong picks.
Well, really the only chance that we had for spice was earlier with the Overlords. They're kind of a little off meta while still sticking to a lot of the standard stuff. You know, Paul is kind of that player you look for with the out there ones. But one of my favorite up-and-coming supports that we have seen as of recent, it's no Plains Galore, it's not the People's Athena, but it will be Athena locked in for the monkey business.
And following up, speaking of tanky people, Hercules going to be making his way in for the first time today. Hercules changes the dynamic a little bit, purely depending of where he's placed. If he goes into the solo, which is the traditional place he ends up going, he can be an obnoxious force of nature, which can interrupt so many abilities and make you extremely uncomfortable. You sometimes will see him in the jungle. He can be exceptionally annoying there. If he can get ahead early on, if he falls behind, that can suck for him. And we can actually see here a couple of jungle bans coming out here from Tubby Turkey specifically. Saket going to be banned out here by Tubby Turkeys. They want to restrict Monkey Business's options because depending on who they send where, if it's a Ravan or the Hercules in the jungle, something like a Saket could make their life a living hell.
And Monkey Business, recognizing that this probably won't be a support Hercules, are going to start taking some of the Guardians off the table. Geb taken away by Monkey Business. Odin, very prominent, and pretty much the we don't want to deal with Hercules kind of god. They're going to take Odin off the table, and Ganesh, the third support, taken off. Really making them dig a little deep, but Khepri still available for the Turkeys. They're going to lock themselves in the Hug Bug.
Khepri. Now that really changes the dynamic for me in terms of these next upcoming picks. Monkey Business may want to consider an execute in the jungle somewhere, either with the Ao Kuang or with a Thanatos at some point. So Erlang Shen going to be done first here for Monkey Business. Their next pick, though, is going to make me super interested what they do.
Erlang Shen. With Wukong locked in, this leaves a lot of flexibility on the side of Monkey Business. This could be a solo Wukong, solo Shen, or solo Athena. This has a lot of flexibility for the side of Monkey Business, though. I'd expect this to be the support Athena. Wukong has shown a large rise in the jungle. We're probably going to see him there. But Agni locked in with so many other mid lane mages available. Monkey Business bringing out this Agni game 1. Tell me a little bit about the thought process with this.
The Agni is a very stable god. You see in so many different places an Agni is always stable. It's only occasionally you'll ever see an Agni really fall behind if he gets focused quite heavily, I think, JMac. You'll often see Agnis use their stuns consistently. He is a god who's been out for a while, right? But of course, Agni still has his downsides. Until he gets to level 5, he is extremely weak, so early jungle pressure can make him a bit vulnerable. But Monkey Business are going to be running the Wukong in the jungle, and he will be a stalwart guardian for Elpadog, so the Agni's weaknesses can be covered as long as they play this sensibly.
It's sort of the 3 protect 1 scenario we've seen so many times amongst the higher level play, where you get 3 gods who can kind of flex to be the front line or the back line for your team to protect the 1 or 2 carries who you really want to get ahead. Typically, we see it with gods lacking a little more mobility, but in this case, you want Agni to get further ahead. You want him to get that damage on line. He actually went with the little bit riskier start of going with his dash as opposed to the Flame Wave.
Yeah, going with the dash gives you significantly higher wave clear. But as a downside, you don't have the safety of using the Flame Wave, and more importantly, if you don't use the dash safely, you put yourself in a world of hurt.
Especially when you're going up against a Khepri. Now, Khepri's only going to have the Rising Dawn early on. You don't have to worry about getting pulled in by his pluck. So there's that upside to it, is what you're fighting against, you're likely not going to have to worry about it. Speed buff invade on the top side by the Turkeys, but you're just going to claim the 2 smalls because of the rotation from the Overlord. But hold that, Elpa going to get stunned out by the evade and punish, and use his dash to get out of danger. With 4 members on the top side for Overlords, Tubby Turkeys, they're just going to back off.
Yeah, they don't want to get too aggressive in the meantime. Both teams understand how precarious their situations are in the standings, so don't throw early on. Evolve, taking a decent bit of damage, though. Needs to be a little bit wary himself. One thing Kepris are extremely vulnerable to is to being focused and burned down early on.
You can see just how scared the Overlords are of this Athena pickup. 3 sets of purification beads, one of them being on Evolve himself. They want... Oh, I'm sorry, I have the wrong name going on my side. It's the Tubby Turkeys are on the right-hand side. I expected it wrong on that, but as you can see, solo lane, bruh, only level 3 compared to his opponents. Mango and Glazy both sitting level 4, and Erlang Shen is kind of the early game aggressor, but at the moment, he's going against Hercules, who has significantly better wave clear.
Yeah, the Hercules is going to have a way better time early on, but the Erlang Shen can bring a superior team fight with a lot more lockdown that the Hercules can bring, and a lot more utility as well, especially with the 9 turns blessing, plus the different things he can get off of his animal transformations as well. So Burr and Fishy Flakes are going to have to keep that in mind in terms of how aggressive they want to get in this solo lane.
A little bit of slapboxing in the solo lane. Fishy going to use his Ox form to get out of danger for the time. And Viper making sure to stay up on the front line with Alpha Dog to be the big initiation for the team. 2 of them gather up. Rising Dawn come out just to clear out the wave. Wave clear advantage will go towards the Khepri Thoth early on. Killa going to get stunned out by Alpha. And Viper just waiting patiently to use that taunt if they so wish to, but going to hold on to it for the time.
Yeah, they don't want to get too greedy with it right now. Getting aggressive early on and having it fail is something that Monkey cannot afford to do. So they'll hold the taunt in reserve and maybe wait for level 5 to where an Agni's power and success gets a lot better once he's able to start generating those meteors.
Oh, Bruh needs to be careful right side. Mango's going to shove him under the tower. Going to get stopped in his turtle form by the root from Glazy, forced to use the taunt just to give himself a little bit of extra HP once that goes back through. But he's going to be able to get out of danger for now and avoid being first-blooded.
Now, that first blood's going to be especially crucial because as we get further and further in without a first blood, the people on every team are going to get a little bit more tense. Something needs to crack here. That first blood bonus is going to be going to someone at some point, but as things stay calm, people may end up getting a bit looser in their play, a bit more lazy. Fishy Flakes here, you can see trying to defend the speed buff is going to end up losing it to Glazy, and the 4-man, basically, rotation of Turkeys. Monkey come around to try and assist, but it's merely a gesture at this point, because Turkeys is just clearing out the jungle.
You know it's going to be an aggressive game when 8 members of the match are around the speed buff at only 4.5 minutes. But they're going to go back to their respective lanes, go back to farming up. Glazy just going to try and get his speed buff, but Viper and the rest of his team not going to let it go so easily. Taunt back in, going to use the overhead kick to get out, but the speed buff was successfully stolen by Monkey Business. Viper going to be able to use his dash to get away.
Now, the dash, I want to address that for a moment here, Jim. I want your opinion on something. Athena's dash, as most people know, can be body blocked quite easily. Turkeys have a lot of gods that have quick ways of getting in front of it or just outright stopping the dash. Do you think that's going to cause Viper to maybe try to initiate just by straight walking up, but risk losing block stacks to auto attacks that would maybe be better used in blocking big hits from, say, Benny Q? Or do you think he's going to risk using the dash to get in first, but potentially have it blocked early and not be in prime position to taunt?
I think that he's going to be using that dash more than anything to initiate. That's typically what we've seen out of most Athenas. It's really difficult to just straight up walk up to this team when you have somebody like a Hercules, a Raven, a Khepri. You want to save that dash to get away, but at the same time, there's such a massive frontline presence that it's going to be so hard to just walk past them.
Speaking of walking past, unfortunately, Turkeys walk right past the surveillance of Monkey Business, actually. Going to be under threat here in the mid lane. Viper going to get abducted, pulled into the Agni pool, but that's a friendly Agni pool, so the stun going to buy Viper just enough room to dash on out of there. Again, no first blood. We're 6 minutes in, both of these teams being extremely evasive.
Left-hand side, Benny Q uses the ultimate on the Bud Pop, try and take him down, but we'll just force out the Aegis Amulet instead. Benny Q sitting a level up compared to Bud Pop for the time being, and looking at the builds, we've seen this kind of come out from a few teams today, mostly Tubby Turkeys. Third, fourth, I guess fourth item in this case, Swiftwing. A third starter item picked up for Benny Q.
Benny Q, though, speaking of Devil, going to be under threat here, left side. He's going to actually really good job juking, but even if somehow he was able to live for any longer, there were 2 more people rotating over. Monkey Business really wanted them dead, just how Turkeys really want bruh dead.
Gonna return the first blood, but giving it over to Bud Pop first is gonna spike his build that much further up. Went back to base, picked up the full Devourer's Gauntlets in tier 2 towards his boots. He's going to start his stacking item that much sooner than Benny Q, who is once again opting for this Transcendence beyond the Swiftwing.
The Swiftwing going to be a good source of protection, but at the same time, of course, it's the Swiftwing. It doesn't provide too much outside of getting out of base, apart from 1 or 2 stats. Viper, though, under going to be caught out here, has to dash away. The last judgment, in fact, is going to completely whiff, just missing out Viper, allowing him to get away. The kickoff around the Gold Fury. Bud Pop able to eliminate Evolve. Evolve going back. And that Rangdar's Mask, you need to be able to stay alive and get successful stacks on that. And right now, Evolve is not able to fulfill that promise to the item.
I'm giving credit for Viper's escape entirely over to Elpa Dog. Bomb stun over the wall stopped 3 members in their tracks, which opened the way for Viper to use their dash to get away from the opposing team. The final judgment missing was unfortunate, but Bud Pop picking up his second kill is even more unfortunate for the Tubby Turkeys, as he now sits just 11 stacks on his Devourer's Gauntlet, but sitting even at the moment now, as he was behind compared to Benny Q.
Yeah, getting those stacks going to be extremely helpful in terms of getting ahead of Benny Q, and that's going to be very important because a Hoyi can potentially dominate a Scaldy if he can get ahead. Scaldy, of course, can bring the pain if you can get the ultimate quicker than the enemy can really get their items online, because, of course, rooting them in place like we're seeing here, Fishy Flake's going to get rooted. There's absolutely nothing he can do. He's going to get rooted. He's being attacked by 2 separate entities, and also one of them is completely immune to damage.
Bomb stun again over the top by Elbadog to try and help them out, but he ends up stunning 2 members around Fishy Flakes, continuing the body block. Nowhere to go. As you mentioned, body blocks are the big key in this game, and aside from the first one where the red buff was unsuccessful for them, they've been doing a pretty good job of holding members down.
But do you think, though, those body blocks could be solved by maybe a Phantom Veil, or do you think that's an unnecessary relic?
I don't think that the Phantom Veil is going to be quite as useful as it may have once been in the past, where it provided the knock-up immunity as well as the crowd control reduction. Viper going to dash in aggressively, 2-man taunt. Glazy going to get stunned out by the bomb over the top from Elpa, but 2 members are going to be able to get out for the time.
Turkey's now not necessarily on the back foot. They are, of course, themselves ahead, but they haven't been able to really push down the Monkeys, and that's what they need. They need to dominate the Monkeys early on to secure themselves the easy first win to get at least 1 point, because the last thing they need is for Monkeys to potentially make the comeback and then put Turkeys in the position in a no-win situation in terms of the standings. So, keeping that in mind, Turkeys do have the composition to do it. They've got a very good mix of early mid to mid-late pressure. But so far, Monkeys have been able to hold on and stop this lead from Turkeys from getting any worse.
Oh, bruh, caught inside his blue buff, forced to use the turtle to get away, but once again, it's gonna be another stolen buff away from the solo laner. Opting their eyes towards the speed buff is Tubby Turkeys, though will be able to secure for themselves. Pin just off the mark, but at the top side, poor Evolve caught in the middle of 3, forced to use his beads. Has to use the Scarab's Blessing. He's going to get popped quick, but the Suns are going to be dropped down, and Bud Pop will claim his 3rd kill of the game.
But Fishy Blade's getting jumped up by the Mystic Rush. Application of the ultimate from Mango, but it's not even needed. Glazy able to pick up the kill himself. Viper now being pursued by 3 members of Team Turkeys. Viper is going to drop there. No way he's getting out. That's a 2-for-1 trade, and the 1's really a 0.5 because it was a support. So, worth abso-bloody-lutely.
Glazy needs to be careful. Elpa and Bud Pop in the realm, but Benny Q's showing face by the purple buff. Glazy's going to get stunned out by Elpa Dog. He's going to continue the aggression onto Bud Pop, making sure that he can try and keep them from getting it out. But Bud Pop will be able to secure his own purple buff with the Ricochet, just nicked it right off the corner.
Those ricochets, there is a lot of skill in them. You know, there is no denying it. Of course, people joke about the RNG, but sometimes the sheer luck of clipping just the end of one geometry here or there can end up with you getting a kill like that. Do you think that a lot of these ricochets, apart from the everyone knows the pre-planned ones around the camps, most hunters that play Hou-Yi a lot have those down to a T. A lot of those shots are just on faith, or do you think it's calculated?
Some of them are calculated, some of them are just hoping that you hit the right portion of the map to get the bounce whichever direction that you need it, but that mostly comes down to when you're trying to secure somebody from stealing it or just trying to get a nice little shot off yourself. It's a little bit of luck, a little bit of calculation with it, and a little bit of luck. Viper needs to be careful, caught out in the middle of two, pulled back by Evolve, final judgment over the top. Viper's so low, forced the shell, but the Mystic Rush is going to take him down.
Mystic Rush being put to heavy use. Glazy's already claimed 2 kills with it in the last 2 minutes, including the ability to use the Mazamuni for the extra protections on top of the mitigations he receives. Ravan is very hard to get unglued from one of your gods once he jumps onto you with a Mystic Rush.
You can really see the high prioritization for Shell in this meta. 3 magic shells picked up from both teams. They want to give themselves as much extra shieldage as possible, gain more based off what your level is, but that extra little bit of HP, we've seen it come into a factor many times. If the Mystic Rush wasn't available, Viper may have gotten out of that with that extra HP.
The extra HP, I mean, it's nice to have, but still, even, let's hypothesize, actually, we don't need to hypothesize about Mango dying here. This is going to be a 4-man gank. I would say attempt, but you don't attempt something if it's successful. We're able to get the kill credit there, but this entire time, Turkeys grab themselves a Gold Fury with no contestation.
Well, when you send 4 members to the solo lane to try and kill a single Hercules, what do you think the other 4 members on the other side are going to do? They're going to take whatever's available to them, pick up the Gold Fury. Monkey Business, however, is able to snag the Portal Demon for themselves, so they're not going to lose out too harshly. When you look at the graphs, it sits about 2,600 in favor of the Turkeys for it. They're going to come out just a little bit on top of that.
I'm a little sad now here, J-Mac, specifically because I was fully expecting Turkeys to try and steamroll, and they are going further and further in, but Monkeys have been able to really hold themselves. I was fully expecting Mango to completely go off, but he's been fairly reined in between the pressure that Bruh's been able to provide and also Mango having to come help put out fires in the mid lane. Turkeys is having a really hard time getting as ahead as they maybe would want to. They are having a really good time in terms of a lead, but it's not a massive lead right now. It's only 4,000.
Well, look at the person who has the most kills for Tubby Turkeys. It's Glazy on the Robin. Yes, Robin is that early mid steamroller that you want, especially when you can get a couple kills for him. But those kills really need to be on players like Aquila the Hunt or Benny Q, who both have assists 2 and 3 to their names respectively. If you can get the kills onto them, it makes fights go a little bit easier, but hold that. Glazy forced to use the Aegis due to the bomb over the wall from Elpa. But the Tubby Turkeys are going to be able to get out as Mango shoves 1, Tiger stunned 5 Fishy Flakes. Bruh continuing the aggression, but the mitigate wounds will be enough for Mango to walk away.
Mitigate wounds is something that I'm going to mention here because I'm taking over Freight, so I mean, of course I have to do this, J-Mac. It's the tradition at this point. Anti-heal is going to be so crucial for keeping mitigate wounds down. And luckily, we are seeing it built here. Divine Ruin specifically being deployed to Elbadog. Right side here and left side. Fights in both lanes. Let's keep on the left side here for the time being. Fishy Flakes are going to completely be blown up by Benny Q and the rest of Turkey's left side. But on the right, we will be seeing at the same time a Erlang Sheng being chased down and Vipers being chased down as well.
Bruh gonna get pulled back, Evolve plucking him even further away, rooted in place, body blocked in 2, forced to use the shell, Aquila the Hunt picks up Viper, and Bruh will be able to get away with the turtle form. Kill count now leads 7-4 for the Tubby Turkeys.
Tubby Turkeys now pulling ahead strong. Between being able to nab themselves a free Gold Fury while Monkey sent 4 people to gank Mango, which admittedly isn't the greatest thing in the world for monkeys, but you've got to admire the proactiveness from turkeys to be able to recognize, all right, they've all gone over there, go, 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 grab it, and only really Bud Pop was there to say, hey guys, they're grabbing the objective here. Someone help? No, fine.
But, I mean, in return, Monkey Business was able to pick up a Portal Demon to kind of negate a little bit of the damage that Tubby Turkeys had provided their way. So, Monkey Business, not completely out of this game. It's only 4,000 gold at about the 17-minute mark. It's not over for them yet. The only real big difference between level... Actually, I say that, but 2-level difference in multiple members of the teams. Fishy Flake starting to fall behind to the Robin, and Sun Wukong also a bit of an early mid-game god. Once he starts hitting the late game, really the Tiger Stun is kind of what you want him for.
Yeah, that Tiger Stun is super handy. Or you could also use the Bull. Both of them are very viable options on the Sun Wukong. That isn't going to be helpful if you're going to get melted down super quickly. Fishy Flakes is going for the more damage-oriented build. He hasn't got any real tank items. He is building the round shield, and that will probably go into a Gladiators. But if he wants to go for those Tiger Stuns, he's got to be assured he's going to be protected by his team. Because considering he's level 12 right now, J-Mac, he could get blown up very quickly by turkeys.
Gonna use the Tiger Stun, but the overhead kick from Glazy is gonna get him out for the time. Fishy Flakes just barely gets up into the cloud, narrowly avoiding death himself. Both junglers gonna retreat to their own respective sides of the map. Right-hand side, Evolve and Mango pushing up towards the tier 1 tower, but Run Viper gonna hold them off for the time. Mango gets rooted in place, taunted back into the shield wall. Turtle from Bruh is gonna knock him up for a bit, but the mitigate wound's gonna come through. Essentially just heal up everything he took.
Fishy Flakes now gonna wish he had his own healing. Gonna have all of the shell taken out in 2 shots from Benny Q. Benny Q is level 18 with a max transcendent to the Brawler's beat stick. Any shell is going to evaporate like a vapid thought.
Alpha taking quite a bit of poke from Benny Q, as you mentioned. Now the Gold Fury has been started up. Glazy, the one to tank it up. And always remember, it's kind of an extra third person with Gold Fury. Suns have been dropped, but the Tubby Turkeys will secure the Gold Fury for themselves. On full retreat, Glazy too low. Bruh chasing down Aquila the Hun. Forced to use the evade and punish. Viper taunts only Benny Q, who pops his beads just to get away. And nobody on the side of the Turkeys are going to perish, so they pick up the Gold Fury and make a hasty retreat.
You want to know something really weird there? I think Bud Pop would have been able to help get at least a kill into turkeys, but he was too busy getting bounced around on the ice ring made by Benny Q, the Scaldy ice ring. He was bouncing for a good 3 or 4 times. He was not in control of his own character for a good 2 seconds. That was more than enough time for turkeys to make their escape. If Bud Pop was able to actually help there, that stun from the Crow, which he pretty much guaranteed would have been able to hit, would have resulted in at least 1 fatality. Mango
with a great heads-up play, trades out tier 1 for tier 1. So what the Monkey Business tried to narrow down just got negated entirely. Portal Demon started up by the Turkeys, trying to, more than anything, bait somebody out. Burned it down to half HP for the time. Killa doesn't have the ult to secure it. They're going to leash the Portal Demon. Bruh's getting aggressive in. Bomb stun onto 3 members. Forces the Aegis from Aquila the Hun. But Bruh's caught out, plucked back, and Evolve is going to get the kill.
Evolve gonna be able to get the kill credit, but can he get the save credit? He still has the Scarab's Blessing, but it might not even be required unless Monkey can somehow get the turnaround of the bloody Sentry in this fight. But Pop on his own on the right has his ultimate. 3 members of Monkey on the left. They mostly have their ultimates outside of Fishy Flakes, but they don't really have massive AoE blasts of damage. It's mostly just, you see the sun's coming down here, and then the Agni Bombs as well. It's just boom, boom, boom. It's not a massive, say, Toth Snipe or the Hercules Boulder. And we'll see here, with the Portal Demon going the way of turkeys, Monkey Business needs to get out of there as soon as they can.
3-man taunt may have just saved the rest of Monkey Business. Mango's continuing the pressure forward, but he's not going to chase down into that tier 1 tower. But stun from Elpadog will make sure that he can get himself out of danger. Fishy Flakes, you might not want to try and fight that. 5 levels down to the Hercules. They're just going to back away. Tubby Turkeys did secure the Portal Demon for themselves. So once again, Bud Pop Suns not able to steal the objective away.
But they weren't able to steal it away They were able to, however, mitigate losses. They could have had things go a lot worse there, J-Mac, in that fight, considering that their retreat backwards was quite slow. It was more of a fighting retreat, you know, move backwards for an ability to move backwards. But they still didn't get the portal in, which is huge because now Turkeys take the added momentum from that to move right through the tower. Viper gets a boulder dumped on him, and the rest of the damage from Turkeys to add on that, they'll lose both the support and the tower.
5 men strong of the Tubby Turkeys gonna push forward, and Mango gonna be the front line. Glazy only had half HP, but Fishy Flakes adds 0. Benny Q's gonna pick him up with the Ice Ring. Full 5 men pushing forward again. Evade and Punish lands on a Bud Pop. Good bomb stun for the time, but it's gonna force the beads from Elbadog to run away. He got hit. Scarab's Blessing just to bring Glazy back to life. Phoenix taking too much damage. Bud Pop jumps in, but immediately pushed away by the ring.
That ring has been a thorn in Bud Pop's side this entire game. Anytime, or not anytime necessarily, most of the times Bud Pop has wanted to get something done in a fight, boom, immediate Benny Q Ice Ring. And he's just bouncing around the place, either forcing a beads or forcing him to wait out the timer on the Ice Ring, or the timer for him getting slidden out of it. And you're losing the lack of control. It's essentially a stun. That can be huge for mitigating damage because Bud Pop can do a lot of damage right now if he can get himself in a good position. You can see on the charts here, J-Mac, he's only 7,000 because his front line is getting the front door pushed in by a stiff breeze.
Left-hand side, Tubby Turkey's trying to aggress towards the Fire Giant, but Fishy Flakes is not going to have anything to do with it. He's 4 levels down compared to some of the bigger members on the squad, forced to use the Ox form to get away from danger. He will, for the time being, gonna have to go back to base. Mango's trying to make his way onto the back line. The Ice Ring forces Elpa to dash the wrong direction, but Evade and Punish, Final Judgment, gonna be negated by the Aegis, but Elpa pulled in by Evolve, taken down by Benny Q, and now the rest of Monkey Business forced to retreat.
Monkey Business now might end up on the actual bad end of this game. They've been on it for most of the time after a very valiant effort early on, but they are just going down in droves. They lose 3 people within a couple of seconds of each other. A very understandable surrender though going to be done here by Monkey Business. Turkeys going to be waddling their way in. 1 Phoenix is all that's really required. Titan most likely going to fall unless somehow Monkey's able to defend. They do have the Suns, which will be deployed though. But you can see the damage from it. It's not massive burst. Evolve's going to actually drop here, but he can immediately resurrect himself. Turkeys in strong position to take the W.
They're going to be picking up the win as they grabbed 1 more kill. Viper's here, going to take down Glazy. But it doesn't matter who you kill on the opposing side because the Titan going to fall. Tubby Turkeys with a 14-5 victory at only 24 minutes. It's going to push themselves that much closer to moving forward.
Getting that first win is very, very important for Turkeys because now that gives them at least 1 point and locks Monkey Business out of the 3 points. So at worst, they're going to keep their position, which isn't great for Turkeys, but it isn't completely guaranteed to be their doom. The best result that can come from this now is Turkeys grabbing themselves another win and the 3 points to shoot ahead of Monkey Business in the standings.
And with that, we're going to take a very brief break and get set up for the second game. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. Do not miss out on the action. welcome back to the second game of the set between Tubby Turkeys and Monkey Business. With Tubby Turkeys up 1-0, they're in prime position to take 2-0 over Monkey Business and end off the day moving forward, staying in the Challenger Circuit. But if Monkey Business can come back and take this game, it could force a three-way tie for first place.
And if we get into the tiebreakers, fully expect this day to be a long one, because so far these teams have shown they are incredibly close. As we saw with that first game, yeah, Turkeys was in the lead on paper, but it was back and forth in terms of the objective takes here and there in the fight, and then it started going downhill. So if it does get to tiebreaker, I wonder what strategies may get pulled out, because so far, as we're seeing here in the bans, things are still fairly standard.
4 warrior bans, all taken off the table in this first round of the banning phase. Nobody wants to deal with any potential jungle or solo warriors. We've seen, I think, just about every single one of these gods flex to both those positions. And speaking of another warrior, number 5 reveals his face, and it's going to be Robin on the side of the Tubby Turkeys.
Now, do you think we're going to see another warrior jungle, even with 4 warriors banned? Because that seems to be a bit of a theme today, just warrior jungle infesting Challenger Cup.
There's not too many more warriors I would throw into the jungle. Maybe a Bologna would be about the only one at this instance, so we might be seeing an assassin finally come through back into their role, as warriors have started dominating the assassin role with just how much damage they can deal, with a little bit of tankiness that gets built up with it. But Monkey Business, they're going to lock in Terra Thoth for themselves. The Tubby Turkeys are going to pick up Geb.
Grabbing the Geb, going to be really nice for not only mitigating the damage from Thoth, but completely cleansing the CC from Terra. So good lock in there. That will give Monkeys a bit of pause for thought on what they want to pick up. Speaking of pause, Scaldy.
Hey, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Benny Q played phenomenally on it last game, really utilizing that ice ring to its fullest extent. Multiple times, Bud Pop would jump into the fray, and he'd land on the ring, and now he's bouncing all over the map, unable to really do much of anything because you're constantly moving on there. Getting into the ban phase, warrior number 6 has shown their face, and 5 of them will not be playing this round. Hercules taken off the table.
Getting rid of the Hercules there, and with Naj, okay. Naja, not a warrior, but a jungler nonetheless. Both of these teams are trying to keep the solo and jungle roles mitigated in options. Both of these teams still have to pick their solo and junglers. Of course, Ravana is picked, but that's a flex. He can go in either or area. Circuit's going to be locked out by Tubby Turkeys, but the soul ban from Monkey Business is really curious to me, because they could have gone with the soul earlier on for Elba, but Elba's feeling confident that this Toth can carry them through, and they don't want Tubby Turkey, specifically a Killer the Hun, to get the soul as they lock in the Hun bats.
One monkey banned, the other monkey picked. We'll finally see Hun Bat show his face today in the Challenger Circuit. Going to be going into that jungle role, which still leaves option open for who they're going to throw in the solo. But once again, we're going to be seeing the face of Tyr on the side of the Tubby Turkeys. Going to be making his appearance, and the Morrigan. Probably European
Why not
mid
2
laners.
tiers?
Why not 2 Hoonbots, but 1 for your side?
True. Morrigan definitely throws a wrench, especially picked this late into the works. Guan Yu, though, immediately flips the bird back with another warrior. We are going deep into the warrior pools here, actually. Both of these teams insistent on grabbing at least a warrior for their teams. But going back to the Morrigan here, J-Matt, because I want to sort of confer with you on this. Getting access to the Morrigan this late in the draft, how much can that throw off the enemy's mentality when it comes to team fighting, knowing that there's always the threat of your composition being thrown back in your face?
Well, normally we don't see Morrigan picked up early on, except for the European powerhouses who just know that no matter what is up, I can make this Morrigan work. Picking up this late in the draft shows to me that the Tubby Turkeys wanted to kind of offset what that final pick was going to be, make them pick something a little different that may not have given themselves quite the advantage, or maybe make it to where Killer the Hun can really utilize what was picked up. They do have the Hoonbots. They can pick up a Thoth, but another one that I'm looking at is a double Scotty.
Double Skadi has some interesting ramifications, mainly 2 roots, one after the other, that can't be diminishing return. They can only be cleansed. Although, of course, there are items to get rid of the root, Wingblade primarily coming to mind. That is going to be quite handy for getting around that. But Double Skadi is not just about the ultimate. The Ice Rink, of course, gave Bud Pop a huge load of issues last game on the Ho Yi. Having 2 of them might give him nightmares.
I think he's gonna be having a little bit of PTSD if he has to go through 2 Scotties. 1 was bad enough. 2 is just an absolute nightmare. Mid lane, a lot of aggression very early on. Killick's gonna charge up the stun, but not gonna fire it off. Instead, we'll just opt to go back to pushing the wave. And Morgan's a bit of an interesting character. We talk a lot about the changeling and the ultimate that Morgan provides, but the rest of Morgan's kit is very destructive, especially when it comes to the Dark Omen, that second line ability thrown out. When you hit that, it fires a second round of itself. It deals additional damage. But your opponent, your allies, can also proc that ability. So if you hit somebody,
right side.
Somebody else, right side.
So close. I thought I had to cut in there, but bruh, able to dash his way on out just in time.
Viper taking a little bit of damage in the mid lane, but will get away thanks to the passive from Terra. However, he's going to get stunned out by Aquila. Going to force out a very early horrific emblem the wrong way. The monkey bounce doesn't matter because Fishy Flakes with the overhead smash will pick up Aquila for first blood.
Getting rid of the Morgan this early on is super beneficial, and maybe even actually picking up the Geb. Why not? 2 for 1. Wow, Monkeys, sorry, 2 for none, excuse me, even better. I was thinking buy one, get one free. Monkeys now have put themselves in a glorious position, keeping a Morrigan down and keeping a Geb down, who's got a Rangdar's Mask, which requires those stacks to really be worth anything. That is fantastic for Monkeys. They have a great stepping stone to get into better places later and later down the line.
Not only that, putting the 2 kills onto a Hoon bot, but right side, Brug getting very low under his tier 1 tower. Mango not wanting to push forward, but Glazy sees the target. He's gonna try and go for it. Tower's a bit tanky, has a couple shots of the shield, used the overhead kick for the immunity, rooted in place and smacked down. Glazy gonna be picking up the first kill for the Turkeys.
Okay, I was really nervous there, J-Mac. I thought we were about to see Brud cheat death twice, but no, Glazy's having none of it, picks him up, although with a Fishy Flakes hanging around, may not want to stay behind the tier 1 tower for too long because he will go down. He has Mystic Rush, and if Fishy Flakes uses the jump here to try and take him out, no, the back's just in time. Fishy Flakes did not have enough mana for the full combination of the Sacred Monkey into overhand smash.
Only had about maybe 50 mana at the time, and that's not enough to use anything for it. So, very luckily, Glazy will get out of danger, but Fishy Flakes is level 5 now, has access to the Fear No Evil against the Fearless. We'll see exactly how that plays out for him. But the Cavalry Charge used up, bruh, gonna slam it down. Mango forced to use the Lawbringer to get away from danger. We'll trade up ult for ult, but Glazy's not done. He's back into the fray.
Yeah, he wants to try and keep them away from Mango because a tier that gets behind has to rely more on the team fights to really assist with his team if he can't push in the tower, and a tier that's behind can't really contribute as much to fight as maybe we would want to, especially going up against a team where a good few of them have easy ways to evade or immune the Fearless combo.
Mid lane, another group up by the Tuggy Turkeys. Evolve, just sticking around to kill as much as he can, but we saw them get first blooded earlier on. Now that it's level 6 compared to level 5, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Killa does have access to the Changeling, which could really turn the swing of team fights. We've seen big Morgan ultimates change fights entirely. We've also seen the lack of using it be a complete detriment. So it's going to come down to how Aquila plays this Morgan.
I feel like I'm a broken record, J-Matt. Please tell me if I am. But this Morrigan is so crucial for Turkey's lineup. He needs to be on point and making the correct decisions. Aquila the Hun must be in the right places at the right times with the right abilities, because the only real global in this game that he can use at a moment's notice is Vipers. And speaking of which, we're going to see the Terrorist Blessing be used. Betty Q can be on the receiving end of a 3-man gank, including a Fear No Evil used from Fishy's Leg to secure the kill. Up goes Bud Pop, though, looking for the snipes. Won't be enough.
roll is going to be enough to get Bud Pop out of danger. But Viper's wall placement in that Fear No Evil was perfect, ensuring that Benny Q had nowhere to go. He used the beads, but if the wall wasn't up, he may have gotten out of the range just in time. Evolve going to blink Cataclysm in, but it's only going to land onto Viper. Going to be able to walk around for this time, trying to get that dash back online, but he's got nowhere to go. Glazy going to pick him up with the overhead kick.
Overhead kick is an item usually associated with evasion, because it is an evasive ability, but it does do a decent chunk of damage. You know, it's not massive, but, you know, it's something. With the oracles as well being taken, Elper showing off that Toph has more than enough damage to steal away both oracles from right out under Turkeys. Turkeys, of course, feeling not too happy with that, and they instead might go for a gank onto Bruh, but Bruh's immediately backing, so they'll have to give that up as well.
Lazy's gonna have to trade out his life. Elpa picks him up. Aquila not able to get that changeling off. Perfect ult from Viper. Jump in the roots even better. Aquila unable to utilize the Fear No Evil to its fullest extent. Mango with a blink Fearless. Not gonna connect. And he's just gonna go. He's like, all right, I was just kidding, guys. I'm going back to lane.
But rewinding a little bit, I'm a little startled. You probably heard me just make an ungodly noise. Things going from so quiet to Elpadog getting the stun into the Last Judgment combination, putting Aquila the Hun straight into the ground. Unfortunately, Mango wasn't able to follow with a hype play of his own. Left side, though, let's see if Monkeys is able to kill off Benny Q. Sacred Monkey, though, bounces onto Blazy, so Fishy Flakes won't be able to actually follow. That's very unfortunate.
Needs to be careful. Benny got a little too close to that wall, but they'll secure the red buff to go over onto Evolve because, you know, Geb needs a little bit more damage for himself. Percentage HP isn't enough. Let's make it red percentage HP. But aside from that, Tubby Turkeys will be able to get out of danger for now. They avoid the Fear No Evil from Fishy Flakes. It's only caught the very tail end of Benny Q.
Evolve, Sacred Monkey. Fishy Flakes have been having really bad RNG on these Sacred Monkeys. Of course, you can determine where the Sacred Monkey lands, and you can teleport to it at any point during its bounces. But most of the time, you'll wait for the Sacred Monkey to land on someone and then start engaging in those mind games. You know, will I jump? Will I not jump? Have you actually kept an eye on where the Sacred Monkey is, enemy team? You don't know where I'm going. But in this case, the Sacred Monkey's really letting Fishy Flakes down.
That hasn't been his best friend this game. Overhead kick from Blazy will immune the stun from Terra. Monkey Business is going to go back to farming up. Really, there's nothing on the map for them to get at the time. It's just the mid Harpies, which will be stolen away yet again by Elpadog, who has been the man of, oh, you want that? Nah, I want that.
Bud Pop, though, looking to try and actually scratch that. Evolve. He was trying to go for a sneak attack there. I understand the idea. You sometimes see this. Gebs will, like, roll forwards. Actually, left side, though. Bud Pop under threat. Tries to go up, but too little, too late. 10-hand Shadow Fist, allowing Bendiku to pick up the kill.
Waited for the roll from Bud Pop just to make sure that he could secure the route onto him. And it takes a little while to get up into the skies. That Rom Blink Cataclysm from Evolve onto Viper, who's just caught out in the jungle. Gonna be picked up, and the Turkeys will add one more kill to their line, evening out to 4-4.
And now it looks like Gold Fury is going to be looking for this Gold Fury, and they won't be able to get that. They will get the Oracles, though. It's going to give them a nice bit of room to work with. But Fishy Flakes going in the hard here, trying to pick up a kill. But the Get Shield denying it. Elpadog says, however, I'll help you, little friend. Eliminates Glazy with a clutch ultimate.
Final Judgment brings down the final shot onto Glazy, who's fallen for his second time this game. And Fishy Flakes making the rotation onto Benny Q. Sacred Monkey bounce over at Smash. Somersault is well used. And the ults from Bud Pop. Third one will hit. And Benny Q's gonna fall.
Benny Q going down again. He is having a dramatically different game to the last one we just saw. That one, Monkeys was kept under the heel of Turkeys. Actually, that's a bit too harsh of a sentence. It wasn't that bad. They were kept down either way by Turkeys. But even then, Benny Q being only one level ahead of Bud Pop, Monkeys have been making much more success in other parts of the map. You can see the level disparities much favor Monkeys to the right-hand side of the map than anywhere else.
Right. one thing we haven't really talked about is this kind of off-meta pick from both of the solo laners. At first, we were a little confused about the tier. We saw it earlier and not really do too well. But now we have a Guan Yu thrown in the mix with the tier. This brings kind of which solo laner is going to provide more towards the later stage. You're going to have the heals from Bruh, and speaking of Bruh, going to use the cavalry charge to get away from Glazy. But we're going to be offering two forms of sustain on the side of Monkey Business, a massive teamfight ult with the cavalry charge, as well as protection shred coming from the Tallow Assault. We've talked about it all day. Anti-heal is going to be the name of the game for the Turkeys.
Anti-heal keeps coming back up. Is the Ghost of Freight here, J-Mac? Like, I took his seat, but is he still hanging around? But either way, anti-heal, you know, on a more serious note, anti-heal is going to be very nice in this. Not as much as when, say, a hell is in the game that we saw in the first set, but it is always going to be relevant no matter how much healing is in, because also it stops things like lifesteal and HP 5.
Another thing to note is it's two different types of healing. You have the quick burst CTO, but hold that quick burst. Blink Cataclysm from Evolve, gonna hit two. Fear No Evil from Aquila, who transformed into the Hoonbots, isn't gonna matter. Elpa Dog one more time. Final Judgment. Bruh gonna take down Glazy. Bud Pop taking down Evolve. Poor little Benny Q forced to run away. The movement speed's enough to get him out, but it's a 3-for-0 swing for Monkey Business.
I am so impressed right now with Monkey Business's mid laner. Elpa Dog has been stupendously good right now with these ultimate shots. Time after time, hitting them consistently, not only in clutch moments where there isn't CC setup, but also coordinating with his team appropriately to get the guaranteed setups. Of course, everyone wants the highlight reel, raw, no CC, one-shot kills, right? Everyone wants that. Right. But you, in an ideal world, want guaranteed kills, and Monkeys is doing a fantastic job setting up Elpa Dog for those kills.
They're leading the target to exactly where Elpa wants. Small, narrow corridors where they don't have much room to juke left or juke right to allow the Final Judgment to essentially cover the entire option. Aggression onto Mango. Fishing Flakes use that Sacred Monkey Bounce to go in. But Elpa Dog getting turned on by Blazy. Blazy, not Blazy, using the Bracer of Undoing to get a little bit of health back. Final Judgment charged, but dropped off for the time. Elpa looking to get something, but Viper gonna claim the life of Glazy.
And now, fight's gonna split in two directions. Well, make that one, because the kill, the Hun's going back to the penalty box. Mango's gonna immediately follow suit. 3-for-0 reads the deaths. Monkeys again able to find themselves a great fight now. They're going to be pulling ahead in a good fashion. Monkeys now not only looking for kills, but starting to look for towers.
Once again, Tubby Turkeys, while they're losing the fight, Benny Q has been split pushing these entire time. Won't quite get the tier 1 tower just yet. They're going to trade out their tier 1 in the solo lane. Bud Pop taking up a couple of the shots for it, but going back to the healing, back to the sustain, how there's two different types of it. You have the quick one heal from the Guan Yu. It's instant. Then you have the more sustained heal that comes from the Terra. So whatever circumstance they need, whatever type of heal they need, if it's in the middle of a fight or if it's back off regen, they have both options available to them.
And those options for regen can often start messing with fights in more insidious ways. Of course, the obvious thing, oh, they can heal up, that kind of thing, is very much plain and obvious, but being able to extend the fights artificially long can often disrupt people's battle rhythm. They expect, okay, I know my team this well, I understand they can do this, this, and this in X, Y, and Z time, but if people are just healing up, then maybe you think, oh, this guy's dead or low enough to where he's probably backed, I can go take a buff. Surprise, he's off HP, and his team's there to kill me.
Not only that, it comes down to, you know, when you deal with the quick instant heal, something like a Brawler's Beat Stick is going to be more than enough to slow down that portion of the heal. But with the lack of damage over time coming from the Tubby Turkeys, it's going to be a little bit harder to deal with the Terra healing once the fight has ensued. Elpa Dog, once again, going to actually split out this time instead of a full steal. We'll split those mid-harpies, but it's just going to come down to how are they going to deal with all of the sustain on the side of Monkey Business.
They've got a couple of ways. They can just try and burst them down before the sustain is good. Monkey Business's sustain is... They have burst sustain, yes, with the conviction, but the Viper sustain, just Terra sustain, I should say, is over time. So if you either lock down the Guan Yu, use anti-heal, or keep Viper out of the fight long enough, you can get around it, but it's going to be very hard because a lot of those healing options are safe options, and it's not that you can deny it like a Hell, who has to be right smack bang in the middle of your team to actually heal them, and you can punish her accordingly.
Mid lane, group up from both teams. 4 members of Monkey Business make that 5 with the rotation from Bro on the backside. Gonna force down the tier 1 tower. Give themselves a little bit of extra gold. I think he needs to be careful as Viper's caught him out. Both relics forced away from Benny Q. Final Judgment just gonna clip out the Geb shield. The Terrace Blessing has been forced to get the rest of the team out of danger.
Oh, the fallback Cataclysm is absolutely excellent, giving Turkeys a great opening, but Monkey's immediately able to fight back, popping ultimates left, right, and center. Bro gonna hit Glazy after he was rude inside of the Benny Q ultimate, the Scarlet ultimate. Of course, the root is extremely useful in these kinds of close confines in the jungle. Monkeys again, J-Mac, herding the, turkeys, funnily enough, a herd of turkeys into these tight confines to be slaughtered.
Again, more and more sustained. You even have it from Viper's ultimate. When you take a little too much damage, guess what? You get a little bit more healing up. Gonna use the Monolith to sustain themselves through. Ice Ring drop down. That'll be enough to deter Monkey Business from loitering around this mid lane any longer. Solo Laner and Bud Pop in the duo gonna just go back and farm up their respective lanes.
Now, with that farming is going to be a moment of reprieve, finally, I'd say. There's been a good bit of fighting so far. 17 minutes we're almost approaching, 5,000 experience, 5,000 gold. It's going to be a good moment for Monkeys to evaluate their options, and what options do they have? They can keep fighting how they have been fighting, but I feel like they may want to focus more on getting a decisive single fight, and then go for a big objective like Portal Demon, Fire Giant, or both, and then get some towers pushed down, because the longer this goes on, the more that Turkey's late game gods start coming online.
Like the Morgan and Scotty. Morgan
Yes.
is one of those gods you can't really shut down entirely, as they take your items, they take your stats when they transform to the Changeling. Sure, they might not have your level, but having a 5-6 slotted opponent on the opposite side when originally it was a maybe 3.5, 4 item, it's a big swing in the team fight, even if the level disparity is not quite there. They need to really start grouping up, focusing, and trying to start getting some big picks in these fights. But speaking of big picks, the Gold Fury taken for free by Monkey Business.
Yeah, Turkeys was a little bit too disorganized, fighting in the mid, having one guy in the duo, and having 2 people in solo. They weren't able to really respond. We did see Elfadel pop the ultimate, but didn't really
blink
click
from Mango.
The Glink coming in, he's looking for blood potentially. Can he get it?
Fishy Flake's gonna be able to get out of danger for the time being, trying to avoid, but Elpa's gonna claim the first life. Glazy gonna fall to the top. Mango will eventually pick up Fishy Flakes in the back line. All the while, Benny Q one more time split pushing in the dual lane. Not a part of these fights, and I feel that if Benny Q had been there, this could have been a heavy swing for the Turkeys.
The Turkeys desperately need this extra win. If they get this win, they can lock out Monkeys. They can make sure that Monkeys don't have a chance of fighting back through relegation, getting back in. So Turkeys need to try and find this momentum and keep it, more importantly, because every time, at least in my opinion, J-Mac, that they've found something, Monkeys immediately either snatch it away or Turkeys throw it away.
And Monkey Business is the ones who need to keep themselves in this match. If they lose this, they are out. If they tie it, we go into a 3-way tiebreaker system. Hold that right side. Mango getting chunked down. Fight for the front line. Blink in from Fishy Flakes. The Fear No Evil is not going to claim any lives. Mango forced a Lawbringer away from the rest of the team. Final Judgment not going to land, but a kill of the Hun gets bursted down by Bud Pop.
Bud Pop able to give himself his 4th kill on the board, and he's building his way towards what I imagine is going to be an execution. That's going to be extremely handy. That is something not only will provide the shred, but even more attack speed. There is a risk of being overcapped on attack speed if you get a little bit too heavy with it, but it is very easy to be overcapped on death, courtesy of Bruh.
Bud Pop gonna try and get some snipes over the top, but not nearly enough to take down the opposing team. Benny Q stuck under the tower. Bruh with the Telos Soul. Great root, great Cataclysm. Might actually turn the fight in favor of Tubby Turkeys for the bottom. Bruh forced to retreat. Fishy Flakes there to make sure to deter the rest of the team. The bounce is actually going to connect and take down Benny Q. And poor Evolve just has to sit and stare at the Monkey as he steals away the back camp, and Monkey Business starting up the Fire Giant.
Monkey Business looking to try and shut out any hope of Turkeys easily sweeping them out of the relegations. Mango trying to help out where he can, but getting knocked by the Fire Giant is certainly not what you want to do. Monkey's able to secure the Fire Giant, but at what cost? They're about to lose the carry. They may even end up losing Viper if he's not careful here. Evolve and a killer could end up turning on him.
Oh my
Lazy. They're
lord.
fully refreshed. They won't lose Viper, but they'll lose Fishy Flakes.
The power of the Dark Omen comes into play. When you have that mark on you, you take increased damage from the next ability thrown, and Glazy, using the Mystic Rush, gets that extra proc, which is just enough for one more in-hand to take down Fishy Flakes.
Wow. I am very surprised, J-Matt, that Turkeys wasn't able to fight into that Fire Giant than they actually ended up doing. They have, in theory, a great team comp for fighting at a Fire Giant. They've got the Geb who could initiate, a Tyr who could initiate, a Ravan who could initiate, or even the Morgan could initiate, technically, using the Changeling. And they were just too disorganized, and Monkey are taking advantage of that fact at almost every turn.
It came to the fact that Fishy Flakes used the Fear No Evil as soon as Mango showed face in the Fire Giant pit, pushed him backwards, shoved him into the knockup from the Fire Giant. It wasn't enough to secure it for the time, and I thought Aquila was going to steal it away with his own overhead smash, but Monkey Business will secure themselves the Fire Giant, only sitting onto 3 members. Elpa being the big one of them, still going to have that extra burst damage. Bud Pop losing it's going to hurt for their tower push, but it's not going to hurt them too much.
But what could hurt is them not being able to grab at the towers on the left side here and grab the life of Betty Q in the process. Betty Q is in possession of the ultimate if required, but I have a feeling Winter's Grab is only be able to do so much, and you can see he's smartly... Actually, he used the ultimate here, but Glazy comes in! 1-for-1 trade. Now Turkey trying to avenge their fallen AD carry, Conrad. Mango chasing after Elbadog, keeping the tough lock down so he can't get to work and fire shots from long range. Meanwhile, Bruh at the front line himself going after a killer to stop the Morgan firing shots at long range. Cataclysm coming in to assist. Fishy Flakes does not have access to it, but it doesn't matter. He has access to the ultimate because he has access to the critical hits. Bruh, with his help, takes out Glazy though.
Mango, the only one left alive, hit by the evade and punish. Fishy Flakes with the somersault and the overhead smash. Alpha gonna get shoved against the wall. Mango just gonna play the Benny Hills theme as he goes on full retreat. But it's the Heavenly Wings from Monkey Business. Keep them going. Mango shoves Bruh against the wall. Keeps the retreat going. Heals off of them. Fearless through all 3 members. Mango just doing what he can to stay alive. But Bruh finally gonna pick up the oh-so-mobile Tyr.
Tyr's one of those gods that he feels like a cockroach you can't kill. He can move around so easily. He can heal. He's got the ability to buff his protections up with a stance switch if need be. Being able to lock him down enough, even though he's rocking a Swift Wing, the boot, plus plenty of cooldown. Actually, at almost max cooldown. Actually, yeah, max cooldown, actually. Spirit Rip, Genji's up, and Breastplate equals the 40% mark. Mango is going to be one nippy warrior, but one thing he may end up lacking is power. You can get the power off of the stance chain, but you need levels in that first, just like how Monkey's looking to try and level the backline of Turkey's Elpadog again!
Once again, Final Judgment secures another big life. Benny Q forced to run, but Bruh's gonna pick him up. Glazy sitting at a quarter HP, can't outrun the auto attack from Viper. They'll swing for 3. Minions are about to pour into the Tier 2 tower, and Monkey Business will claim 1 more Tier 2 for themselves. 1,500 more gold and 3 lives.
Monkey's now in a great position to actually push in and get the win. They're at the Phoenix. They're going to start trying to chunk down Mango. Mango has to retreat for his life, but Turkeys are going to be up relatively soon. And the Monkeys are going to take the smart choice, understanding that going in with only 1 Phoenix down, without guarantee of the enemy being restricted in death for a long time, will take the safe option, go back, farm the camps on Turkey's side of the map, and just get themselves higher and higher and higher in the golden XP scoreboard.
Fire Giant has dropped off of Monkey Business with the Phoenix taken, but they're going to claim as much as they can on the retreat back to base. Portal Demon is available once again for Monkey Business, where they're going to turn their sights to. Burst it down fairly quickly as Mango's the closest one to the area, but he's not going to be able to get in time thanks to a beautiful cavalry charge from Bruh to make sure to hold him in place.
Mango. One-man army. I respect the attempt, but alas, it was suicide.
Just gone. As soon as he landed, Fishy Flakes had the Fear No Evil right down on top of his landing spot, pushed him away, and one thing about Tyr, sure, he can't be CC'd for longer than a second, but Fear No Evil is a consistent pump of the fear, meaning there's no way to just completely DR out of it. You're stuck in the entire duration of it, and as long enough to take down Mango, he'll fall for the 3rd time this game.
And a Tyr not being able to really establish himself is really bad for many reasons, primarily because the Tyr in this composition is going to be your big secondary engager outside of Geb, because your Ravan is level 16, which is decently behind. We'll see the fight here.
Killer!
Pop took so much damage from Killer. Killer gets the double before getting dropped by Fishy Flakes, but this Fire Giant going the way of the monkeys yet again.
But they're gonna drop 2 members once again because of it. This time Elpa's the one to fall. Glazy gonna be picked up by Fishy Flakes. Fear No Evil evolved, stuck against the wall, nowhere to go. Double kill for Fishy Flakes. Unofficial triple after picking up Aquila the Hun. Mango, the only one alive after the near deicide from Monkey Business.
Monkey Business in full control of everywhere on the map. Let's just run through the numbers for a moment here. 10,000 experience, 12,000 gold. Objectives read 3 Gold Furies, 2 Fire Giants. Turkeys have nothing in that regard. They have not been able to have a single bit of great success consistently. You could, like early on in the graphs, yeah, they were able to get ahead a little bit here or there. But once we hit past 10 minutes, things just got horrendous for the Tubby Turkeys.
Well, look at the damage numbers. 26,000 for Fishy Flakes. Not only has he dropped these big Fear No Evils in the middle of fights, he's catching multiple members. On top of that, the overhead smash. Now, he hasn't built any crit items, but there is still the inherent crit built into the Hoonbot's kit through his passive. With the amount of power that he's built up, those critical hits are swinging very hard when he gets those off. But he is the consistent in-the-middle disruption for his team.
And on top of that, there's also the element of anti-heal to consider to make sure those crits actually stay effective and they aren't trash damage being healed up. Although, Bruh getting very aggressive, going on to Bendy Q, reinforcements force him back. Up goes Bud Pop to just say, hey, go away, I might be able to kill you. Fear No Evil used, forcing the use of the Mystic Rush by Glazy to go over the top. Monkeys getting into position to actually offensively go into the base. But I have a feeling the Turkeys will have something to say about it, and they'll have a really strong voice because they're all up.
Monkey Business just wants to take this Phoenix one more time, but the difference is Phoenix is now spawned at 25% health. It's not going to be just one little auto to take it down. It will be a little bit more. Phoenix still stands. They're not able to push in. The final judgment from Aquila not going to connect. 2 men stunned out by the crushing earth, and now Monkey Business are on full retreat.
Monkey Business now gonna look to retreat, but can they pick up any kills in the process? There's a very low Mango. He will be picked up successfully, but they lose Fishy Flakes, and he was decently close to actually having the Fear No Evil back up and ready to go. So in the next big fight around the objective, they won't have him, but the Turkeys and the Monkeys both get kills for themselves again. 2 for 2 trade. Both of these teams are looking for blood desperately.
Benny Q gonna throw out the ice ring to deter the rest of Monkey Business, but Viper still extremely healthy. Gonna tank up the Phoenix so Elpa and Bruh can try and push this one down. They will claim the life of the bird, once again dropping it for another 3 minutes, extending their gold lead upwards towards 14,000, but we're getting to that point of the game where gold is a little bit less important.
But, and this is the big but, the gold XP, yeah, it gets less important. But look at the items specifically. Monkeys are still trying to finish up a couple of big items and also get rid of some starters. So Monkeys, oh sorry, no, excuse me, Turkeys, what am I bloody saying? Get my animals mixed up. The Turkeys are still looking to get rid of starter items and pick up some big ticket items. You can see the Ratatouille is still being built here by Akilla the Hun. Magi's have just been picked up by Glazy, but more importantly, they need the levels to go alongside of it.
Chronos Pendant being... no, not a Chronos Pendant. Where am I looking at? Oh, yeah, Chronos Pendant looked to be picked up by Akilla. This will nearly cap out his CDR, as he does have 10% with the Spear. Chronos Pendant would put him at 30% on Morgan, and CDR on Morgan is very crucial as you can get more changelings off. But Mango taking a huge burst of damage, stunned out, can't get away. Fishy Flake's gonna claim his life, and Akilla just barely gonna scrape by. Now it's just Glazy left, forced to use the Mystic Rush. Bud Pop goes into the sky, but he's not gonna find anybody with the snipes. Benny actually takes quite a bit of damage from the last two, but Tubby Turkeys are gonna get out.
Tubby Turkeys now gonna have to sit and fight at their base because the minions are still pouring in. And considering that Turkeys still have a decent way to defend, they haven't died, more importantly. And to correct myself earlier on, the Chronos Pendant, not the bloody Ratatouille that's already been built, the Chronos Pendant is going to be even more handy for Akilla, because we were saying a lot earlier on in this match how the specific Chronos Pendant is going to be great for getting his cooldowns down. That also is relevant to his ultimate.
The ultimate being the big one. At max rank, it's 80-second cooldown for that. And when you can add 30, 40% CDR, and with the Chronos Pendant, you add an extra, give or take 10%, as every 10 seconds, it knocks a second off the cooldown. So you go from 80 to only needing 72. So there's your 10% from that. It's going to be big in team fights because he's going to be able to get it off before and maybe even get one after, depending on how long the team fights go on.
So it looks like, for the time being, J-Mac, Monkeys are going to take a more safe approach to attacking, and I like this. They aren't getting too aggressive, intentionally throwing their advantage.
They need to be careful, is the side of Monkey Business, because every time Akilla's turned into Thoth, he's been getting 1 or 2-man final judgments that have been erasing the members of Monkey Business who are looking to push in. Elpa actually dashes aggressively, forced to use both relics to get out of the Fearless. Akilla charging up that final judgment, needs to use it, not let this changeling go to waste. Gonna fire it off, but not connect onto anybody, and that's the first big ult expended from the Turkeys.
First ultimate down, but it's not the end. They still have most of their ultimates ready to go. Monkeys is taking this fight a little cautiously. Evolve gonna use the Cataclysm, and we'll only get a couple of people, but Turkeys really can't follow up. But there's the follow-up from the Monkeys, though.
Fishy Flakes picks up Mango. Bruh stuns out 3 with the horse. Glazy stuck in the middle, trying to find a way around. 3 members caught on the ice ring, but forced to use both of his relics to get out of the fight. 4 members stand fairly strong for Monkey Business, but the rest of Tubby Turkeys even stronger. Gonna force them away, but force them back to heal and sustain up.
That sustain's going to be incredibly important because this match has turned essentially into a war of attrition. Left Phoenix goes up, that's going down soon, as well as the mid thing is going to be going down as well if the Turkeys aren't careful.
Evolve caught out, but members of Monkey Business now turning their sights back to the left Phoenix, which has respawned one more time. But it's back up to 25% HP. No longer that quick, easy takedown. Evolve, however, is looking to be taken down quick and easy, but not before Akilla gets a shot to the back. Transforms into the Hoon bots, looking for a target, but Elpa too far away. Gonna get the Fear No Evil. Beautiful crushing earth from Viper. It's gonna hold off the Hoon bots, hold Akilla in place, and force the retreat.
And now with them on the back foot, Turkeys again have a light at the end of the tunnel, but every time this light appears, it immediately gets shut back down because Monkeys can just...
Oh my god!
What the hell was that?
Elba one-shots Benny, takes down Akilla for the double kill. Glazy trying to force himself in, can't connect. Stonewall's gonna be good, and Elpa with the triple kill.
Okay, Elpa. Calm down, please. You're getting a bit silly. That was absolutely disgusting. Extremely well played by him. This isn't just a case of Monkeys helping out Elpa to look this good. He is this damn good.
Elpa, my man. One shot, Benny. Benny was basically full HP. Elpa says, it's a nice health bar you got. Want to see a magic trick? Goodbye.
What can be said, really? That was just disgusting. What can turkeys do against that kind of firepower?
They have to, they have to burst him down, but the problem is, Elpa has both his relics online yet again, fully upgraded the beads, so he gets the shorter cooldown. We'll likely upgrade that Aegis Amulet as well, but Elpa's at full build now. He is sitting at the maximum potential damage, has the red buff, and if we look just at his numbers alone, he has over 800 magical power with this red buff. Fire Giant's only going to add even more to it, but instead of the Fire Giant right now, Monkey Business looking to group up left side once again, try and burn down this Phoenix. If they can take it, it opens up the wings for another potential Fire Giant.
Yeah, that Fire Giant is going to be what the Monkeys need to consistently keep pushing. But how longer can Monkeys really sustain this? Turkeys is in such a place to where they can just keep sitting in base and keep fighting this back. We're starting to get to a bit of a stalemate point almost.
This is getting to the point where they have to end this game in the next 3-4 minutes because Aquila is looking towards that Polynomicon. If Aquila the Hun picks up this Poly, gets one stun, all he needs is one stun onto Bud Pop or Elpa, that's the death of that. That's the death of them. All intents and purposes. You are not living beyond the stun Polynomicon shot from a Morrigan at this stage of the game.
And because of that, do you think the Monkeys are going to try and prioritize diving the back line, maybe at the risk of losing some strategic positioning? Because a lot of the time in these fights, I'm noticing, J-Mac, the Monkeys will wait. Okay, Fish is going now. That kind of thing.
Aquila has to have perfect positioning in these next 5, but you can see he's always sitting in the back. He's never making these risky routes around the opponent. Mango is the one off to the side trying to get something, but Elpa's firing out some damage into him with the Hieroglyphic Assaults, using that Glyph of Pain inside the wall. People need to remember, Glyph of Pain can be thrown inside of it anywhere. It can be in your Phoenix, in your wall, wherever you want it to be, and it's going to amplify the distance and the damage output. 5 members of Monkey Business continue to sustain to try and push down the Phoenix.
Mid-Phoenix is going to come back up, and of course, you end up in a bit of a weakened state. Right side here, it's all about to go. Fantastic Cataclysm, but an immediate Fear Weevil as a response is going to restrict the movement of the Turkeys. Monkey's still trying to go in, but the Turkeys, again, really can't get anything done authoritatively. They have to wait for Monkey to open up, or the Turkeys have to have a great ultimate usage. And the only one they really have left is Benny Q's Blizzard. That's the only thing they have. A Kill the Hun drops. Mango follows shortly. The Monkeys might finally be able to get the Titan here.
Bud Pop will pick up Benny Q. Only Glazy and Evolve left the 2 tanks, but there's not enough to stop the damage from Monkey Business. Titan sitting at 30% HP. Bud Pop just pumping out some autos into the fountain, but it's not gonna matter. Monkey Business take the game, take the split, and send us into a 3-way tie.
Well, there's a decent bit I want to talk about this game. We have a little bit of time, sure, but this is going to be a while if this is going to be a 3-way bloody tie. Turkeys, dramatically different performance from them this game than we saw last game, J-Max. Something which really stuck out to me was the emphasis on them relying on the backliners to try and get damage done, when most of the time their frontliners were too far behind to really be that front wall. You need the wall up to actually cover the backliners, and if it collapses at the sight of a strong breeze, unlike last game where they were the ones actually ending up doing that to the Monkeys, it ends up just being ineffective. And especially when, speaking of backliners, Elpadog was just nonsensical in what he was doing that game.
I mean, you saw in the last team fight, Aquila the Hun turned into the Thoth once again, did not connect any of his abilities. Essentially an entirely wasted Morrigan Changeling. There was nothing gaining for them, and because of that, Monkey Business were able to hold on to their ult, hold on to their damage. Once Aquila was de-transformed, it was full gas pedal, slamming down their throats, pulled down 3 members, and took down the Titan, once again forcing us into this oh-so-fun 3-way split. As you can see, looking at the standings, 40 IQ Overlords, Monkey Business, and Tubby Turkeys, all with three matches played today, all of them split out, aside from 40 IQ, who got the win earlier on. Actually, I believe all of them got a 3-0 and then split the rest of theirs.
Yes, that's how we actually end up getting in the scenario. So we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to have a quick break here at production and actually get ready, because this is going to be an absolute marathon of a day. We'll be right back, everyone. Please don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back from our break. But it's time for the tiebreakers. Three-way split for first place is going to bring us to our first best of one round robin matchup between the 40 IQ Overlords and Monkey Business.
Now, there is a minimum of 2 games to be played here. So what happens is if one team wins here, doesn't matter which one, if they get a full win, then in the next one, the team that lost here loses. That's going to be a straight, we're done here. But this potentially could go to 3, maybe even 4 games.
There's potential for it. We're going to get down into the first of them with the Overlords on the side. Monkey Business, they know who's there. They see Paul. They don't want to play against Paul's Habois. They're going to take it off the table, along with, once again, Warriors on Warriors on Warriors, as 3 taken off the table in the first round of bans.
Getting rid of them nice and quickly. Warriors have been fairly common. Habois ban's a little bit meh. We haven't seen him too much these days. He has peaked a little bit, but even then, it's like, okay, sure, why not? He can be pretty powerful in the water cannons, but a Habois ban, there's probably more justifiable bans in my opinion.
It's Paul. It's Paul for the Habois. That's the only reason Habois is being taken off, is because Paul is on the other side. Paul loves and can dominate with this Habois. But we're going to see a Kukulane, Choo Choo Lane, whatever you want to call him. The transformation rage demon is gonna be making his way back into the map. Teamed up with Terra this time for Monkey Business.
Yeah, grabbing the Cullen's going to be quite handy. But what's going to happen with bans, though? Are we going to see more Warriors, J-Mac, or do you think we're going to see maybe a slight change in that?
Well, instead of banning a Warrior, the first one is going to be picked up for the IQ Overlords. Erlong Shen grabbed one more time, but with this Thoth picked up early on, we saw Paul's Hell. We've seen what else Paul has to play. But this Thoth is going to be making his return for the mid lane. Doesn't matter really what else you get it with. Paul now has a very strong hyper carry potential with this mage.
But how well can the front line actually cover the carry mage is something which is going to have to be put up to contention here. Second round of bans coming through, we will be seeing more targeted focus towards the hyper carries, be it Sol, Ho Yi, Nemesis as well going to be on the chopping block. Nemesis, we haven't seen too much today. Of course, she's extremely potent, but for the most time, it's going to be decently okay when it comes to keeping things locked down in the mid game.
I think more than anything, this Thoth is taking it away from Elpadog, who we just saw absolutely dominate in the last game. As the final ban comes through, Serket taken off the table, but Serket picked up. Production was production was
messing with us.
Yeah,
all right,
this is Morgan Serket. Production was messing with me for not being able to say Kukumaracha, but this time it's going to be the Scylla locked in for Monkey Business instead.
Enemy spy in the ranks. Scylla's going to be picked up there for Monkey Business. The Scylla specifically is the first time we're seeing her today, but a Scylla in general, looking across to the other side of the board, is going to be a ginormous issue for Thoth in lane if the cripple can land consistently. Is going to be a ginormous issue for Fenrir when he wants to gank because the cripple can land consistently. And potentially even Ganesh and Erlang Shen if they want to rotate round as well.
And Ram going to be the final god locked in for the Overlords. He's going to add a little bit of cripple towards the side. But solo lane / jungle needs to be locked in for Monkey Business. And they're going to grab the champion of Rome, Hercules, once again making an appearance in the CC relegations.
Now, considering the amount of tankiness we're seeing time after time after time, I don't think there's too much we can say when it comes to please change that. But do you think maybe instead we'll see teams change their play style around it specifically? Maybe we'll see more of a focus of trying to keep the duo lane down on a hammer on that so much to where the solo lane has to come around and help? Or do you think maybe we'll see the same old, same old?
I mean, if it's been working very well for all of these teams, they just need to really figure out where they want to prioritize their picks out and shut down the big carries for the team. They want to try and take down Paul. What do they have? They have 3 gods who are very good at getting into the back line. Kukulane and Hercules, both very strong at getting into the back, getting in their face. And Viper on this Terra is going to be great to allow the movement forward as well. When they come into the back, stop them out.
And with that as well, it does bring the benefit of, hey, if you're trying to come for me, I can try and keep you out just with sheer presence alone. So that could also potentially change their playstyle. And I feel like the playstyle change, going back to that theme, is going to be something critically important going into this. Although,
side. Risky Ace already forced to use his beads, getting body blocked by Viper. Bud Pop pumping out the auto attacks, but he can. But he's just a little too fast. Risky Ace gonna be able to get away, but he's gonna be forced back to base, and that's gonna hurt his farm more than anything.
Yeah, getting put right back to base, that's gonna slow you down. He's still at level 1 of all things. Level 1, while the rest of his enemies are gonna be able to get up to at least level 2 relatively quickly.
He wasn't even able to secure a small minion for himself. He's walking back to lane with 0 experience to his name. We're on the top side, Solo Troll and Xing steal away the top side buffs. Bottom side, Bruh and Fishy Flakes steal away the opposing buffs. So it's kind of back to how we started in Season 4. Just take the enemy team's buffs for the first round or two, and, you know, their buffs are your buffs. Mikasa Sukasa.
Although, might be Mikasa Sukasa on the kills here in the solo lane, actually. Xing tries to go for Bruh, get the exchange, but he actually gets the worst end of the deal, losing half of his HP, and he's going to have to go into the jungle to lick his wounds and drink his potions.
You know, me solo, you solo, whatever it wants to be. We've seen a lot of focus in the solo lane today. Glazy, most specifically, is the one I looked at. He was consistently in the solo lane. So back Xing, trying to make a decision himself, but Fishy Flake spots him out. I don't think Xing realized he was there. Gonna be able to jump away from danger. Bruh, boxing out. Brutalize gonna be good, but it's gonna be immediately pushed away. Forced to use the horrific emblem. Bruh, caught in the middle of the minions, nowhere to go, and Solo Troll's gonna pick up first blood.
Solo or Troll able to find himself first blood, and getting that onto the Erlang Shen against the Kukulkan is going to be extremely handy, because if the Kukulkan can't get ahead, Fishy Flakes definitely likes that playstyle. But speaking of Fishy Flakes, he tries to avenge his fallen comrade and ends up eating the dirt as well.
That's 2 kills in favor of the IQ Overlords, bringing themselves an early swing on a god like Fenrir, who loves the early game. You're not building enough defense. You're not building the relics to get away from him. So he's just going to continue having a field day on this Fenrir.
And that Fenrir, of course, thrives on early game, well, field days. That advantage is going to be great moving him into the mid-game, and specifically, the more this game has gone on, Xing is the kind of player who loves to wind up, gain the momentum, and as the day has gone on, 40 IQ, even though, yeah, the games have been ties, and we are now tied in the process, Xing's been having good games consistently.
Budpop's already put a significant amount of poke into this left side tower. That early forced back to base from Risky Ace has really put him so far behind in lane that he can't even clear his own wave. His support was forced elsewhere, so he's been kind of left alone to Budpop's aggression.
Do you think, though, that Budpop's aggression is going to be maybe counteracted if he keeps getting this aggressive? Because Monkeys has been consistently covering his angles, at least with one person. You can see here, this is going to be a 4-man split of the buffs, and every other time, there's usually at least one person roaming near enough to be able to help put out any fires in the duo lane.
Right. It's going to be a difficult one for Risky Ace if Monkey Business doesn't come over to help them out. Risky just needs to continue playing safe, but Monkey Business, they want a very early Gold Fury. Going to use the I'm a Monster to secure it for themselves. Very quick, very early Gold Fury, only 4 minutes in.
Yeah, grabbing the Gold Fury is going to give Monkeys a nice little conciliation prize after having a not great first start in both the mid and the solo lane. But we'll see here, actually, in the duo and the solo instead, going to be fighting on both sides. Up goes a Risky Face to eliminate Budpop in the ultimate, but ultimates are now going to be using the solo as well. Bruh! Getting on the back end to Xing and Solo or Troll for the IQ, getting 4 and 0 on the kill columns.
IQ getting the better end of both of those fights. Risky Ace was ganked by Fishy Flakes. There's 2 versus 1, but Risky Ace goes into the air, gets the shots he needs, takes down Bud Pop to swing it in his favor, and advances the IQ Overlords to a 4-0 lead early on. Now, we had a game earlier. It was, what, 11-2 was the kill line? 5 minutes in, we've already got 4 kills on the board.
And that speed is something which is going to be especially beneficial if we end up getting there in a best-of-1 scenario. This is tiebreakers now, so if you can afford to try and blitzkrieg the enemy down, maybe they mentally break. I mean, these guys have been going on for a very long time at this point now. What is it, hour 4, hour 5?
Something like that. We've been going on since about 10:30 or so this morning. So it's a long day for us, and an even longer day for the players. Fishy Flake's gonna get aggressive, but he's gonna be detransformed out of the rage. Just narrowly jumps away from the final judgment out of Paul. Be disengaged from Monkey Business. She can make the rotation in. He smells blood, but he's gonna have to be careful.
Trying to grab himself, good positioning is going to be incredibly important, but you can't afford to get over aggressive. Yeah, your team's ahead, you can smell blood, but you don't want to try and fully go for it. Solo lane here, blood is going to be smelt here, but the blood's immediately going to go back into Solo or Troll's body because he's able to heal up. Meanwhile, Bruh has to just sit there and hold that. Can't really do anything here.
Not gonna let him go that easily. Xing gonna jump in. The pillars dropped as a way of zoning him out, but he's gonna be rooted in place by the pin. Solo or Troll picking up the credit for the kill. Viper dashes in with the monolith break, but it's not gonna do anything. And in the duo lane, second shot's gonna hit. Third will connect as well. Bud Pop's so low, but Risky Ace, no Astral Arrow to finish the job. So for now, Bud Pop's just gonna be able to go back to base.
Oh, actually, scratch that. Apparently, Caster's Curse. He's lying to you, J-Mac. He's going to stay here and actually keep farming up. And I mean, Kernanos does have good sustain with the spring stance. You can see here, he's going to be using it to try and lifesteal himself back up. Early game, it's not fantastic because, of course, it is percent lifesteal, and you need a good bit of damage to really take advantage of that. But, I mean, healing is healing. Don't look a gift horse in the mouse, or a gift goat in the mouse in this case.
Healing, we've seen, has become a big factor for a lot of teams needing to pick up anti-heal. We've kept mentioning it, and usually it has not come up to be very fruition for it. But right-hand side, Xing's going to pick up Bruh, throw him down in the middle of 3 members, use the driving strike, but it's not going to hit anybody. Final judgment, just off the mark. Paul's going to connect the evade and punish, but the rest of Monkey Business is rotated over.
They're going to rotate over to help out with the fight. Xing jumping over the top. Avoids Elpadog's ultimate. Elpadog having much less success this game than he did last game with the ultimate. Xing gets the first fatality of the fight, eliminating Fishy Flakes. But the retort from Brass says, no, sir. We're going to make this a 1-for-1 trade. Let's separate and take our objectives and agree to disagree on this one.
Monkey Business finally getting themselves on the board. Bruh, who is so far behind in the solo lane, needed that kill to keep himself going. You can see this item has just become so loved by a lot of the members here in the CC. Swift Wing picked up one more time, this time on the Hercules. We're all going to be picking that up. So with Teleport kind of not so great right now. A lot of solo laners have been opting towards this Swift Wing, but most importantly, the horrific Emblem start. We've seen this time and time again.
But that time and time again is going to be seen much more frequently because of the mid-season patch. If you upgrade it, you also mitigate the enemy's damage. You reduce it by a good amount. So using that on top of, say, a shell or a curse, you can just gum up the enemy's wheels of war. There's not many things they can really do outside of beads when they are tagged with the horrific emblem. Even the basic one we see here, J-Mac. Look at the numbers. 40% movement speed reduction for 5 seconds, and then 25% attack speed reduction? Against a team like Monkeys, who has a couple of people who rely on attack speed, specifically Fishy Flakes and Bud Pop, that's going to be incredibly useful.
25% attack speed in the late stages doesn't sound like an immense amount when you have upwards, 1.75, even closer to 2.0 attack speed. But early game, when you barely have 1 attack speed, it's not going to be a fun party for you because you're no longer getting those consistent one shots. It feels like eternity for another auto to fire out. And when nobody really has the mobility online, 40% decreased movement speed just makes you feel like a turtle.
Yeah, and that also can end up messing with your lines because you don't, because Horrific Emblem has a fairly short range to deploy. It's around the same range as a shell. It's not that far. It's about the range of just under an auto attack. So with that in mind, you have to sort of think, all right, I know Solo or Troll has the Horrific Emblem. I don't want to go in, but speaking of Solo or Troll, he's actually going to be having a little bit of an argy-bargy over in the Solo and forcing Bro back again. He is consistently forcing him back on the tower.
But Bruh really doesn't have to worry because of that Swift Wing. He's going to be able to get back to base and go back to the lane very quickly. Left-hand side, a lot of aggression onto Risky A. Is going to get stunned out by the Crushing Earth, forced to use the beads. Left Syndrome. Look at Nash this time. We've seen him on Geb all day. Now going to take a little bit different of an option. The Fishy Flakes transforms with the Berserk form on the Kukulin. They'll be able to walk away. And they steal a red buff successfully. But that's going to be it for Monkey Business.
Cullen is raging right now, and unfortunately, it's at the wrong time. That is, he has to put the beads, actually. Viper stuck inside the jaws of Ragnarok. Darmit Pillars used to try and lock him in, but no, it's a Terra he can get on out. She got completely smacked up there by Elpadog, allowing Fishy Flakes to follow up for the 1-2 punch and the 1-2 kill. Shin going to be sitting in base for about 30 seconds. Great use of the Earth Shatter into the driving strike, allowing the auto attack to weave in as well. This might be a dead elephant.
Oh. Paul with the final judgment.
Yikes.
Clips 3 members, and the Hieroglyphic Assault to follow will take down 2. Bulver on top. Gonna spell a disaster for Paul if he gets caught. Beautiful taunt, but Bud Pop will pick him up with the Bramble Blast. Bruh fighting into 2 members, not the 2 you want to fight into. Forced to use it, or actually the mitigate wounds pops in. I thought that was a bracer for how much he got back.
Yeah, that looked like it, but mitigate wounds is just that good. Most people think, oh, it's no longer the mitigate wounds of years past, but it can still do a massive heal pop at the end of the channel time. So Lordtron and Bud Pop now going to be having a bit of a argument in the left side, but they're going to part ways, and 40 IQ's Hunter, Risky Ace, is going to be grabbing these oracles nice and safely with no one from Monkeys really wanting to try and force a fight due to increased risk.
Solo Troll had his 72 transformations. That could have been the potential death of Bud Pop. As he used that dash, he clipped more of the wall than he actually did move forward. So if Solo Troll decided he really wanted to push in, he probably could have gotten the kill onto Bud Pop, but didn't end up doing so, and so they'll go back into their lanes. Bud Pop, once again, with a little bit of an advantage over Risky Ace, sitting at about a level. And looking at the graphs, it's still a fairly even game. 2,000 experience and only 400 gold in favor of the Overlords.
Overlords are in a good position to slow things down if they want. They don't have to push the pace on Monkeys because it's the Monkeys that are behind. The onus is on them to get the lead, and you can see they're trying here. They're going to go for the pole team to start with. Oh, completely demolishes Fishy Flakes right at the end of the ultimate. Alpadog into his own ultimate to get away using the increased movement speed. He can't contribute to this upcoming fight of the Bottle Demon at all. It's less of a fight, it's more of a massacre, bruh. Bruh, that was not nice.
You can see exactly where he got caught in the middle of the pillar's tether. Nowhere to go, increased damage, protection shred, slow it down. Nothing for him. Overlords secure a portal demon for themselves. Taunt from Solar Troll to hold Viper in place. Force out the shell and the Terra's Blessing. There's nowhere for Viper to go. 4 members chasing him down. Paul wants the kill. Paul's getting the kill.
Paul's been very hot and cold this game, and right now he is burning up. This has been an excellent performance from him so far, but let's not discount the other people on his team. Xing has been doing a great job setting up. Solo Troll has been just eating the damage alongside Left Syndrome as well. So considering that, Monkeys may want to consider their target prioritization options. Maybe they want to end up going for more Left Syndrome and Xing to give Risky Ace and Paul not that many places to go. I mean, yeah, going for the tank, it's a bit of a dumb thing to say. But in this context, it makes a sick sort of sense. Left Syndrome and Xing both have great ultimates, but they aren't too tanky right now. So now's a great option to try and burn them down and get their back line vulnerable.
I just realized we could have the return of the Shake and Bake with this squad. Xing and Left Syndrome. I want to see it. I want to see it. They can do it with this one, the Pillars plus the Ragnarok. Very easy potential for the Shake and Bake. We didn't even mention that one. But what I want to discuss, Paul's player damage. He is sitting second highest in the game, only behind his solo laner at only 14 minutes in. This is an astounding number, especially when you compare it to Elpadog at only 3,200.
And Elpadog and Paul have been going back and forth this entire day when it comes to actual top player damage and performance. So maybe we'll see Paul keep this performance up going later and later into the game. He's had the luxury of his team being able to engage well enough and CC well enough to where Paul can literally just take a chair, sit down, and just point and shoot. But as the game gets later on, Monkeys, however, could start really getting in his face.
Everybody knows that Scylla is the one goddess who can turn a fight almost immediately alongside of Kali, but Elpa gets chunked by the final judgment one more time. Trying to get away into the tower, Risky Ace will find the second shot of the ult to kill him off. Fishy Flakes caught in the middle of 3, just trying to run, use the ult, dashes away. Pillars are going to be dropped out. Fishy Flakes will be able to get away. Bruh forced to use the driving strike. They're only going to lose 1, but they are very critically hurt.
They won't be able to really help out too much in this fight, so they'll disengage, keep themselves nice and safe. 40 IQ are really starting to find their footing. Oh, Left Syndrome gets popped up by the Hercules too, but the immediate counter engaged by the rest of 40 IQ to save his bacon. And speaking of bacon, bro gets turned into a pig and murdered.
Nowhere for Bro to go. Body blocked in the middle of 4 players yet again. Even with the Bracer of Undoing, it was not enough to get him out. You saw it pop through, and then it was just gone. That was the end of the line for Bruh, who is starting to fall just a little bit behind Solo or Troll. You can see going into what looks to be either a Genji's Guard, as we've seen a very prominent rise of this item as of the mid-season patch.
Yeah, some people have equated it to the new solo lane meta. We haven't seen too much in that sense, but it is still an item you will see a lot. Having 70 protections, plus that huge passive of the cooldown shred if you take magical damage, can give a lot of a lot of mid laners right now a bit of food for thought on who they actually really want to target.
Not only that, 40 MP5, but hold that, Bud Pop caught on the wrong side of the Dharmic Pillar, forced into both sets of relics yet again. Waiting for the shots, but Risky Ace not going to connect any. Bud Pop gonna be able to get away with his life for the time. Fishy Flakes pushing into Risky Ace, knocked up by the ult, trying to dive him under tower, but Solo or Troll holds him in place with the turtle. Xing brings Bruh into the midst, and Paul's gonna take down Fishy Flakes.
Fishy Flakes will fall. He was a big element of this fight, even with using his ultimate. Oh, swing and a miss. Nice shoot there, actually, by Bruh, but it doesn't matter when you get smacked upside the head by a giant spear. Solo or Troll able to get the 2-piece there for 40 IQ collectively. Elpadog, Roots, ult, gonna eclipse Solo or Troll, but it only did about a third of his HP, which is gonna allow 40 IQ to maybe get the upper hand of this fight. Viper pops Terror's Blessing to give his team an increased movement speed, free abilities, and the extra regeneration should for auto attacks hit, but it's not really gonna matter because they're primarily worried about killing Solo or Troll, but he's getting away!
He had nowhere to go, but just kept juking around inside of the crushed monolith. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage when you're stuck inside. It was just waiting for that 72 transformations to come off cooldown. Solo or Troll gets out of danger. Team picks up the Oracle Harpies, continues their farm, extending their lead 15-4.
15-4. And in a best of 1 where you're fighting for your life, potentially, depending of course how the tiebreakers go, 40 IQ needs to keep this. Even if this game ends up lasting, you know, another slog at 40 minutes or whatever, they need to take this slow and understand if the Monkeys get a whiff of success, they will grab it and they will stretch it for miles because they have to in this scenario. They can't not keep that killer instinct.
Portal Demon started up by the Overlords, but immediately dissuaded by Monkey Business. They're not letting any of that nonsense go through. But left-hand side, Bud Pop caught once again, forced to use his own ult, but the Ragnarok to counter it immediately. No relics for the Kernanos. It's going to be a quick pickup. Risky Ace gets credit for the kill.
And now Risky Ace is going to be looking with the help of his team to try and eliminate Viper, but Viper, of course, can sit back safely. He's a terror, of course, so keep himself nice and safe. Mid lane, no, bit of action. Solo or Troll looking to try and 9 tons Blessing. 2 targets in, only gets Fishy Flakes, but Fishy Flakes has the bracer to keep himself healthy.
Gonna get that regen back for himself. They force out the jump. forced out his Aegis Amulet as well earlier on. Solo Troll continuing forward. Viper gonna dash through. Gold Fury gonna be stolen by the boulder from Bruh. 2 men rooted out, but I'm a Monster only takes damage onto Solo Troll. Dark Pillars thrown out, crushed over the wall. Elpa claims the life of the solo laner.
Elpa dog, only able to really sit there and watch as most of his team now looking to try and move in. Elpa dog can't help out as much as he would like to. Bro with the steal gives his team the forward surge of momentum they need. Xing also going to get taken out by the namesake. Fishy Flakes also coming to help, but he's also a bit wounded. And these wounded warriors right now are going to be targets that 40 IQ want to go for because they still have their 2 big snipers up, Paul and Risky Ace.
Left Syndrome gonna move forward towards Bud Pop, but taking a little bit of damage from those auto attacks. Might be a little too much for him. Portal Demon started up by Monkey Business, not Risky Business. But it's gonna go relatively free for them. Nobody on the side of the Overlord's gonna be able to make their way in. Left Syndrome, the only one remotely close to the area, but no pillars available, so no real steal opportunity over the wall. So Monkey Business gonna drop the lead that was built up by the Overlords down to just 4,500 experience, but also just 400 gold separate these 2 teams.
The lead, negligible. Tower leads, negligible, apart from, of course, Monkeys being decently more damage. Now there's an actual lead, with the first tower of the game finally falling at 21 minutes and 12 seconds in.
And of all towers, it was the dual lane tier 1 tower. Usually the solo lane tower is the first one taken off the map. Almost every single time. One gets pushed out too far, they lose it within 10, 15 minutes, but 21 minutes and Risky Ace is taking the first tower of the game. This has been a very aggressive, but non-objective game from both these 2 teams.
Yeah, there's been a lot of brawling in general. You know, if there was a bit more fighting and a little bit more sloppiness, I think this might have been a Southeast Asian game. But it's been mostly controlled fighting, both teams understanding when they might need to back up a bit. 40 IQ could have been looking to try and keep the Fire Giant their residence for the time being. Less Sid Syndrome getting hit with 2 ultimates, but doesn't really seem to care because it only took about half his HP and he can dash right on out of there.
Viper forced to run away, not gonna get picked up thanks to the Stone of Gaia, keeping himself from being yanked by Xing's Ragnarok. And now Solo Troll in the middle of the jungle, jumping around, having a good time, waiting to see who he can find, but it's just gonna be Bruh in the area. Pin not gonna connect. As you said, 2, really 3 ultimates expended in that fight as Terra's Blessing was used to try and get the rest of the team out.
Yeah, Terra's Blessing, you'll often see it used more as an offensive measure because there's not too many times where you can say, all right, I know my team is in danger. This ultimate will help everyone its maximum value. You'll sometimes see Terra's prioritize the offensive. Okay, you got movement speed, you've got almost free abilities, go, 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 go. But this game, Viper has been using it very well as a emergency get out of there evacuation button for his team globally.
You can see, looking at Bruh, just finished up the Shield of Regrowth for his next item. That means when he leaves the base, he can pop that mitigate wounds, and he's going to go zoom across the map back to his tower. Gets 40% movement speed for 4 seconds after healing, and 40% movement speed for 15 seconds leaving the fountain. If Bruh ever has to leave a fight and come back, he's going to be back in the fray within about 8 to 10 seconds. And with how long these fights have been going, that's more than enough time for Bruh to come back.
Yeah, and considering that, Bruh will hope to have that movement speed on him when he tries to get out of this 2 versus 1 situation. Bruh healing up, gonna try and use the Earthbreaker for a cheeky pull, but nothing there. Everyone apart from the Hunters immediately rotates around, understanding that if they lose their solo laners, contesting the Fire Giant from an attempt from the other guys is going to be significantly harder.
Looking back to the left-hand side of Risky and Bud Pop, wanting to start a slapbox with each other, but neither one wants to make the first commit. The mid lane, Left Syndrome dunked on by 2 members, but right side Bruh, yet again, being forced under tower, forced to use the boulder because of the presence of Xing and Solo. Fishy Flakes gonna drive forward, but the ult not going to connect. And that's gonna be 2 members of IQ Overlords walking away for relatively free.
IQ Overlords have been getting decently lucky when it comes to getting away, but of course, what is luck? It's a combination of skill and opportunity. Now, it seems they might not be able to get away from this fight with a kill, because there's two extremely tanky people in the solo lane right now. Multiple ultimates being used, but it's just kind of feeling like a slap fight right now, J-Mac. No one's really able to get a confirmed kill, although Monkeys is actually diving the tower here.
Xing taking quite a bit, but the shell holding him off for the time being. Bro stuck under, tanking a lot of damage. Bracer and mitigate wounds gonna heal him up for quite a bit. Elpa waiting for the shot onto the back, not gonna connect with I'm a Monster. Xing finally going to fall. Final judgment from Paul is going to do quite a bit. The war cry from Fishy Flakes, but it's not going to land out onto anyone. Left Syndrome now the one caught in the middle of three. Shoved back, stunned in between the walls. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Boulder back online. Bruh trying to run, but Solo Troll's finally going to pick him up. Risky Ace grabs Fishy Flakes, and now it's the side of Monkey Business on full retreat.
Monkey Business now going from the aggressors to the people being aggressed onto. Viper all on his own. The only man still standing is Budbop. He's been split pushing this entire time, trying to get himself farmed up even more than he initially is. But 40 IQ doesn't care. They'll lose the tower if they have to, because they just got 4 kills, and they're about to get a Fire Giant as well.
They didn't need that tier 2. They sent Left Syndrome to deal with it. They're more than capable of giving that one up just to give themselves the free double objective as Fire Giant falls. Portal Demon falls shortly after, granted themselves a little bit more of a lead. Monkey Business, who was ahead in gold, still now leads at 1900. But IQ Overlords with the Fire Giant is going to make their presence in these next fights just a little bit more known.
Now, with that Fire Giant, I have a question for you, J-Mac. Okay. You have a much more understanding of Challenger Cup than I do. I'm the new incumbent here on the team. Do you think that we'll see something like maybe the cheeky throw after getting a bit too cocky that we often see sometimes in Southeast Asian games or occasionally Oceania? Or do you think maybe 40 IQ with their veterans on their team will take things slow and do things by the book? Elpa Dog, oh my, he got so close to dying.
He is gonna die. Risky Ace with one shot from the ult's gonna pick him up. Xing grabs Bud Pop in the back with the Ragnarok. Taken so low. The spear from Fishy Flakes not enough to take anybody down. He'll fall to Risky Ace. Viper forced onto the retreat. Just the 2 tanks left alive. Bruh's in the middle of 4. He's taken quite a bit of damage, but Mitigate Wounds is healing him up for so much. Not able to take anybody down. Shoves 3 back with a driving strike. And cue the good old Benny Hills as the Shield of Regrowth allows Bruh to keep running around.
And he can just pose, go back to base by himself. But 40 IQ, they only lost a bit of time there. They're able to still start chewing through, take out the towers. And to continue on my initial question before all that violence broke out, do you think 40 IQ is going to get over-aggressive and too greedy?
It's quite possible with the lineup they have, but they're playing this Phoenix very wisely. Final Judgment gonna hit onto 2. Solo Troll, the main one to tank out. Bruh gonna be the first one to drop to Risky Ace. They'll be able to take the Phoenix down, and this should be the retreat from the Overlords. But Xing wants blood. Xing wants Viper. But Paul's not gonna connect with the evade and punish. Pillars dropped by Left Syndrome to allow for the retreat. But Solo Troll is gonna get knocked up by Fishy. Boar's not gonna connect from Bud Pop. Xing getting re-aggressive, jumps in the middle, quickly realizes we might need to retreat, and this is not going too well for the Overlords. They're taking a long time to get these kills going through. Aegis gonna save them from the I'm a Monster. Fishy Flakes somehow still alive. No one's able to take him down until Solo or Troll hits him.
Solo or Troll able to help with his team. Grab themselves the first Phoenix. They probably grab themselves the second, and maybe even the Deicide here. Deicide going to the 40 IQs. And with that, they will lock themselves 3.
Not quite. Bruh's back with the boulder. Unable to kill anybody yet. Takes down a Risky Ace. Finally securing the first. Look at how low they are. There's no way they can push down this Titan. The minion wave was too far back on the solo lane side. Nothing they could do. So IQ Overlords, they're going to drop their Hunter, go back, claim the tier 1, possibly the tier 2 tower as well. And Bruh, with that portal, boulder, excuse me, will save the life of the Titan for just a little while.
Bruh has been... I've used this joke too many times, but Bruh, he has been excellent. that his play between the boulders, or rather the baseballs being thrown, his play with the earth shatters, his occasional distractionary play, you know, leading 40 IQ around, has been single-handedly buying his team out of situations where they probably would have been cashed out. And, of course, that's not to disingenuize everyone else on Monkeys. They have been contributing well, but the numbers don't lie. Look at the player damage, and then look at the KDAs. Monkeys is in the red on all regards.
Monkeys, they're not able to put out enough damage just yet. They're still lacking just that little bit of bang that they need from Elpadog, who's sitting second lowest on his team. These I'm a Monsters, while some have connected Aegis Amulets from the IQ Overlords, have been immuning the damage out. So Elpa's not able to get any of the oh-so-crucial resets that you need with Scylla. With that sound cue, you can hear the Gold Fury taken by IQ Overlords as well, trying to bring the lead back in their favor, now sitting up towards 7,000 gold.
IQ Overlords now still in a strong position to push, but still Monkeys is able to defend. We're seeing this happen more and more today as we get further in. Are the teams just not having a good time at sieging? Is it something with the compositions? Is it something in the water? Like, why does it feel like it's taking so long for games to finish?
Think about all the changes to the structures. Phoenixes have 3,000 HP. That's 50% more HP than they had previously before the midseason patch. Tier 2 towers have 2,500 HP. It's so difficult to siege down. It just takes so long to siege down these towers, and after that, they've taken too much damage. They don't know what to do after the fallout from it, so they just back off, and it's hard for them to just continue forward.
Monkeys now have a choice. They're at a crossroads. Do they stay, defend their Phoenixes, and fight under the inevitableness of IQ having a good siege opportunity, or do they instead wait for IQ to siege them first, then go in? Looks like they're going to be forced into option B. They have to defend with one Phoenix down, and with an Emperor's armor on the field, that's going to maybe allow the siege to be successful. It looks like Bruh, for the meantime, pushing back in. Last Judgment's actually going to field goal, somehow whiffing everyone.
No one on IQ Overlords is super healthy at the moment. They're all on the back burn. I'm a Monster not gonna connect once again from Elpadog, and that could have potentially turned the fight completely in favor of Monkey Business. But instead, they're gonna be sitting one ult left, two with each other. Bud Pop, the most relevant of them, gonna transform two into the boars, but they're all still so healthy. The Fire Giant regenerating so much for the Overlords.
Overlords do not have too many places to really go unless they actually kill someone on the Monkeys. The Monkeys are still able to stay alive due to their sustain, and they'll actually start the counter-attack again. Xing's gonna fall. The Overlords now really don't have an option for a successful siege unless somehow the Monkeys let themselves fall on IQ Sword. The Overlords have to take a Phoenix and then leave.
Oh, Paul just off the mark with the final judgment again. Bud Pop picks up a double kill. 3 of the 5 taken down by the Hunter. Monkey Business now on full frontal assault, trying to push forward, but there's still 2 towers in the mid lane, stopping them from being able to potentially aggress onto a Phoenix. They lost both the right-hand Phoenix yet again and the mid lane Phoenix.
But now Monkeys are able to siege. They need to keep this. They can't let 40... Of course, now, 40 IQ doesn't have fantastic people for backdoor. They don't have, say, like an Apollo or a Yanis, that kind of thing. So I wouldn't expect a backdoor onto either the tower on the left-hand side, J-Mac, or anything shenanigansy. The big objective for Monkeys now is to keep this pressure onto 40 IQ for long enough to where their Phoenixes can heal, or that they can win the game, whichever comes first.
Ooh, Paul taking a bit of a risk with that back in the jungle. Almost gets caught up by Elpa, but able to get back into the fray. We've been saying Elpa's name a lot this game, but not in the most positive way, as Elpa has yet to really connect any big I'm a Monsters all game long. He had one really good one in the mid lane that resulted in Xing's death, but outside of that, Elpa has just essentially been a non-factor. Player damage, he's still sitting at the bottom half. 17,000 compared to his opponent, Paul, with nearly 33,000.
That is not a great look for Elpa, who last time we saw him was ripping through people on Thoth. I feel like Thoth right now is the premier mid laner just because he has great escape, great CC, and when you can consistently hit these ultimates, you just delete people off the map. There is no recourse. It's not like, say, with Scylla's ultimate, where there's a little bit of a tell and you can Aegis. Once the ultimate is launched, unless you can hear it coming, you're done.
Especially if it's over a wall where you can't see which direction it's coming from. You can't really see that glyph of pain. If you place it in the wall just right, you can basically hide that, so they might not even know if the range is far enough to reach. That's the mind game factor that comes from Thoth. And Paul has been playing this god pretty dang well this game. Maybe I'll take the mid camps, Fire Giant, and Portal Demon still down for just under another minute. And that's where IQ Overlords are going to look to turn their aggression.
But going back a little bit, you were talking about how ways to conceal the Thoth ultimate. This was changed to have a mana cost, but how relevant still is the stop that Toss can do by cancelling and then enabling their ultimate, the mind games, if you will?
Late game, nothing. It's 30 mana when, if we just take a look onto Paul, he has 2100. He could do this 70 times, and he'll still be able to get some mana with his regen. The canceling at late stages is purely mind game. It's much like the Mercury Clap with his Sonic Boom. But the thing is Paul is just firing these off. He's getting them charged up, waiting for the opportunity, but the last couple fights, they've been just shy of their targets.
And not even necessarily because he misses, it's either he's out of range, or monkeys see it coming because it's in plain vision, and they juke it. And because of that, Paul hasn't been able to get the picks that he's wanted. And IQ has been leaning on those picks quite heavily, because if Xing gets rooted or whatever, he may need to keep his Ragnarok as an escape tool. Solo will troll have been primarily using his taunt, not necessarily as setup, of course it always is set up because it's a taunt, but as a safety measure, because of course it has a damage mitigation plus the heal. So, 40 IQ is relying on the big bang for the big entries.
Relying on trying to take this Phoenix down as well. Respawn up to about 25% HP. Paul throwing out a little bit of poke onto Bruh. Left Syndrome's going to be the one to tank up the tower. Use that Ohm. Phoenix is already gone. Crush not going to do too much. Solo Troll grabs 2 with the taunt, putting them both at critical HP. But the tanks are moving forward. Not able to get too much. Bruh chunked down to half. Uses the mitigate wounds to come back. Paul's ult not quite enough. The Bracer will heal Bruh back up.
How is Bruh keep living through this nonsense? He keeps getting himself into situations, and he keeps getting himself out.
Right side Phoenix down. Mid lane Phoenix next target. Bruh, once again, the front line not going to knock up Solo Troll thanks to the Stone of Gaia. But it's 5 fairly healthy members of Monkey Business defending the Phoenix. They have the Emperor's armor on their side to be able to continue or to stop the further aggression, but Left Syndrome once again the big one. Risky Ace knocked up, taken down. Blood Pop gets him with the Wild Hunt.
And now the follow-up from the monkeys. They again, it feels like it's deja vu. 40 IQ, siege monkeys base. Monkeys fight back. Monkeys get multiple picks. And we're right back to the middle again. This is almost like the last game we saw. We may end up actually going past 40 minutes at this rate.
Oh my Lord.
Okay, that was just completely disgusting. Pulls. Oh, look at the damage, Viper. He actually only lost a decent bit of health, but still losing that much health on a character as tanky as Viper's Terror this late. That's a lot of damage, Batman.
I'm looking at 1,000 magical power on Paul right now. This is going to be the save of the game. The Overlords need to defend this Phoenix push. They need to keep Paul alive. Solo Troll and Left Syndrome have to be the foursome front line. They're holding it off. Paul's going to throw out the evade and punish. Chunk down Bra, but Left Syndrome getting so low. Dharmic Pillar, Solo Troll picks up Bud Pop. They hold the Phoenix. 3 are low. 3 forced to retreat. Where is Elpa? What is he doing? Bruh, getting chunked down so far. The wall's gonna stop Solo Troll. The root from Fishy Flakes, but Paul dashes forward, slams in the boulder. Gonna do a bit. Gotta take down Bruh.
Bye. Nice knowing you, Bruh. But he's gonna get avenged because Fishy Flakes eliminates the birded bugger. Solo Troll, meanwhile, able to get revenge for him because Fishy Flakes drops. There's so much fighting, but so little base taking right now.
How is Solo Troll still sitting at this high of HP? He has been in the front line this entire fight, and with that hold, with Paul's 2-3 kills that he helped out with in that fight, the aggression now turns back in the favor of the Overlords. Viper knocked up, forced to sprint away from Solo Troll, while the rest of the Overlords push down the mid lane.
This has to be it for 40 IQ. They have 2 people left to defend against them, but pops up soon. But 40 IQ now charging in. This is it. They have to get it. Yes, they will. 40 IQ in the first tiebreaker nab themselves the W. Monkeys in a precarious position indeed.
31-14 at exactly the 40-minute game. Monkey Business looked like they had it, but Paul with 2 big shots, one from the evade and punish, one from the final judgment, takes out the tanky Hercules, but Solo Troll is the one I'm looking at. He was nonstop in the face of Monkey Business throughout the entire final push, and Elpa's complete absence is probably what cost Monkey Business that fight.
He was able to get good damage leading through, but as soon as he got picked off, that was the biggest source of AoE zoning via death that Monkeys had on the table. With that gone, there's only so much even any combination of 2 people can do to defend a Titan against a team that's taken down 3 of your guys is pushing in with rabid determination in a best-of-1 scenario. And because of that, 40 IQ grabbed themselves the W, and we're going to be going on to the next game, where it's going to be, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Monkeys versus the Turkeys to decide either if we're finishing off this broadcast now, or if we're going to a 3rd tiebreaker.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our second match here of the tiebreaker round robin. Monkey Business down 0-1 after their loss to the IQ Overlords. They need the win here to hold themselves out and keep themselves alive for potential to move forward or stay in the Challenger Circuit, I should say.
And keeping that in mind, especially after their loss last game, they have to go into their bag of tricks here. Or, if they don't want to do it in the picks and bans, do it in-game. Because something has to change. So far, Monkey Business has had a really hard time going for this consistent strats, which are doing okay early on, but then just fall away.
Again, bans have been very consistent across the board all today. Terra, Osiris taken away by the Tubby Turkeys. Monkey Business bans out the Monkey King and the Kazoo Birdo. Thoth and Sun Wukong taken off the table. Option goes back to the Tubby Turkeys. Kukulin has been available. We've seen a lot of prioritization towards this god, but the Turkeys are going to take Raven in its place.
The Ravan going to be extremely handy for keeping either jungle or solo lockdown, but let's hope not for too many warriors. We've had too many of them today as is.
Soul, the first lock-in for Monkey Business, going to be going to Elpa Dog with Thoth taken off the table. Go to the probably next most comfortable mage for a lot of these mid laners, and Kukulin picked up one more time. Now, I would say solo, but we've seen him played in the jungle as well. A little bit of flexibility for a lot of our warriors.
Ooh. Okay, Kukulin picked up again. That means, so far, Kukulin has been picked up every single game today so far.
If he hasn't been banned.
If he hasn't been banned, of course. Preface.
Ganesh and Chiron rounding out the duo lane. Likely, though we do have some flex for Chiron mid. I'd probably rather see that Chiron go towards the duo lane with Ganesh. And Hoon Bots going to be locked in. That's going to be the jungle for Monkey Business.
Hun Bats is a god who is along the same lines as like the Athenas and the Apollos, but a slightly higher tier, in my opinion, J-Mac. He is always great to have, but sometimes other junglers can surpass. But there's not too many that can actually end up doing that. So, considering Hunbats is now on the table, a extremely consistent pick for Fishy Flakes, our Tubby Turkey's going to maybe start focusing on the duo lane pick specifically on support or duo or one each.
The last time that we saw the Hunbots picked up, Tubby Turkeys last picked up Morrigan in this exact situation. I don't expect Morrigan to be locked in for them. I would love to see the prioritization, as you're asking, more towards the dual lane, or I would say depending on where this Chiron is going. If this Chiron is going to the dual lane, prioritize the duo. If he's going to the mid, try and pressure out the mid, because Chiron, with his recent buff, has become a bit of a favorable monster for some players.
Yeah, that, between the buffs to his one, of course, his one now marks everyone hit by it, so that's extremely useful. That it makes him a force to be reckoned with. However, Susano's actually going to make his first appearance today. Susano, he's good. Scratch that. That's a Kronos. Who's going where? It has to be Chiron mid now, and Benny Q's going to be... Well, that's not true. These are both technically flex picks.
These are both very strong flex picks. We'll really need to see where they go. And now that this Kronos has been locked in, that's where I want to see prioritization. Hunbots has the best way of taking down Kronos, especially if his ultimate is down. And with a Ho Yi to top, if this Kronos is going to the duo lane, this is the kill Kronos game.
Do you think it's necessarily all kill Kronos? Of course, Kronos is going to get strong towards the end of the game, but they may want, Monkeys instead may want to consider trying to keep Ravan and Susano down. Mango and Glavius. Glavius, of course, subbing in for the jungler previously on Turkeys.
Yeah, Glavis will be stepping in place of Glazy, so we kept the GLAs in here, but changed up how it ends off. Glavis has a subbing in, hasn't seen any play today, but not unfamiliar to the challenger scene, has played with the Tubby Turkeys, and has played in a lot of community tournaments, and this is the god that Glavis loves playing. I would say that Susano is probably one of his more signature gods.
I'm not familiar with Glevius at all. So you said he's got a lot of previous experience in with the turkeys as well. So it's safe to assume that Glavius won't have too much problems with synergy.
No, he's not unfamiliar to this team, and certainly not unfamiliar to this god. He's going to potentially be a driving factor, as he's always been a more aggressive Susano than some other ones. We've seen a more supportive style Susanos. We've seen these we're going to be in your face 24/7s, and that's more along what Glavis likes to do. Bottom side, Benny Q lost that red buff to Bud Pop and Viper, but we're more than happy just farming up the smalls of the purple, and possibly even the large minion of the purple buff as well.
Going to be grabbing that, you know, just nice and safe for the time being, but grabbing that definitely is going to be very useful, or grabbing those two small ones. You often see people not want to necessarily go for the big ones, but big risk for the monkeys here over at the speed buff. They are a high detriment of getting killed, especially Fishy Flakes, who doesn't have the jump up and ready to go right now. Mango gets the first blood, and second blood onto Elpadog is a big threat.
In his face and taken down. Aquila the Hun claims the second blood for the side of the Tubby Turkeys. A very risky play by the Monkeys. Does not pay off for them as they drop 2 members, maybe even 3. Bruh, getting aggressed on by Glavis and Mango on the wrong side of the map, but Bruh's going to be able to get away. And we talked about how Kukulin has been picked up or banned every single game. So far, only 1 win out of 4 games played today.
That is not fantastic for the old god. Mid lane, actually, speaking of gods, Elpadog gonna have to use the Saprate to get himself out. Clutch to Saprates are going to be incredibly important for Elpadog this game. There's so many angles he can be ganked from. Through walls, over walls, tornadoes, Chiron ultimates. There's too many angles he has to cover, so he has to be hovering right over his 3 key.
Benny Q getting aggressed on very heavily by Viper and Bud Pop. It's the 2v1 in the dual lane. Benny Q not getting the better end of it, but he'll be able to sustain under his tower as he's picked up the newly revived Vamp Shroud, as it now provides physical protection on top of it. So going against these physical hunters, it's going to be a little bit better for himself. Cheeks out the Ricochet on the right-hand side. Mango aggressing into Bud Pop. It's a level advantage. Mango does have ult. Going to slow him down. Room in place. Still a little bit of damage to the overhead kick. And continue throwing out some little punches, but to no avail.
Although mid actually fighting in all 3 lanes here, but let's focus on duo for the time being, because Viper's going to drop to Glevis, and Bud Pop now can't really do much for his teammates, so he has to sit back, farm, keep himself safe. Turkey's on a roll.
Kill the Hun. Gonna connect the matchful shot onto Fishy Flakes, but him and Elpa just gonna be able to retreat back, take their back camps. Right-hand side, still consistent fighting between the two, but Bro getting a little bit of the better end with that pseudo-mystical male passive when he is in that rage form. Dual lane, a lot more aggression. Bud Pop knocked up by the Typhoon, trying to find Benny Q, but can't get it. The Suns aren't enough to take down any, and they're gonna force out the Defender of Olympus from Viper.
He has to come over and assist. Bud Pop is too valuable to keep alive right now, but Killer the Hun able to wipe out Bruh in the 3-man gank to the solo lane, but this entire time that's going to open up a window for Fishy Flakes to steal away the red buff.
Red buff may be still on the bottom, but they're taking the blue buff away. Viper picks up Benny Q in the 2v1 scenario. Dash taunt the shield wall, still a very strong combination. Fishy Flakes going to steal away the purple from the side of the Tubby Turkeys, so they're going to trade out kill for 2, lose a few buffs, but overall, looking at the graphs, it's still in favor of the Turkeys. 1,300 gold and about 1,100 experience.
Yeah, keeping things somewhat even for the time being. Of course, Turkeys will have the advantage, but it's not the massive bleed out that we saw last game, where it just got downhill stupid quick. Now it's a bit more of a median, which you can expect from Monkeys to want to try and hold on as much as they can. This is their test game. This is going to test their fortitude. This is test their resolve. This is going to test to see if they can even still stay in Challenger Cup come next split. They have to win this to force another tiebreaker.
Monkey Business are the ones who are in Challenger Circuit this time, in danger of relegations. especially now being down 1. If they drop this, they drop down to the Combine. They're going to be fighting their hardest to keep in this set. Glavis taking a bit of poke from Bruh, but nothing they can't handle. Be able to heal that back up after dropping the blue buff with Mango.
Grab the blue buff, nice and handy. You know, having the mana regeneration for Mango is going to be nice. Ravon can sometimes have issues with mana loss if he has to use a lot of abilities. Ultimate, speaking of abilities, going to be used by Bruh. Bruh has enough rage to actually use the Berserk, but it has to wait for it to fully come online first, so this might be enough time to kill him. No, Viper's able to rotate back around using the Defender of Olympus, giving Bruh room to breathe because Turkeys had to immediately leave.
Fishy Flakes coming along the backside, looking for a target. Not going to connect with the Fear No Evil. Mango still sitting up in the front. Glavis yanks in 1. The shots from Aquila going to be good, but not quite good enough. Shell pop to make sure no Masterful Shot could take them down. Viper trying to run and evolve will get the solo Ganesh kill for himself. Tier 1 tower, Bruh, just trying to stay alive, but he's caught in the middle of 3 members, rooted out and taken down. Mango claims the kill.
Now, Turkey's 6-1 at 6 minutes and a killer minute. Monkey's going to start following up with 2 to the board after killing a very aggressive Evolve who stayed a little too long. Now Turkey's going to be setting their eyes on clearing out the jungle, keeping the farm consistent, keep it going. That's fantastic, especially with the composition they're currently running. Their biggest power spike is going to be towards the mid game. The quicker that they can get there, and the longer they can keep Monkeys away from it, J-Back. That's especially important because Monkeys have a couple of gods which thrive in the mid game. The Kukulkan, the Honbats, the Hoyi, the Sol, they all love getting that initial power spike in the mid-game up and running.
Ooh, Aquila yanked out of his dash. Gonna get hit with the overhead smash, but no ult from Fishy Flakes to take him down. They'll get the beads off of the Chiron, and that's gonna be a win for themselves. Pushing him back under tower. Likely to have to go back to base as well. Duo lane. Benny Q gonna get the rewind off onto Bud Pop, who's now caught in the middle. Evolve not gonna connect with the charge. And Bud Pop's gonna be able to walk away.
Bud Pop might not walk away from this Dharmic Pillar. Tornado 1-2 combination. Bud Pop gonna drop there to the 1-2 might of Turkeys. Fear No Evil gonna be used to, hey, get away from me kind of button, but narrowly avoiding the time stop. And now in the solo lane, actually. Even more fighting.
Traded out!
Mango! He wasn't even able to get the kill onto Bro in time. The 10-hand Shadow Fist missed.
Bruh turns the fight in his favor under the tier 1 tower. Keeps himself alive, keeps himself in this game, and that's what Monkey Business needs. After a botch of a fight in the left-hand side, losing out on Bud Pop, picking up Mango, who has been one of the driving forces for Tubby Turkeys. It's going to help themselves out just a little bit. Speed buff drop. We'll go over to Fishy Flakes. But as you said, the mid-game, the level 12, that's what we're looking at for the side of Tubby Turkeys to keep Monkey Business as delayed as possible. Because once Hunbats hits level 12, 13, gets that second relic, which could very well be the Blink, it's going to allow for more survivability for the team.
Yeah, that survivability as well is going to be especially crucial. A lot of these fights have been very quick affairs, at least pre-10 minutes. And when we get further and further in, and once a couple more key items, core items, you know, seconds, and even the beginnings of, thirds get built, that's where fights are going to get way more elongated like we're used to today so far.
Solo lane, a little bit more slap boxing between the two solo laners, but neither really going to take too much from it for a little bit of damage, but Mango just going to back off, leave him alone. Mid lane, a little bit of a rotation around here towards the mid. Harpies, Glavis caught out, forced to use the Typhoon. Going to throw it only onto Viper as he was turned around during the shot of it. Viper sitting under half, Killa charging forward. Not going to pick up anything off of it.
Not able to give themselves any bonuses off the fight. Turkeys, however, don't necessarily need to. They just need to keep this smooth sailing. Things have been going their way with, you know, little pits and falls here and there. You know, let's take a look at the graphs here, J-Man. 2,000 and a bit experience. Gold, basically 2,000. That graph has been very pitfally, up and down, but the general trend is in favor of the Turkeys. The Monkeys have not been able to get the hooks in at any real meaningful point.
Every time that they've gone in for something, they've really come out with a whole lot of nothing. They got the one good return kill over into the solo lane, but outside of that, their kills are kind of spread through. Viper has been doing what they can on this Athena, but it just hasn't been proving to be quite enough yet. Mango finds Fishy Flakes in the jungle, met with Glavis as well. Bruh forced out the Defender of Olympus for his teammate. Mango now on full retreat as 3 members surround him, but the rest of the Tubby Turkeys are rotating in.
Tubby Turkey's going to be looking to try and help out their comrades in the solo lane, but we'll say no. All right, we understand that monkeys aren't going to really dedicate for the fight. We can easily take stuff off of them if they were over there, like a Gold Fury. So we're just going to go instead, farm a little bit, and maybe look to try and catch out, say, a mid laner.
Actually, Bruh, forced to use his ultimate, goes into the rage form. Mango roots him out, forces out the dash. The Warcry is going to need to be used to immune the Typhoon. Bruh's still alive for the time, but now he's caught inside the pillars. Thrown up, knocked down. Mango gets the credit for the kill, and now Viper is the one who's forced to retreat away from the side of the Turkeys.
Turkeys now 8-3 reads the scoreline. Victory by 1,000 cuts is the strategy for the Turkeys. They'll get a little thing here, little thing there. They don't want to get into a big fight with the monkeys because they completely understand that the monkeys will take that lead and they will hold on to it for dear life. The Turkeys instead opting for, okay, we're going to pick here, a camp there, move back, get something else here, move back. They aren't engaging on monkeys' terms, and that is so good in this scenario because the monkeys are the ones who must play up to the Turkeys right now.
Oh, Benny Q's got to be careful. 4-man rotation to the left side. He recognizes, he sees Fishy Flakes on the ward. He goes back up to the top side. Time stop, not going to connect onto anybody. Viper's dash blocked out. 1, 2, 3 shots from Aquila, but it's not enough to take them down. Mango in the front, but in the back, Fear No Evil forces the rest of the team off. 5 versus 3. Frenzy pop. Bud Pop caught in the middle, stunned out in the air. Benny Q gets one. Glavis picks up Fishy, and now Bruh forced to use the Spear of Pain, but he's the one in a lot of pain, taken down by Mango.
Bud Pop, I feel so bad. He could have jumped over the wall. His exit was right there, but just slow from Benny Q. Just makes him forcefully drop back to the ground. That is
the worst feeling.
Gut-wrenching feeling. That's one that will make you a bit angry in the communications. That's not a nice feeling to have.
And Tubby Turkey's gonna make the feeling a little bit worse as they extend their gold lead upwards towards nearly 6,000 gold, 7,000 experience. And Bruh was a little bit late in his rotation in that fight. Mango had been diving under the tier 1 tower for a good consistent 8-10 seconds, and Bruh's like, oh, guess I should join the fight, but it was too late as he was met by the remaining squad of Tubby Turkeys.
Tubby Turkeys now score reads 12-3, and they are still holding strong here, J-Mac. They aren't giving monkeys any ground, and then the question turns to, what do the monkeys do? What's the plan? I've been thinking about what they can do. First of all, Bruh had excellent games before, but he can't keep, well, for lack of a better term, feeding like this. You can see he's on his own in the solo. A rotation from Viper gonna come over just in time, but he's gonna die again. 5 kills to his tally. Monkeys can't afford to keep shoveling gold into Turkey's coffers.
Fear No Evil is so good, but the Aegis from the 2 get themselves out of danger. The pillar helps to secure 1. Mango getting credit for 2 of the kills. And the rest of the team of Tubby Turkeys will now turn their sights towards the tier 1 tower. But hold that thought. Left side, Bud Pop, Benny Q having a bit of a boxing match. Benny Q's getting the better end. Blink over the wall. What in the world is my man doing? Force the beach from the Ricochet. Stop time forces the beach from Bud Pop. Trying to juke out as much as he can. Waiting for the shot. They're just running in circles. Jumps over the time rip. Going through Ricochet. Connects. 1, 2, 3. They're fighting. Time stop. Gets the kill.
The Crow wasn't available to amplify Bud Pop's damage, so Benny Q, being the Chronos, having access to the heal, the slow, the rewind as we're seeing now, is able to beat out Bud Pop securely.
No!
And he gets the double solo kill as he just solos Bruh. And the game that Bruh is having right now, that surrender vote is extremely justified.
Benny Q forced his own rewind from the rotation of Bruh to get the cooldowns back for the time stop. One shot after in the time rift, and you can see why it did so much. Look at his HP at the time, and look at the item. Bancroft's Talon, giving him that extra magic damage and lifesteal, which is what ultimately won him the fights.
That Bancroft's can give you so much, and it's hard to read how much power it gives you. Of course, there's no real tell on your body that you're getting the extra power off it, right? So yeah, you understand. Okay, he's gone Bancroft's. He's gonna have a decent bit of life steal on 100 power. But if you're tunnel visioning like we saw Bud Pop and then later on Bruh do in that fight, get him, he's so low, kill him. You don't realize he's hitting like a truck on top of another truck being fired by a rocket ship. And now the turkeys grabbing themselves a portal, they can easily keep that momentum going into another fight in the mid lane if they want.
Oh, Benny Q's put his foot on the gas pedal. Gonna fight into Bud Pop, force the defender of Olympus, and even with the protections, takes quite a hefty chunk, but the rewind comes through, drops into the middle of the Suns, pulled back in. Bud Pop forced to Aegis, stop down, time rib not gonna connect from the jump. Again, it's a chase onto Benny, trying to get away as he can, but 4 members meet him, and the Supernova is what will eventually take him. But look who's made the rotation through. Glavis actually forced the beads and run away. Taunt's gonna come back onto him. Glavis nowhere to go. Fishy Flakes will claim him.
Fishy Flakes getting another, well, actually his first kill, I should say. I was looking at the death column, wrong one. First kill for him. Now only Bud Pop needs a kill, and it's not a good scenario when your support has more kills than you. Bud Pop needs to get something going. We keep going on about how Bruh is not having a great game, but if your carry hasn't even gotten off the ground in the first place, what can the carry even do? It's a level 14 Ho Yi who's 0-3 against level 16 Chronos who soloed you and your mate.
What in the world is happening in the solo lane? Mango and Bruh have been slapping it out consistently, but Mango's still getting the better end of it despite Bruh's best efforts. Left side, a kill of the Hun, picks up Fishy Flakes. 3 caught inside the pillars. Evolve holding them out as long as he can. Heavenly Wings popped, only going to get 2 out, but Viper got to be able to use the dash to get out of danger.
They're going to start sprinting away with the sprint. And that's going to keep themselves safe with a question mark, because Evolve and Benny are still chasing hard, and Mango's holding the right side down nice and easily, so Bruh has to go and answer there. He can't go and help out and start getting stacks on this high. Why is he building Hydras?
You know, Hydras, good thing. It deals damage.
Hang on, so this, I might be mistaken here, but aren't you supposed to get a Hydra the Urchin when you're ahead?
The Hide of the Urchin is, as you said, it's an item when you're ahead. You're consistently in the fray, getting the assists, getting the kills. But he's the one consistently getting killed. For the protections and the HP that you're going to get from it, it would have been better off for him to get a Spirit Robe, hold that thought mid lane. Aquila taking a lot. The Somersault going to connect, but it's not enough from the dash. Aquila the Hun will get out of danger. Fishy Flakes, however, caught in the middle, stuck by 2 hits to the Dharmic Pillar. Glavis will get credit of the kill thanks to the passive of Ganesh.
Bruh, gonna pop the Spirit of Pain, but Evolve doesn't even care, just pops the beads and stands there and stares him down. Bruh, time stop, time rift. Time for you to die. Benny Q picks up another kill, and now Turkeys 20-5. They have a huge lead. This is now going to be a cakewalk for them. Benny Q going in 1 versus 2, and he's winning. As meanwhile, in the solo lane, Bugproc tries to split push and eats the dirt because of it.
Continuing the aggression for Mango. Wants Viper, but they're going to think better of it. Back away. Benny Q will turn his sights to the ever so tanky tier 2 tower. Should fall with no problem. Mango just realizes, yeah, you got this, my man. Go ahead and drop that. No major objectives aside from the Fire Giant available for the side of Tubby Turkeys. So they're going to go back to base and spend up their gold.
What do the monkeys do? What's the call here? There's not many doors open to them now. They are just too far behind, really. They may, in my opinion, just have to hope for a throw from the Turkeys and then go from there. 1 throw won't even be enough for them to win the game. They're so far behind.
It's 11,500 gold at only the 20-minute mark. Not quite some of the staggering leads we've had today, but it's slowly climbing out of their way. Belt of Frenzy popped as the Fire Giant has been started by the Turkeys. The Pillar doing quite a bit of damage. Knocked up is Bruh by the Ganesh. Evolve holding him in place. Fire Giant to the Turkeys. Bruh yanked back. Bruh forced to use the Spear of Pain, but it's not enough to get him away from the grasps of time.
Benny Q is getting so much work done right now. Bub Pop on his own, Aegis, and he's gonna get completely just mutilated. Yeah, Fishy pops the ultimate, but you've got no one around you to help. The ultimate was completely unnecessary, and unfortunately, he's probably gonna end up dying. He maybe could have lived if he routed towards the Phoenix, but even then, that was risky, so he routes instead down, lets himself die, and try and get the respawn clock started a little bit quicker, as Elk Dog actually drops.
Mango continued the aggression onto Viper, slows him down, gets knocked back. Benny Q picks up his third of the 5 kills in the fight. Actually, it was a deicide for the side of Tubby Turkeys. They're going to turn their sights to the right side. Phoenix, poor little bruh, jumped into the middle, stopped down, yanked back, and Glavis will get the kill to create a second deicide.
This is it. This has to be it. There is no way on this green earth that the Monkeys are able to defend this. Turkeys are in simply too strong of a position. The Monkeys can now feel their position in the Challenger Cup slowly but surely slipping away. The Turkeys, however, looking to try and just boot Monkeys off the cliff, but they're doing it safely. They're not going for, yeah, they've got the 2 Phoenixes, go, go, go. They're instead moving back, take the Portal Demon, and take their time.
Benny Q soloing out Fishy Flakes, gets him with another in-hand. Benny Q has been a monster on the Chronos. This, my friend, Risky Ace, is how you play the Chronos. Benny Q has been an absolute monster. Mango actually caught out in the middle of 2 at the top side, but he doesn't really care too much. He's just going to walk away.
Yeah, he's a Ravan, level 19, 4, almost 5 levels above his enemy. He literally can sit there and just stare you down, and Monkeys know this. They can't do anything to him. They have to sit as a group, wait for one of the Turkeys to misstep in a fight, take him out, and that's only the start of it. They've then got to wait out the ultimates as well. The odds are massively stacked against Monkeys. I don't think they can recover from this.
When your Hunter is the same level as the enemy support, it's not looking too good for you. Fear No Evil popped in the mid lane, but only onto Aquila. Fishy Flakes taking too much. Aquila gets the credit for the kill. Not going to be able to make it out of this execution. He will fall to Bud Pop's damage from the Suns. Taunt comes through from Viper. Bruh knocked up by the tornado. Glavis picks one up. Viper knocked up, held in place, teleported to. Glavis picks up one. Benny picks up a second one in the back. Only one left alive is Bud Pop. All 5 members want him. He's gonna fall, and the Titan will drop.
Congratulations to Turkeys. That right there finishes off the relegations finally and decides who is going through to this particular this split coming up.
Monkey Business will drop down to the Combine. They have been eliminated thanks to a beautiful performance by the Tubby Turkeys. And the 40 IQ Overlords as well will be able to move upwards out of the Combine into the CC relegations to join the fray. We will still have to see who comes out of the next set of relegations towards towards SPL. Towards SPL, we'll see who stays, who moves on, and who drops down. But for today, hella games played by all of these teams.
It's been an absolute treat to watch. I'm personally happy to be back into the scene. It's going to take a bit of growth, a bit of problems here and there, but so far, I think this next upcoming split is going to be extremely exciting to watch. But that's enough about that. Today has been on for a very long time. I imagine everyone wants to bugger off now. So I've been Verb. That's been JMac. Thank you to Thank you to Desyncs for helping out with the cast. And thank you to Anovi and Lord WizKid on production. Any final words or thoughts, JMac, before we go?
Cullen picked every single game or band but has only come up with 1 victory. Is it a little too much prioritization? Not quite sure. All I know, Benny Q, you're a monster on Kronos. Paul's a monster on Thoth. Don't let these 2 players have those 2 gods. That's going to do it for us here at the Challenger Circuit North American Relegations. 40 IQ Overlords and Tubby Turkeys will be in the circuit next split. Monkey Business and Trust will fall down towards the Combine. That's going to be it for all of us here today. Have a great one.